So Adele and Limp Bizkit, two pillars of musical history.
The rolling community.
Yeah. The rolling community.
Yeah.
It's basically my mom and dad.
That's your mom and dad right there. Two fine ones.
When Fred Durst put it in Adele's chocolate starfish, Travis was born.
That's why you're so musically gifted.
Yeah.
Fred Durst was directing eHarmony commercials.
Really?
Yeah. Not a lot of people know this, but Fred Durst is the reason they got married. And divorced, probably.
All right.
Yeah. He also animated The General.
That's a legend.
Yeah.
That's a legend. That was the guy from Stained who did that.
Forgot.
Aaron Rodgers, the meanest patriot of them all.
Yeah.
Is it? No, it's Aaron something.
Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback.
Right.
I thought there was just another Aaron Rodgers.
It's Aaron something.
I went to high school with a kid named Aaron Rodgers, and it was right when the quarterback Aaron Rodgers was like taken off. So it was a weird high school for him.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Well, look, you know what doesn't suck about high school?
I don't know, actually.
You learn about history, but you know what sucks about that is that they do it bad. And we don't.
This is true.
And that's why you're here. That's why you're here, everyone.
You need your social studies teachers to teach you more about the birds and the bees than your health teacher does.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I swear to God, my sex ed teacher never had sex in his life. He was creepy, and the way he talked about condoms, it seemed like a party favor. But anyway, back to history. Welcome to Roast Mortem. We put the anals in the hit. Wait, what is it? We put. I forget that one all the time.
We put the anal in the annals of history, right?
Right.
Yeah, you can't fuck it up this time. We're talking about Greek people today. They love anal.
They do.
They love annals of history.
Right. Well, here's the problem. My head was going to, we put the anal in your life. Like the Greeks. Okay?
We are the anal of your life.
Shout out to Greece.
Yes.
Save the world.
Yeah.
Don't you know that Greek people are having anal sex? Save the...
Every time you hear a bell, a Greek man is fucking his wife or husband in his anus. My name is Tom.
I'm chocolate starfish Travis, drinking a chocolate stout.
And I'm Connor, drinking a Barry Larkin.
That's right. It's we're officially brought to you by Barry Larkins now.
Yeah.
If you don't know what that is, you're fucking up. Guys, what's going on? Anyone want to take that question?
I started a full-time job this week.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Healthcare, baby. It's all
Hell
that
yeah.
matters.
It's good.
You gonna get a lot of elective surgeries just out of the blue? Like, fuck it, I don't care.
I think so. And also I get dental and vision, so I'm just going to be scheduling doctor's appointments like crazy. Also, apparently, I'm allowed to leave work to get cancer screenings, so I'm just going to get tons of cancer screenings every day.
You gotta watch out for that butt cancer, especially at our age.
Yes. It's always a risk.
That's where it grows. It's dingleberries and then cancerous boobons.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye out for that while skipping work for the fourth day in a row to get a different cancer screening.
That's how you make money. You get cancer.
Money.
Yeah.
Money.
As the saying goes. Get cancer, get money. Travis, you're up next, right?
Yeah.
I keep feeling like Mike is here, but I don't think Mike's coming back, guys.
No. I think
I
we've
don't know
lost
where
him.
he'd be.
Send us your auditions to be the new Mike. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm doing all right. I moved on up to the 5th floor of my apartment. Did I say this last week? I don't know. My weeks
Probably.
just blur together.
They're all
here.
blurring together. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm rocking and rolling. I was in New York last weekend. Got some big things going on. I didn't see you guys because I was like, fuck. I actually drove past both of you. I went to Queens for you, Connor, and I went to past your house, Tom. I just like flipped you off. I was like, fuck you guys.
I wasn't even home, so that's cool.
Got me, though.
You fuck my wife?
Got him. No.
Thank you. Thanks for not doing
Real
that.
gentlemanly move.
Yeah.
Tom, how was your week?
Oh, it was good. A little dried out.
All right.
I had some drinking with the boys. Cracked open some Barry Larkins. We were in a... You know what? I just want to vent something real quick. So we rented a house on Verbo. Ever hear of that one?
Yeah, I always used to think it was VRBO because my parents were using that like right when the internet started. So they just would read it online and they're like, yeah, it's VRBO. And then when I first saw a commercial and they said Verbo, I was shocked.
What's the
Petrified.
Verbo? Is that like Roblox?
It's Airbnb, but with a different typeface.
It's vacation rental by owner. Verbo.
Yeah, it's the same thing as Airbnb.
Oh, yeah.
It really is.
Airbnb ripped them off.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But either way, they're back now. They're making a comeback like Yahoo's doing. Just kidding.
Dude, like ask Jeeves, dude. I saw him walking down the street the other day.
Would you
That
ask?
wasn't Jeeves.
I was like, Jeeves, should I feed my cat Drano? And he said, no, that's poisonous to cats and humans.
Good guy, Jeeves.
Gotcha on one of the basic questions, the coveralls. Anyway, we went to this Verbo, and this place slept. It's supposed to sleep up to 16 people. There were many problems with the property. It was on a beautiful piece of property, but the house itself, everything was labeled. Every drawer, every light in the house had a label on it. Like I was staying in someone's like OCD behavior. It's very strange.
Yeah.
The other thing was the grill. The grill was like a novelty-sized picnic grill that they said that they had. Now you have a house that
Sleeps 16.
16 people.
Grill for 3.
Yes, at best. So if the rest of your family drinks out of pouches for sustenance, this would be a great house for you. But if you want to grill a hamburger for your kids, good luck and fuck you. That's what this guy said.
Dude, maybe he's probably the top shareholder of Burger King.
Maybe. I mean, it was really in the woods there. But, you know how drinking with the boys is. It's quiet. You need somewhere quiet.
Yeah.
So if
Really?
if my friend Ray starts yelling too much, don't matter.
Ray's a dick. The worst guy.
He is. He's a terrible man, and I was very upset to see him.
Is Ray the one who played guitar at my wedding?
Yeah, but I almost fired him on the spot.
On the spot?
Yeah.
You almost took up the guitar.
I was like, you dumb bitch, you don't even know how to tune. You have a fucking tune right.
It's all right. I don't remember hearing him, so.
He was going to bring a flute and play the flute, and I was like, Ray, you told him you were going to play guitar. You can't do this to him. They don't want to hear your flute solos.
Yeah. Well, either way, fuck that guy and weird guy with that Verbo home. Be careful. Ask those questions. How big is your grill? Ask that.
Yeah.
And also, if you have one of these properties, provide some sponges and steel wool. You're supposed to be cleaning up after yourself. We didn't have any of that shit. I was scraping eggs off of a pan for 40 minutes. Terrible.
Rough.
Dude, that's why you go out into the woods, you hunt yourself down the whopper. It lives in dark caves, and you can feed the whole family
That's right. Okay,
from the whopper.
that is very good. Speaking of scraping eggs with hands, why don't we go to Greece?
Yeah!
Let's go to Greece. Why not? Guys, we're tackling a big subject today.
Yeah?
So big that I'm worried they may fire me from my job because all I'll be talking about is Greece and the ancient world, and it's consuming my life. For the better. I love it. I'm a total nerd, so this is great.
Okay.
Some people might say it's a great subject.
I think it's great as well. And if that's not a hint, then you're a fucking idiot. Because we're talking about Alexander the Great, and I'm not going to say we're talking about him today, because we might not even get up to him today. That's how much we got to cover.
Wow.
Hey guys, we're changing up. We're changing up here. We want to teach you more about history. We're gonna slow it down. We're gonna teach you all the facts. No one wants to hear about people and not know what the context is about.
Yeah.
You know,
We're tackling the wide sweep.
If I have a splattering poo in my toilet, you're gonna want to know what I ate.
Yeah. Not just see the corn.
All right. Travis. Connor, continue.
All right. So that being said, Alexander the Great, obviously one of the most studied people of all time. So I want to place him in his proper historical context so that we can truly appreciate all of the things he accomplished in his short life. So before we even do that, I'm going to give a little background because ancient sources and ancient things can get real confusing. First off, the ancient world, especially Macedonia, which is where Alex is from, it seemed like they had 20 boys' names and 20 girls' names, and every time a baby was born, they just picked one of those out of a hat.
Okay.
There's like 10 Alexanders. There's a bunch of Philips. We've got like 12 Cleopatras. It's just the same 10 names showing up over and over for all these hundreds of people.
This is kind of like Long Island. I mean, how many Chris's
Anthony,
and Matthews
Chris,
can we get?
Nick, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like
Well,
that.
also, you got to think, this is a long time ago. It takes a long time to think of a good name.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like,
And half the
they didn't
babies
have
are-
that much time.
Half the babies are dying within the first month, so it's like, why bother trying to think of all these complex names? None of them are going to live past 3, you know?
Yeah. Well, you can't name your kid Laser. I mean, because that doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
They didn't figure it out
They
yet.
hadn't figured out lasers yet.
Back then, it wasn't so cool. It was more of an insult. You are so lazy. I'm going to call you Laser because you're
Yeah.
constantly lazing.
Guess what? No Game of Thrones. Your daughter's not Arya.
Yeah.
Another thing, place names themselves can also get confusing. We've been saying Greece. There is no Greece. There's no Greeks. That's a foreign concept to them. They called themselves Hellenes, and they lived in Hellas, Hellas. Even modern Greek, I think, calls it Hellas instead of Greece.
Can I right? So can I ask you like a bunch of questions and possibly this is like the setup, right?
This is
I'm
a
trying
setup.
to ask
This is a
questions,
setup.
right?
Yeah.
So so you got the Hellas. Were the Etruscans? Those were in Rome, right? Or were they
That's
in
Italy, yeah.
Greece?
That's
okay.
Italy.
The Etruscans are like beta Rome. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't need to worry about them.
No. Yeah, so if I say Greek or Greece, that also I'll be saying Hellenes and Hellas and Hellenic, all the same people. Making this even more confusing is then there's the Ionian Greeks, and the Ionian Greeks were the Greeks or Hellenes, who lived on the coast of Turkey, which is like the Ionic coast. So if I say Ionian, that's who those people are. But then the Persians, who are our other main players in this story, they called all of the Greeks / Hellenes Ionians.
Oh, I would have thought they'd call him.
They did that too, probably.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. So like the Ionians are Troy boys, right? They're Troy
Ionians
boys.
are Troy boys. Yeah, good
Okay,
memory
cool.
there, Travis.
All
Yeah,
right,
Troy,
Troy
boys.
boys.
And, of course, we're talking about the Macedonians, because that's where Alexander's from. Also, quick note, I'm saying Macedonia. People say Macedonia. That one's just flat out wrong. It's not Macedonia.
Okay, I was
It's
going to
Macedonia.
ask, but now I know.
Yeah, that's something that apparently in like the late 18th century or 19th century, someone was like, we should just start saying all the C's with a soft C instead of the K that's been used for thousands and thousands of years. And people are like, sure. And then it caught on, but now there's like this whole pushback. Like, no, it's a hard C. It's a K sound.
So you're saying that soft C's are new?
Soft Caesar, it's Kaiser. That's where the modern Kaiser comes from.
Right, like
Julius-
the roll. That's so
Yeah.
that there was a guy, he found this really nice fluffy roll, and he started eating it. He
Yeah.
became the Kaiser.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah, so like sometimes you'll see people say it's like they'll pronounce it Julius Caesar, which is how probably closer to the actual pronunciation. But then a guy like Cicero, Cicero sounds weird, so no one does that.
Kikaro. Yeah, that sounds cute.
So Macedonian is what we're going to be trying to stick with, but if we slip into some Macedonian, it's confusing. Whatever. Finally, and this applies to all of ancient history, it's impossible to fact check this. We really have no idea if most of this happened. We know the broad strokes of the history, but all of the historians that today are writing about Alexander, they're drawing on only 5 sources. All that we know about Alexander comes from 5 written sources and then archaeology. Those 5, Arrian, Plutarch, Diodorus, Curtius, and Justin, not only are they our only 5, but the closest one who wrote to Alexander's actual lifetime was Diodorus, who wrote it 250 years after Alexander died.
It was so sick.
Dude.
Yeah. So we have no clue how much of this is true. I'm just going to pretend it is because that makes it more fun. So just keep that in the back of your head.
I'm just going to write a book about, I don't know, Thomas Jefferson. Because I'm best buds with him. Like, I knew him personally.
It would be like you writing a biography of Thomas Jefferson based off just like what you can remember about him from what you've learned, and then in 2,000 years, everyone being like, "Well, the only surviving source about Jefferson comes from Travis."
Yeah, Jefferson loved White Castle, and he definitely was a big fan of cats. He used to. He has to have two very buff cats that he wore on the bottoms of their feet, so he didn't have to walk, and the cats would carry him.
Wait. Slow down. Before this tangent goes too crazy, I just want to throw this out there. Travis, you should be writing about your hero, Robert E. Lee, because he's also a relative. You're a big fan of him. And I like how you picked one tyrant for another to soften the blow. But I know you know a lot about Robert E. Lee because you're really good pals with him.
I don't know nothing, dude. What, did he fight for the South?
All right, back to Macedonius.
So that's our background of just ancient history in general. So remember, Greeks equal Hellenes. I'm going to be going back and forth. I'll try and keep it consistent, but no promises. And yeah, let's get started. Let's start this story about Alexander the Great 200 years before he's born.
Sweet.
Hell yeah.
So, it is the 6th century BC. So this is the 500s BC. All of the ancient lands of the Near East, think Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, it's really the Near East. They're all in a state of flux because the mighty Assyrian Empire has collapsed, falling to the Neo-Babylonians and the Median Empire. These guys are not nearly as strong as the Assyrians, so they're just always fighting each other. It's a whole chaotic mess, and all throughout these lands.
Okay.
There was a young man named Cyrus, who was the king of a even smaller tribe known as the Persians. They were subordinate to the Median Empire, but then in 553 BC, young Cyrus leads a rebellion. In only 3 years, not only is he overthrowing the Median Empire of the Persians, he has retaken their entire empire. This would be like if George Washington won the Revolution and then conquered England.
I mean, he could have.
Yeah. I mean, he could just.
I don't think so, but.
I mean, he could have.
Yeah. So now, Cyrus is a great king. He continues his war of expansions. He is now known as Cyrus the Great. Our young Alexander would be a big fan of his, even though he was, like the common enemy for the Hellenic people.
Every time you say Cyrus, I think of Cyrax from Mortal Kombat, like that Bugman type.
He's the Bugman. I don't know. I don't know enough Mortal Kombat.
You don't think of Billy Ray Cyrus?
Or maybe Cyrus the Virus.
What was that from?
It was Hackers, right?
I haven't seen Hackers yet. We had to reschedule movie night.
Yeah.
That's up next for movie night.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
All right. So, more, like I said, more wars of expansion are following. He's conquered lands stretching from the Indus River in the east all the way to the coast of modern Turkey, those Ionians in the west, and it stretched as far south as the Arabian Peninsula and as far north as modern Kazakhstan. This is the largest empire in world history at that point. It would not be surpassed until I think it was a Chinese dynasty like 600 years later finally like had more land. Even Alexander wouldn't hit this peak. That's how big these guys were.
Sorry, I just got somebody paged me. So I legally have to say, very nice.
You have a pager?
Mm-hmm. It's just it's the Borat joke pager that I'm required to have.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's cool. I wish I had a joke pager.
So Cyrus dies. He gets buried. Big, nice funeral. You can go visit his tomb. It's still around. Alexander would do that eventually. And his son Cambyses II continues his father's work. He conquers Egypt. Takes the whole Nile River Delta. Damn. Adds that onto the empire.
Free sand.
Yeah.
How accurate is 300 with the who is it? Xerxes? Is that the
we'll
guy?
get to that, and I'll go on a little tangent.
But is it like swooshy Persian people? with deep voices that look like aliens?
Maybe a little bit. You know, this is a big empire. They got lots of different peoples.
All kinds of people.
Yeah.
It takes all types.
Yeah.
All right.
So not only do they invade Egypt, they also conquer their way across the Hellespont. The Hellespont is the little, it's not even a river. It's just a little body of water that separates mainland Asia from mainland Europe in Turkey. It's where Constantinople is. It's just the Dardanelles campaign. You know,
I have no idea what that word is.
the Dardanelles is what the British called it in World War One. All right.
It's
Anyway,
been fought
they're
over
moving into
for-
Europe.
I hate having a historian on the show sometimes. I really do.
It's gonna get worse.
Dardanelles has been fought over for literally ever.
Yeah, it's the only water link between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea.
Okay.
Yeah, so vital choke point in world history.
You could call it like the urethra of Europe.
Yeah.
The Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You plug that up, no food's coming out of the Black Sea.
Well, the
You're
thing
getting
I'm plugging up
stoned.
is
You're getting stoned. You're getting stoned somewhere near Ukraine.
Yeah. So the Persians conquer right over this. Now they're moving into the Black Sea. They're like even have outposts in modern Ukraine at this point. So just imagine an ancient empire stretching from the Crimea to the Indus River Valley in India.
Damn.
Yeah.
Pretty
That's a
intense.
chunk.
Yeah. Big chunk of the world, these guys.
Too bad they didn't know about Manifest Destiny. They could have gone a little bit further, but
Well, they're going to try.
okay.
Because the next great king of kings is Darius the First. He comes to power in 522 BC, so only 30 years after Cyrus. There's a wild story in here that we're not going to go down, but maybe in a future episode would be fun. There's a magus, so like a magician wizard guy, who is apparently impersonating the king's brother and plots a bunch of assassinations, and no one knows that the king's brother is actually dead. And then Darius shows up and with like 7 knights and is like, we're going to fucking take back the empire, and he does. And the real story is probably that he just overthrew the actual king and then invents this whole wizard story. But short end of it, Darius is king now.
All right.
You talk about Lord of Ring? Are you talking about Hugh Jackman as X-Men?
Yeah, no, this is the Nazgul, the 9 riders.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you 3 of the actors. I know Hugh Jackman's on it. Where'd you get Hugh Jackman from?
I don't know. I always get him confused with with Aragon, whatever his name is.
Viggo Mortensen.
Viggo Mortensen, yeah.
Huge jacked man and Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Very different.
Never mind.
So Darius the First, he is the king of kings when the Persian Empire was actually known as the Achaemenid Empire. That was the name of the dynasty. He's around when they reach their peak landmass point, and that's because they are now moving into the Balkans and northern Hellas. And it is here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you here. But you were talking about magicians and wizards.
Yeah.
One thing that I was very, at one point, I feel like when you're into history, I'm sure a lot of listeners can relate. You kind of bounce around. You like obsess about different certain things and different certain times. Mm-hmm. And I remember I got obsessed with Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism, yeah. Which I guess that was like that Persian religion, right? Before
the state religion of the Achaemenid Empire. They worship the god Ahura Mazda, which is just a sweet name for a god.
Ahura Mazda.
Yeah.
And isn't it? It's not mono. It's like dual theism or something.
Yeah,
right?
it's like the two aspects of like Ahura Mazda, who's like the sun god, but then they also worship the moon, I think.
That's what you call covering all the bases. Just in case
I'm playing both sides.
Yeah.
Day and night.
Zoroastrianism is like very much like what when you think of like the New World Order and secret societies, all coming from there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's great. I think I want to be a Mazda man.
Yeah, Zoroastrianism also, if that's your religion, in Civ 4, you get a really nice boost to happiness, which is a key part.
Wow, that doesn't say anything too heavy-handed, does it now?
No. So now they're gobbling up the Balkans, and it is here that the Persians first come into contact with a small rural kingdom, mostly filled with woods and mountains, Macedonia.
Gobbling up the Balkans.
Gobbling up the Balkans.
Ooh, gobble, gobble, gobble. Let me get that Macedonian nut. Gobble it.
Swallow it down, baby. So the Macedonian king is the man named Amyntas I. He looks at the encroaching Persian superpower and says, yeah, I'm not going to fight this. I'll surrender and be a subordinate to the king of kings. Smart. Persians love this. They're like, that's great. That's what we always want to hear. You can stay king of Macedonia. Just, kick up some money to the great king and back in Persepolis.
It's great.
Yeah, good deal.
That's the way to do it.
So I wanted to include this little anecdote. So we were talking about how the Greeks and the Hellenes and the Ionian are all the same thing. So the Persians referred to all of these people, the Hellenes, the Ionians, and the Macedonians, as Yauna, which is their word for Ionian. But when they wanted to talk about Macedonians specifically, they called them Yauna Takabara, which means, this is the direct translation, Ionians with hats that look like shields.
Why they got shields on your head?
Yeah, look at these funny looking guys. They got shield heads.
Marge Simpson's sisters.
Yeah, that's what you should picture for all Macedonians.
All smoking, all with great raspy soda-y voices.
Yeah.
Would you like to try my nut?
It's great.
My hot Balkan nut.
So the Persians are just kind of happily expanding, feeling out their influence in all these new places. When in 499 BC, the Ionian cities on the coast of modern Turkey revolted against Persian rule. They're like, we've had enough of the great king. We want our own independence back, so we're going to kill all of the Persians in one night and start this rebellion. Athens, for what reason's still unclear to most historians, since Athens at this time is like a tiny, tiny little city far away from Persia, goes, you know what? We're going to make the Persians really angry and send our entire navy to go help this revolt. Because we are Hellenes and so are they, so we want to help them out.
Okay.
Right, well, those are the brain boys, right? They're like, let me use our big brain ships.
And clearly spending too much time thinking because the revolt fails spectacularly because it never stood a chance of succeeding because it's right in the Persian homeland. There's no way they're going to be able to do it. And all it does is just piss off the Persians. They're like, what the fuck? We thought we had a deal. These are our cities. You stay to your peninsula, and now we're mad. So now we're going to send a punitive expedition to fuck you up.
Get ready.
Yeah. You don't poke the dick that feeds you.
Yeah.
We're going to steal all your cars and align them with gold trim because we're Persians.
You're going to love this aftershave. I'm going to throw it in with the car.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's so good.
We're going to tighten up all those beards.
Yeah, everybody wear tracksuits now.
Yeah, we're gonna cut zigzags in the side of your head.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful way of life. Tacky.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I just want a hookah installed on my body. That's cyberpunk for me, right? It just comes out of my shoulder like the hose.
Yeah.
Persian steampunk. That's something we should.
That's a nice aesthetic.
We should figure that one out. A lot of purples.
Ooh, yeah.
A lot of purples and pumas.
Mm-hmm. It's nice velvet.
Mm-hmm.
Very sick.
Yeah. So this
Don't
is
get it confused with Slav punk. It's very similar.
Well, this is, at this time, it's kind of the Persians first getting into the Slav area. So maybe we can find a little mixture of it.
It's a little fusion.
Yeah. Now, again, this is still regarded as a backwater of the empire. This is kind of just on the deep periphery. Egypt is what they're really concerned about. The core cities in Mesopotamia, like Babylon, Susa, Persepolis. That's the moneymakers. That's what matters. This is just a backwater to the Persians. They're like, we don't really care about the Hellenes, but we got to punish them.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Greece is it's kind of interesting that Greece became the kind of not the starting point for civilization. I know that was the Fertile Crescent and all that stuff, but Western civilization came out of Greece because Greece is not very farmable. It's all rocks and shit. Who the fuck wants Greece?
All right. You can farm in Greece. They do. It's fertile. It's not a lot.
It's fertile, but not in this way that
It's not how we view it.
It's not the huge grain supplies.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
talking
and-
about the agrarian, like their diets for forever have just been like leafy green stuff.
Yeah, olives.
Yeah, spinach, things of this nature. And then the sea is right there.
That's
Right, but as some Persian guy eating a fucking gyro in his Honda Civic, like he's gonna just skip right over that. He's going right to the fertile Nile, right?
Yeah.
And this is before The Mummy, 1999. This is when it was like. This was when it was like fresh and you could plant all this shit and all that. You know.
Everyone knows there's Egypt pre-mummy and Egypt post-mummy.
Right. Your reference is 1999.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, this is a small force that the Persians are sending because, again, they're not really troubled by them. They're just, again, trying to punish Athens for sending these ships across the Aegean. So it's more just like, let's fuck them up.
Right.
Force has some initial success. This is when they like fully integrate Macedonia into the Persian kingdom. They win a few small battles, and it's a joint. It's mostly a naval mission, so it's like they kind of sail up and down the coast. Bunch of troops go out, raid cities, go back to the boats, and move on.
It's good a living.
Yeah, and they're moving south, and they're nearby Athens. They're about 26.2 miles away. If that's a little hint for what's about to happen. Because in 490 BC, on a very, very small beach near the town of Marathon, the unthinkable happens. A small force of only about 10,000 Hellenic soldiers, led by the Athenians, routs a 25,000-strong Persian army.
Wait, stop.
Badly.
And this is the origin of curling, right?
Yes, this is how the
Okay.
sport of curling came to be.
Cool.
Because they were 26 miles from Athens, and that's the average length for a curling rink.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
This all makes sense.
Yeah, so the Athenian army smashes this huge Persian army. It's a huge upset. One of the main reasons it happens, and this is a lesson that the Persians won't learn for a really long time, is that all of the Hellenic, or most of them, Hellenic soldiers are heavily armored hoplites. So they have breastplates, armored helmets, armored shin guards, and big fucking shields. And they got spears, and they're going up against an army that's using like wicker shields and bow and arrows. Because it would work for the Persians in the east, but then when they encountered this like militia group type of thing, not going to work.
Oh. Dum-dums.
Dum-dums. Yeah.
Yeah, hoplites are like the full suit of armor medieval knight that you'd imagine. These are like elite.
Not full suit, like they're still wearing skirts, but way more armored compared to anyone else.
Like the equivalent.
Yeah,
like the
exactly,
knight
yeah.
is like the bomb squad guy, if you could imagine in modern day, right? Like he's coming in, no one's shooting him type of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
So yeah, like the Persian swords and spears aren't going to get through the hoplite armor.
Nice.
So they force them back to their ships. The navy takes off and flees. The force is destroyed, basically, and Hellas is safe for the time being. This is also when they send the runner back to Athens. He runs the distance, screams out Nike, dies because he's ran so fast, so hard. Yeah,
He dies.
yeah. He dropped dead after screaming. Nike is victory. So he runs back into the city screaming victory and then just drops dead from exhaustion.
What a dumbass. He could have just jogged.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're gone. You beat them.
This is why I will never buy Jordans, because
Yeah.
I don't want to die, dude.
Yeah, so anyone running a marathon out there, just remember you're stunting on a dead Greek man who was just trying to tell his friends that they won the battle.
I don't understand.
You're showing off, being like, oh, I ran and now
Yeah.
I'm going to have a beer. Fuck you. What about the Greek guy that died?
People who run marathons like all the time, very weird to me.
Yeah.
It's nice to see if you
Yeah.
could do it a couple times in your life. Or what? I'm not doing it. I get that. But like guys are like, yeah, I'm out there fucking getting that runner's high.
Runner's
No,
high's
you
not a
aren't.
thing.
No, you fucking
You're just
aren't.
delusional.
You just hate your fucking family.
Dude,
Great way to not talk to your family.
I know it may not seem like it, but I was very much in the jogging for a while, and I do know about the runner's high. When your nipples start to bleed, dude, and you can't feel your legs.
And it feels like you're
baby.
breathing through a Ziploc bag full of water. Oof.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
good.
I've hit it too. I mean, the most I've ran was 8.5 miles. And fuck, man, right after that, I sucked like 10 dicks.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta do.
You gotta get those electrolytes
Yeah,
back.
God,
I gotta get. Protein, dude.
Yeah.
All those Anthony's.
I did like no pipe was ever going to turn on again.
Yeah. So this is like this victory kind of like springboards what we refer to as like classical Greece today. This is like the start of that period. But Darius, the king of kings, he did not forget this incident. He was upset. His little punitive expedition had not gone the way he wanted. But the force that he sent was very small compared to the millions of people that the Persians could draw upon. So all he does is, all right, now we're not going to send a punitive expedition. Now's the time to build an army that's going to conquer the entire peninsula. Nice. Now it's time to really show them what we're about.
Right. Now you're going to have corner stores at every intersection in your little Greek town. And guess what? We're going to mark up the price of those cigarettes. You think you're going to get them at regular price? They're going to be at least $3 more.
Yeah, we're going to double park every single car on the street.
Yeah, wow.
Mm-hmm. So now he's building this host. There's this apocryphal story that I forget who started it, which is, I think it was Herodotus, was that Darius had an advisor that every time he sat down for a meal, the advisor would like lean over to him and say, like, my liege, do not forget the Athenians. And the Athenians would spin this story as like, look how amazing we were. We forced Darius to have to like constantly remember how great we are. When in reality, it was probably more like he asked this guy to remind him who the Athenians were because otherwise he'd forget because they were so insignificant.
Oh.
Yeah. He's like, who am I building this army for? Oh, those guys. Yeah, gotta remember. Yeah.
I don't buy either of those takes.
No, they're not. It's not a true story. Again, most of these, like, when I get really specific into the stories, that's just for fun. We don't really know if any of it's true. It's just historians from 12 BC writing about it.
I think it's the advisor coming in for a little, can you pass the ketchup?
Can I eat one of the geese?
This is like trying to learn about your local town's history from like the stomp team at the local high school. Right? Like that's about the same equivalence.
The most donkey-brained idiots. Being like, hell yeah, I love my town. Mm-hmm. We had a Burger King.
Yep.
Or it's like the those children's books where the historical figure is like the big giant head, and it was like, who was George Washington? He cut down a tree and never told a lie. All you need to know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah. So, however, Darius, he did not live long enough to lead this invasion, because that was also the plan. He wanted to lead it personally rather than delegate it to someone. He dies of old age at this time, so it falls to his son Xerxes to finish this job.
Oh, this is the alien boy that rides on elephants and shit.
So in 480 BC, 10 years after the Battle of Marathon, the fight is back on. Xerxes crosses the Hellespont with a massive army. They think it was like 80,000 strong initially, with a equally large naval force that was just following it along the coastline.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was like they would supply it, so it's like 200,000 plus people marching from, think like modern day Istanbul across the whole plain all the way into Athens.
How do they get enough Axe body spray?
I don't know.
Well,
you could probably smell them from miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard that, like, when you look at, I mean, it's obviously no one can give you a straight answer, but like when you look at these battles in the past, I feel like these numbers are almost always like conflated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably because people couldn't count that much.
They are inflated, but like even if they say that it was 200,000, 100,000 is reasonable.
I mean, yeah,
for this specifically. But I think it was the Romans. You know how we will say like, oh, there are millions of them, as like just like saying there was a lot.
Yeah.
The Roman number for that was 40,000. Because there's like all of these anecdotes of like someone Roman being like, there are 40,000. And they're like, why are they so... And then they realize like, oh, that just means there's a lot. Like 40,000 just means a lot.
I think we should start using that again.
I don't think that's just the Romans. I think that's... I think 40 is the term in the Bible.
That could be, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like, Moses wasn't walking for...
40 years.
40 years. No, he just walked a long time.
Mm.
Jesus wasn't back for 40 days. It's like all these. Yeah. There's so many 40s in the Bible. I think it's just like
it just means a lot.
It's a whole bunch of time.
Yeah. We know
Count,
this
count.
army was big, though.
Count, can't count more than 40. Count more than 40.
You ever see that Mr. Show bit where the highest number is 24? It's like a mob boss, and he's like, listen, I don't want anyone talking about no numbers, and the highest one is 24. And they like read. It's great. It's one of the best Mr. Show bits.
Oh, I gotta check that out.
24 is also known as the Bauer's dozen. Jack Bauer.
We should make that catch on. Bauer's
for sure.
Yeah, you told me that one a long time ago. That one, that rules.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, I just want more Kiefer Sutherland in my life.
Yeah. All right, so it's 480 BC. This army's on the move. They, like I said, they're going through Macedonia. Xerxes is meeting his subjects for the first time. They're all bowing and worshiping his greatness. He takes a bunch of cities that tried to resist. He wins a few great victories at Artemisium and at the Battle of Thermopylae. Then the Athenians abandoned their city in the face of this oncoming threat, and so Xerxes waltzes right in, tears down every building, slaughters everyone who couldn't make it out, and burns the city to the ground.
He's just trying to find his friend Gerard Butler.
Yeah. Now, I just skipped right over...
Are you Gerard Butler?
Jabard.
Gerard. That's how it was pronounced back then.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different pronunciations.
Yeah, R's were B's.
Yes, of course.
Now, I skipped right over that he won the Battle of Thermopylae, and a bunch of 300 fanboys are probably screaming out, "No, it was a great victory for the Spartans." They're fucking wrong. Anyone who says the Spartans won the Battle of Thermopylae is someone you could immediately discredit as a moron. All right? I'm getting it out right now. They lost. They got slaughtered. They were destroyed. And
Wait.
it took 2 days for them to be like, "Oh, these idiots are here? Fucking roll right over them."
Wait a minute. Did you see the movie 300?
Yeah, it's rocks. It's awesome.
Yeah. Shit rules.
Did you see
dude.
Did you see the sequel, 301 Spartans?
Yeah, Ava Green's in it. Of course I saw it.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh, you should.
I was watching Fast and Furious when that came out.
There's some really cool scenes in that one.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Are we talking tits?
No.
We're talking tits while the two people having sex are fighting each other at the same time. Watch it. Check it out.
This sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
301.
So you're saying they won?
So you're saying they lost.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's so funny that how, you know, and like, I think, I mean, we use, this is like ingrained in our military history too, the Battle of Thermopylae. And like,
Yeah.
I think there's like divisions and shit in the U.S. Army where they use Spartan.
Yeah. Like the
stuff
Spartan
and-
race. Like one, I could go
Right.
on a tangent about how much I hate the Spartans and how they weren't as military great as everyone thinks they are. They were average. They were just totally average, and that's it.
Wow.
2, they were probably the worst slave owners in the history of slave owning, which is saying a lot. That's a tough bar to climb.
True.
Yeah. So anyway, however, this success that the Persians are enjoying, they burned Athens to the ground, they've killed the Spartan king, looks like everything's looking great. It doesn't last, because at the Battle of Salamis, which is in contention for probably the most important battle in world history, the Athenians repeat their shock success at Marathon, only this time it's in a naval battle. The naval, what's his name? I think it was, is this Themistocles? Might have been, yeah. Defeats like a huge, the entire Persian navy is sunk. So Xerxes is basically trapped in Greece. About a week or two later.
I visited in Athens once, and they are all about semen there. Trust me, I got so much semen everywhere. There's like semen everywhere, but they really love their ships. They really love sailing right in there and delivering semen hard. And fast.
So this was some hard semen being shot right in the face of the great king.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Not too long after the Battle of Salamis, there's the Battle of Plataea, and this is in fairly even numbers-wise, and the Persians are once again routed, and the great king is leaving Hellas with his tail between his legs, because once again, despite all evidence pointing at a great Persian victory, they've lost twice.
It must be in the water, man.
Yeah.
Fucking Athenians.
Yeah. See,
them.
look, it was the Athenians, not the Spartans.
And actually,
that won the war.
I remember that really great movie, 300. There was a part where they ran into a bunch of troops from Athens. And
Yeah.
there was a Gerard Bugler speech.
Yeah.
What was it? Gerard Bugler?
Gerard Bugglers.
Yeah. And he was like, I got
Gerard Bugler.
warriors. What do you got? Science men?
lovers.
You got
Yeah,
fucking...
what do you got?
You got cow murderers? Was that the people you bring? I got warriors.
Warriors.
But lo and
Yeah,
behold, everyone, pay attention. As history has it, we're being lied to again by Hollywood.
Yeah.
Absolutely, basically all of Athens was just Neil deGrasse Tyson's
Yeah,
arguing
remember.
at each other.
So annoying. The most annoying place ever.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
but what you said this is the most important because what if the Persians won, we wouldn't have like Western culture.
If
Is
the
that
Persians win the Battle of Salamis, they would have conquered all of Greece. Like
Right.
they would have conquered all of Greece. Alexander would never have become Alexander. Rome might not have been Rome. There you go. That's how crazy everything might have been.
Shout out to one of my favorite YouTubers, Alternate History Hub. You ever watch any of his videos where he just
No.
does like in-depth? He does in-depth alternate history takes.
I
super
love some good alt history stuff.
Yeah.
It's all pure conjecture, but it's fun.
Well, yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah. So after the Persian force withdraws from Hellas, they also withdraw from their northern holdings of Macedonia, Thrace, Thessaly, Epirus. These are all ancient kingdoms in the northern area of Greece. And they also withdraw across the Black Sea. So they're kind of just pulling back from this part of the world. They still have a giant empire. They still are the wealthiest empire in the world. It's not too big of a deal for them, but it hurts their pride, I would guess.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a bummer, man.
Yeah.
It sucks
Now-
when you need to withdraw out of Afghanistan because when you're the wealthiest country in the world, ex-wealthiest.
It's a bit like that. It's a bit like the U.S. In Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan. Yeah.
I mean, how much money did they burn on the way in?
The Persians, a lot.
All right, so it's just like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. All they really did was burn down a bunch of cities and create enemies for life.
Oh,
That's
that
awesome.
sounds-
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds. Man, we really learn from history. Our country
Oh,
really
yeah.
studies history.
Yeah. Because of their great victories in the war, Athens kind of springboards to the top of the heap among the Hellenes. They use their newfound maritime power to carve out kind of their own sort of empire. They spread colonies and outposts to all the different islands in the Mediterranean. Most of these are the bajillion islands that are in the Aegean Sea, but then they're also going west. This is when they first start to send outposts and into Sicily. So there's an Athenian colony in Sicily at this time.
Right. I mean, that's cool and everything. I know I get it, like the mafia, but the most important island is Lesbos.
Yes,
Because that's
and
where
they were
that's
on
where
Lesbos.
The Sliz is. That's where the Sliz is. They're like this. That's where the 69 was discovered.
Can I get a Larkin?
You're full. This guy asking for a beer like some
thought I
kind of
was done.
Persian.
You know, I mean, I
finish this beer. It's too warm.
talk about Lesbos, and the history of Lesbos continues on Pornhub.com. 69 in Scissorin. Very deep, rich culture.
I go into an island called Larkins where they only serve Barry Larkins.
So yeah, Athens is doing well. So the Persians, though, they kind of switched their tactics. So, all right, overwhelming force didn't work. So how about we just fund every single Hellenic city to fight every other Hellenic city?
It's good.
And that's what their plan becomes. So they just start giving money to everyone, being like, hey, Sparta, you want to attack Athens? Go attack Athens. Thebes, you want to attack Sparta? Here's some money to attack Sparta. Corinth, you want to attack everybody? Here's some money to do all that.
So they went Real Housewives.
Yeah. So they're spreading their wealth around to try and get
Real-
the Hellenes to fight.
With real Reagan Iran Contra going on. Man, there's so many parallels.
Yeah.
Because it's war and stupid.
Yep. So this uneasy peace among the different city-states collapses about 20 to 30 years after the Persian withdrawal. So they had unified to fight the Persians, and now they're back to fighting each other. And this is what leads to the Peloponnesian War. Sparta and her allies on one side going to war against Athens and her allies on the other. Yeah.
I was going to say, this is unlike Peloponnesian dining, which you're going to have a great time. They're going to put a lei on you. You're going to eat some type of chicken that's coated in syrup. People are going to dance with skirts.
Yeah, it's all in the wrists because your body is too fat. You gotta dance with your wrists, ladies.
A little shuffling.
Not everyone can be The Rock, dude.
No, there's only like one of him.
I know. Most of them need to be the fat friend in Moana.
Yeah.
Who was played by The Rock.
So the Peloponnesian War would go on for decades. It would have peaks and valleys. Sometimes the fighting would be really hot. Other times it'd be like working towards a negotiation, and then the fighting would flare up again. Some of it was fought near Athens, some near Sparta, some on the islands in the Aegean. At one point, for no clear reason, the Athenians send their entire army to Sicily to conquer the city of Syracuse. It does not go well. All of them die. And this is when Athenian military power is on the down low. Because in 404 BC, this is again like 70 years after they defeated the Persians, Sparta finally beats Athens. They tear down all of its walls, burn down the cities, and put a Spartan oligarchy in power of Athens.
I think we covered this with Alcibiades.
Yeah.
This
is the Alcibiades time.
Yeah.
Because he's like switching sides constantly in the conflict.
Yeah.
And
we covered that section when we did Ham.
Yeah, so go listen to that episode.
Yeah.
Because Athens recovers. Despite the Spartans trying to stop them from ever recovering, they do. And for even longer, Sparta, Thebes, Corinth, and a rehabilitated Athens still fighting each other forever. In 371, Spartan military power is crushed forever at the Battle of Leuctra, when the Theban Sacred Band routs the Spartan army. Do you guys know what the Theban Sacred Band is?
No, but do they rock and roll?
Oh, they rock and roll.
Nice. It sounds like something that vibrates that you put on your cock and balls.
They probably did that. They probably were into it. Because what the Theban Sacred Band was, it was like the core of the Theban military was these 300 dudes that were 150 couples. So it was 150 male homosexual couples that were like the backbone of the Theban military. Oh, and they fought side by side with their boyfriend, and they were like the best killers of the time.
Oh God!
Yeah,
that's all we need.
Yeah, the Theban Sacred Band.
I have been saying for years that every core leadership should be made up of vicious homosexuals.
Yeah, fighting with their boys alongside them.
Because there's no women to cloud their judgment.
Killing's all that's on their mind.
Yes, it's just kill and rape each other, and there is no rape.
No, everyone's just loving it.
Yeah.
They're loving it.
Kissing.
Listen. To any homosexual LGBTQ people, fuck the gay parade. Just start this shit.
Yeah.
Like,
recreate the Theban Band.
Yeah.
Run for office. And say you're going to eat everyone. Just eat them. Like, what's your platform? I'm going to eat Nancy Pelosi and Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
Why not?
There's two of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. Do that.
Yeah.
All right.
Theban Sacred Band. Cool guys.
The band.
Cool guys.
Just a few guys in the band. Wink, wink, suck, suck.
Yeah. Just, boys being boys.
Just a bunch of boys having their blue oyster cult.
Yeah.
In their anus.
So we're about 100 years removed from the defeat of the Persian army at Salamis and Plataea. And all of this infighting had led that there's no single city-state is ever able to establish like hegemony over all the others. Like at one point it's Sparta, but then their power wanes. At one point it's Thebes, but then their power wanes. Athens at one point. So there's kind of a power vacuum developing. And now we can finally turn our full attention north to the wild, untamed hills of Macedonia. Because Macedonia occupies an unusual space at this time. Like we said, they'd surrendered to the Persians when the Persians first showed up. So they weren't a part of this whole Hellenic alliance that defeated them. They were on the opposite side of the fields. They always viewed themselves as like among the Greeks, but the Greeks did not view them that way. They viewed them as barbarians, untamed wild men.
They're like butt up against like the Thracians, right?
Oh yeah, right next to Thrace.
Yeah, because I remember in the Alcibiades one, he I think his son goes off into that area, that like Ionian Greek place, and then like has a wife, and then they were like, "You're too like prissy Athenian." And I think they rip him off and take all of his shit.
Yeah.
Like, these like thieves out living in the woods, right? Like,
Yeah. So, and the Macedonians are like, they're like the wild bunch that has been next to civilization, quote unquote, for so long that they're like kind of adopting Hellenic customs.
Like,
so like a weird
New
blend.
Jersey.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
like they're
this is Jersey.
kind of civilized.
Kind of civilized, always trying to be New Yorkers, but
I'm on the other side of
claiming
the
they
river.
don't want to be New Yorkers. And New Yorkers don't view them as New Yorkers, but they sometimes call it. They say, if someone asks where they're from, they say, I'm from outside New York, but they're from New Jersey. Yeah.
We all see you. You're from Jersey, dude. I see that plate. That
I
plate
like
says, "I don't know how to make left turns."
I like people from Jersey. They're like me, a Long Islander at heart.
Yeah,
Long Island and Jersey are really the same thing.
Yeah, we're bonded by...
Yeah.
yeah. Tip for everyone that's not from the area: most of the cast of Jersey Shore was actually from Long Island.
That's right.
Yep,
that's
That's
true.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of how everyone views Macedonia, is this weird in-between of barbarians and Hellenes. Now, let's talk about Alexander's papa, one Philip II.
Papa.
Yes. Philip was also kind of someone who always wanted to adopt more Hellenic customs, make his people more like the Athenians and the Thebans and the Corinthians. One Hellenic writer who poo-pooed this idea and said, "Fuck you, you're a barbarian," had this to say about Philip, quote, "Not only not a Greek and unrelated to Greeks, but a wretched Macedonian from a land where you couldn't even buy a decent slave."
All right. That's it.
Because that's all that matters at this time.
He doesn't even pound ass like us.
Yeah.
He doesn't even open them cheeks and spread them and pop one inside. He doesn't know how to do that. He has sex with women.
No, he's banging everyone.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Philip is a...
Philip's banging everyone.
Okay.
You know what I
but-
also found out about the homosexual relationship at this time? They usually, not always, but usually they weren't doing anal. It was in between the thighs.
Oh, they just squeeched in there?
Yeah, just squeeched in there and just, let's rub some olive oil on those legs and get in between the thighs.
I don't think anyone does anal, really. I think it's all CGI.
I mean, isn't there a term for that when you just thigh fuck someone?
Thigh fucking's good, and we could call it thigh fucking.
Sound like that.
Yeah. Apparently that's what they were doing for the most
It's like
part.
a titty fucking without nipples.
Yeah.
Do you get to call it anal?
I don't know. You're still touching the butt. You're still around the butt.
Yeah, butt fucking.
I mean, you can imagine that if you're like thigh fucking from the back, like your dickhead is tapping the sack on the
Yeah.
other side.
Hold on a second.
Taint fucking.
What book did you read that one in?
It was like in the Alexander book. It was like, but they weren't doing anal. They were doing this weird, and I forget what the actual like term was. And I Googled it and was like, oh nope, didn't need to Google that.
Oh, okay. But they weren't doing anal. Let me crack this Google open.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can get.
Yeah.
Let me duck
Let's
go this.
Let's see what they're doing.
This is for research, everyone.
That's
You know
what
what-
it takes.
What's interesting though is like you say that this whole Macedonian culture and like the Thracians and like that Ionian Greek is so different, but we always can. I feel like the common person just considers Alexander the Great a Greek guy, but
Yeah, and that's-
in the time it's not really.
Yeah, but it was like it's the kind of thing where Alexander and Philip wanted to be Greek, but the Greeks didn't want them to be Greek
Right.
until they were wildly successful, and then they claimed them as Greek. Kind of.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of us.
Oh,
when it
now he's one
counts.
of us.
Yeah.
And Alexander spent most of his career being like, "Look, I'm taking revenge for all like Hellenic people, including Macedonians," and that's when they kind of finally got accepted.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Macedonia, the court, like the king's court, the royal court, has often been described as a viper's pit. Assassination was common. Plots are always shifting. And the only reason, or one of the only reasons that Philip was able to survive to adulthood and become king was because he spent most of his childhood as a hostage in different cities. So, like, this is a custom going back, like, thousands of years and was practiced up until, like, even the 1800s, where after a war, the loser would send their children to live with the winner as, like, a token of good behavior.
I have heard of that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
so that's
when
kind of
they
what
call it that the person is their ward.
Yeah, their ward. Yeah.
Right.
Now, it wasn't like he was a prisoner because he got educated while he was in these cities.
Right,
He
it's
was
more like,
treated
hey,
as like a kind of equal.
Well, it is a slap in the face. Like, hey,
Yeah.
we beat you. Give us your kids. We're going to raise them like us.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
yeah, like slightly less. They're not going to be as privileged as our kids.
Yeah, like
but
they'll still be standing at the top table, but they're at the end.
It's a way to it's a way to destroy someone's culture.
Yeah, it's that, and it's also like, well, when Philip goes back when he's an adult, he'll have close relationships with us, and so he'll be nice to us when he's in power, even though he wasn't supposed to be in power.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much children in royal courts are just pawns. I mean, we've seen this before, where they're just pawns to be used to extend your influence. So if you grab other kids, kind of like Epstein style, he's expanding his influence into the Bill Clintons, into the Trumps, right? He's just using children.
Yeah,
Is when you play chess, the pawn figures, they're children, right?
yes,
They're supposed to be children, right? So
Tiny kids.
I got news for you chess champions out there. You're all child molesters.
Yeah, molest. Guess what? If someone comes up to you and is like, "I'm your neighbor. I play chess a lot," you should probably watch your kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's gonna be tapping on the wall all the time, right? They do that tap thing. Time,
Tap, tap.
time.
So Philip spent most of this time as a ward / hostage in the city of Thebes, hanging out with the sacred band, probably. And that's where he gets his military training and political education. So he kind of learns all the different tactics that are popular at the time.
Like ass fucking.
Yeah, thigh fucking,
Well, it's ass. I meant butt fucking.
butt fucking,
Sorry. You know, I meant that.
hot dog bunning.
Yeah. Bunny.
Hot dog bunning. This is
Bunning
before
for
Hot
sure.
Topic. This is before Hot Topic existed, so anal sex did not exist.
Yeah.
Right.
So he comes to power as king of Macedonia after the death of his brother Perdiccas III, who died in battle while fighting the Illyrians somewhere in modern Croatia. Pretty
So
cool.
Slav. They were Slav squad.
They was fighting Slavs. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Now Philip was not actually supposed to be king. He was just appointed regent for his infant nephew, Amyntas IV. But Philip wastes little time before just kind of shoving Amyntas to the side and having himself crowned king. Now, we think Amyntas may have either been developmentally disabled or like physically disabled or something, because if Philip had done this and he wasn't like that, he would have just had him killed, but he doesn't have him killed. He just keeps him around.
He's
And
just soft.
He's kind of, it's almost, he could have just been like, I don't really want to be king.
Yeah. I'm a fucking poet.
Yeah.
I'm going to write about some shit in the sand. It's going to get washed away into eternity.
Yeah. So much so that like Philip marries his daughter to Amyntas, who again is his nephew, which also not the most incestuous relationship we're going to see in this tale.
Yeah, well, you've brought in a bunch of those.
Yeah, we're going to have way more with Alexander.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So as I said, Macedon was a simple kingdom, and Philip, he's not our view of a modern king. Like, he was king, but it's more kind of like how a mafia don is in power, where all of his capos, generals, and commanders in this case support him, but if he pisses enough of them off, they're going to have him replaced.
Okay.
So it's more like he's first among many, let's say.
Was it blood related though? Like if his capos whacked him, like could one of the capos become the king?
Yeah.
Or is it...
It would be like one of them would
Okay.
become king, or they would choose like a weak blood member who would become king, but they would have a regent that rules over him, or like they'd choose a daughter to become queen, but then one of them would marry her. That's what I meant when it's like it's a viper's pit, where like this shit's happening constantly.
Right. If there's one
they have a process for it, basically.
Yeah, if there's one thing you take away from this episode, snakes are dickheads. You ever see
Yeah.
a snake? Just like punch it in the tail.
Unless
Because it's a jerk. It's going to ruin your family. It's going to come up and be like, it's going to go up to your mom, and then your dad's going to be gone, and the snake's going to be your stepdad, and he's going to be a deadbeat. He's going to hit you with his tail.
This is what we're getting at. This I didn't.
Unless you are a member of the cult of Dionysus, don't trust snakes.
Throw them under your minivan.
Yeah. You know what a
so
snake needs? A snake needs a fucking lazy boy. You put that shit in the lazy boy, recline.
Slice that
Dead.
bitch.
Yeah. Dead snake. So Philip's relying on this close group of generals and commanders for his own power. Like I said, it's kind of like a feudal king or mafia don. So as long as he's keeping them happy, he can stay king. But this also means that it's like a very close-knit group of people because they're always together. These are his drinking buddies. These are the people he's going to war with. Their kids are drinking buddies. Their kids are going to school together.
Okay.
All this. So it's
So
like
the relationship's good.
relationships are good. It's a big family, and they all are getting along well.
He's walking around the town. People are kissing his rings, going, "Here, have this pile of hard cheese on me, Don."
Sir, would you like another slave boy? I have these wonderful slave boys for you.
Listen,
This one's encased in pepperoni, just like you like it, sir.
here's a handful of olive oil.
I noticed my buns were dry last night.
My thighs need extra olive oil.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to thigh this up.
Yeah.
That's with the special they're having at KFC when they say cheap thighs. You gotta go around back, dude.
Bring your own olive oil.
Bring
Your own thighs.
No, it's KFC. You're not using olive oil. You're using canola oil, but
Or butter.
or butter.
I like it all. Lard. That's how you get me hard. That was an old '50s jingle that didn't hit.
Yeah.
Read that in a manuscript.
That's
that
good.
same one you read, actually. About the guys fucking. Continue.
That's how the Colonel fucked, dog.
Yeah.
So when Philip had come to power, like I said, his brother just died fighting Illyrians. The Macedonian kingdom was kind of contracting. It was losing its periphery lands. It was weak. It was facing threat of foreign invasion basically from all sides. And Philip promptly rights these wrongs. He's a great king basically from the start. This included at one point fighting in Epirus where he fought and killed his 90-year-old father-in-law in battle.
That was probably pretty easy.
Yeah, that's weak.
Yeah,
dude.
that part probably was easy. Getting to him might have been the hard part because of all the other warriors, but still, he killed his own father-in-law in battle. He probably couldn't raise his own sword.
I gotta say, there are some Greeks with fantastic genetics.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine, his dad, I guess he's fucking old, and he's smoking cigarettes like it's no tomorrow, and he walks.
You think
I
he probably could hold a
does
spear?
he jogs probably about 3 miles a day. He's just blasting. He's running through.
God.
It's like, what are you doing, man? Mm-hmm. How do you smoke this much? Because Greeks smoke a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's like them and Japan are the biggest smokers in the world. And we're flavor country, so we're fucking up. Pick up those cigarettes, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Children, we need to lower the age. 6.
We gotta lower the price, god damn it.
Yeah.
Free cigarettes for everybody.
Yes.
Cigarettes should be free.
They should
Yeah,
be
they
free.
should be.
They should just hand them out.
Uh-huh.
We want to
Yes.
live healthy like the Greeks. What a Mediterranean diet. How am I supposed to do that when it's fucking $15 a pack?
You're supposed to eat lamb, wet leaves, and smoke cigarettes. That's
Yeah.
it.
And fuck thighs.
Fuck
Fuck
thighs.
thighs.
I just remembered where I heard that last. I think it's is it the Mormons or the Amish, where like they don't want to have sex before marriage, so they get around it by having thigh sex.
That sounds
One of
like a
these
Mormon
religions
thing.
do that. I think it's the Mormons, where it's like
I mean, the
we
Mormons
can't
do
have sex.
soaking.
Yeah, we
Like-
can't. Yes, soaking.
So,
Soaking?
have you not heard?
No, what's soaking?
All right. So, in the Mormon belief, like having sex and like doing the humping and in and out, that's where the problem is. So they think that if you just enter and just sit there, that's not sex.
Yeah, no, it's not.
So you just go in and you just hang out.
Hang out, dude.
What happened? Did they hear one Sting album and they were like, "This is how we're gonna live our lives"?
I don't know if this part's true, but I heard that not only do they do soaking, but then there's this other idea of like
Somebody
you'll
pushing
soak,
you?
and then
Yeah.
someone jumps on the bed, so that way you go in and out, but it's not you doing it.
The worst threesome ever.
So wait,
Some weirdo with clogs jumping on your
Hey,
back.
you jump for me, and then I'll jump for you. All right?
So is this how the Greeks got around it? Like, we're not having gay sex, dude. I just put my dick out and it was in between the legs, and then my buddy's just pushing me.
Yeah.
Come on, we're
Maybe.
just wrestling. We're having oiled wrestling matches.
I'm not even going to talk. I've heard of many weird things of the Mormon sexual world, and that's probably my favorite. So no need to go into the other things I was thinking of. Continue, Connor.
Obviously, if you're killing your 90-year-old father-in-law in battle, you are a true warrior king. Now, I should mention that, like, at this point in time, especially the Macedonians, they believed that the Iliad, so this Trojan War story, was fact. Like, Achilles was a totally real person who was the son of a god, who did all these feats in battle and was favored by the gods. They believed all this was true and was history, not the myth that it really is, because we don't really know if the Trojan War ever actually happened. Side note.
Well, we did do Schliemann, who excavated Troy.
Yeah, we found Troy.
And there was multiple different layers of war and conquest. But I got to ask you a question. How far removed is it at this point? Just so we're still on the same timeline.
Troy?
Yeah, and where we are with Philip.
Like 1,000 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's it. No big whoop.
We zipped. Yeah, no big whoop, dude.
Yeah.
That's fucking easy.
Yeah.
We know about Jesus still. Everything he did was real. He walked
That's
on
right.
water, turned turned regular grapes into gushers. Fucking sick.
Yep, that lines up.
Never forget, Jesus hated cops. Anyway. So Philip is a warrior king. He's leading from the front. He's gotten wounded in battle dozens of times. At one point, he is besieging a city in, I think, Thrace or Thessaly, and he gets an arrow right through his fucking eyeball. Keeps on fighting.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's got no eye. He's got a really bad limp, but he's still leading the army from the front.
It's got a good swing.
Yeah.
Sounds like the average 40-year-old professional wrestler.
Yeah. I picture Philip kind of as like a hockey defenseman who's in his 25th year in the NHL, who can't really move that well, but still is just like a wily old vet and just cross-checks the fuck out of people.
Yeah, it takes a certain amount of time that, even as your body starts to give out, you cannot find someone to replace those reactions.
Yeah,
Built.
yeah,
Those gut instincts.
He's got the expertise. He's got the experience. Yeah.
Sometimes you look at those hockey players and you're like, are you actually like a whaler? Like, are you like Captain Ahab? Like, what is going on?
Yeah. Now, the most important thing Philip does at this time is he decides that Macedonia is not going to be like the rest of the Hellenic city-states who have citizen militias for the most part. Sparta is like a weird outlier. They have a professional army, but it's only from like a very, very small population to draw upon, so it's never really that big. He's like, I want a large standing army that is paid daily or has like a salary, trains year-round, and they are professional soldiers from the start.
Smart.
Yeah. So it's a mix of aristocratic cavalry, so all those noblemen that surrounded him, they make up the cavalry, and then infantry that's recruited from the peasant class. So
why do all the rich people get to ride horses?
Because they can afford them.
Bring your own horse, dude.
It literally is bring your own horse.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
What if I brought like a sea turtle or something, and I just rode on that, and I could be part of the cavalry?
You could be part of the Navy, probably.
I would say,
yeah,
dude, if you showed up to my army with a sea turtle and was like, I'm going to ride this, I would say, you're absolutely allowed in the army.
Yeah. You're in if that's sea turtle.
Here's the thing. You have to ride that.
yeah. I'd be like,
No
fuck
walking.
yeah, dude.
No walking, man.
I'm actually gonna
Don't break that
Leave you
shell.
behind. See you later.
I know I'm a little bit old, but I just got recruited in the Navy SEALs. They said I had to ride a sea turtle.
Yeah. Yeah, so these guys are not farmers brought in, given a shield and a spear, and told to stand close together and fight, which is what the Athenians and then most of the other Greek cities were doing. These are professional killers. They are trained, like I said, trained year-round, but they're also fighting constantly because Philip has all these like border skirmishes going on. So he adapts a bunch of Hellenic ideas about warfare. He brings in these long spears compared to like the short Greek, like when you picture the short Greek spear hoplites, they're like 6 foot long spears maybe. He develops the 18-foot long two-handed sarissa.
Talk about that shit.
Yeah, it's more like a pike than a spear. So basically, they had these much smaller shields that would go onto their arm, their left arm, and then they'd hold the spear with two hands. And again, it's 18 feet long. So the front line is sticking way out, but then guys that are like 10 ranks back, their spear tip is still in front of the front line.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I feel like
heavy infantry.
I feel like the pike especially, the pike is crazy because it exists here. And the pike was one of the last, like, viable weapons against, like, gunpowder.
Yeah.
Pikemen existed up until, I think the early 1700s or maybe late 1600s.
Yeah, pike shot units were still in use up until like the 1800s because it was just give a bunch of peasants pikes and then give like every 10th guy a really shitty musket and you have an amazing infantry battalion.
I mean, not every man could be Jet Li, dude. You give a regular dude a long stick and say, poke that dude.
Yeah.
You got yourself a warrior.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the long stick men out there.
Yeah. They were called...
thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, long men.
They were called... No, these weren't the Hypaspists. There's so many cool names of these guys. Anyway, so yeah, big long spears, deeper formations. Most Greek phalanxes were, I think, 8x8 or 10x8. So like 10 guys across, 8 ranks deep, and then like a bunch of those all lined up next to each other.
Sweet.
Philip does 16x16 blocks.
I'm talking.
So 16
hard.
guys in the front, and then 16 guys lined up behind them.
128 dudes ready to fuck each other in the mouth.
Yeah, each with an 18-foot long schlong.
So sick.
Yeah.
Dude, I just watched that on Pornhub.com.
All 28 dudes getting fucking sandy in their feet as they walk.
Guess what? Here's the hottest part. They all wear sandals.
And tiny little skirts.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit is hot. Those sandals, just like, probably those on while you're doing fuck.
And they got little shield helmets, too.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you about my shield helmet. It's rusty.
Let me tell you what I know about Greek women. Xena, ever heard of her?
Yeah, she's hot.
She is hot.
Is Xena going to be in our story at all? I mean, she was a real woman.
I wish Xena was in our story.
You mean that warrior princess isn't here? Well, maybe pause the episode and crank one out to that, boys.
Yeah.
Woo!
Right,
Go watch some Xena.
Come back when you're less sexy.
Yeah.
Ladies, you could do the same thing.
You can too. You do whatever you want, ladies, really. It's your country.
Another thing he develops is really effective light infantry. So we've been talking about heavy infantry. These are the guys with the big heavy shields, the big spears and all that. These light infantry have basically no armor, but they are good for like skirmishing and throwing off cavalry units because specifically the Agrianian people, who I'd never heard of until I started doing this, are excellent javelin throwers. So they'd like each guy would have 4 javelins. They would run out from behind the infantry and just toss javelins into the crowd of enemy soldiers and just cause havoc.
And they'd be training all year long.
Yeah. So they got really good at tossing javelins. Some of them are slingers, which is awesome.
Slingers are crazy.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's like the...
David was a slinger. Yeah.
Blast.
endless ammo, dude. You just pick it up off the ground.
Yeah,
it's like
that's right.
So like slings are like if the world was actually like a video game with first-person shooters, where like you walk 10 feet and there's ammunition on the ground and you pick it up and then you start shooting people.
Sharp
Dude,
rock.
Slinger is a rock, dude.
Press
Even the
X to
Giants.
pick up sharp rock.
Yeah, this is School of Rock with Jack Black.
Yeah. Now, we've all been talking about the infantry, but it was the heavy cavalry of the Macedonians that's going to be the key ingredient here. Philip employed, like I said, the heavy cavalry was drawn from the nobility. These are guys that knew each other really well. It was said, but we don't know if it's true, but I'm going to pretend it's true because it's cooler, that they did arrowhead-shaped cavalry formations, so a wedge shape, where Philip and then later Alexander would be the first horse, leading the way with a spear. There'd be 2 horses behind him, 3 horses behind them, 5 horses behind those guys, so it'd just be this long, like, wedge plunging right deep into the enemy lines in battle. They say that's not possible. I think it's cool, so I'm going to keep saying it.
Yeah, I mean, I would not. That's a terrible strategy.
No, they said it was probably more likely that it was 2 columns charging, but for some reason, this wedge idea is what ancient historians would talk about.
Well,
But, no, it's probably not true.
especially putting you're putting your guy right up there up front. It's just like
That is true, though. The king did lead it.
really
Philip and Alexander were definitely always in the front, because the reason that this was so effective was because these guys had known each other since they were infants. It would be like I'm going to war with your best friends, where not only are you going to be like doing your best to make sure they stay alive, you're kind of showing off for them. So there would be these like suicidal acts of bravery and valor because they're showing off for their bros.
I think
And
that
especially if like the king is leading the way, like you're like, oh, well, I have to fucking do what he does. Look at him. He's amazing.
I think that should be a requirement, part of like the international law, that if you're going to go to war, you need to be on the front line.
Yeah.
Like I wish I had seen George Bush. Nah, give me Coke, dog. I love it.
But I mean, no one would go to war then. They would just maybe they'd be going to war with Hooters, but that's about it.
yeah.
Well, maybe we need to stop Hooters.
Yeah. I say stop Hooters. Too many horny guys.
Yeah.
I want to be the only horny guy out there.
I say stop Hooters, bring back Chippendales. I will volunteer if anyone wants to see me do those things.
Oh, that's too bad. It's too bad those are gone. I would never go into one, but I'm glad they're there.
Yeah. So this cavalry unit that Philip leads, and then Alexander would eventually lead with all of his friends that he grew up with, they're called the Companion Cavalry. So I'm going to be saying companions. That's capital C companions. That's this elite unit of heavy cavalry. And we're going to see just how effective it is when a guy is leading all of his best buddies into war at the head of these formations. So here's a little anecdote that kind of sums up who Philip is as a person and as a king. Very pragmatic guy, very astute guy, also very smart. After a battle, he's selling all of the captives into slavery, and apparently the tunic that he was wearing rode up a little and exposes all of his dangly bits to all the slaves that are walking by.
Oh, we got a little Lyndon B action going on here.
Nice.
Yeah, and most of the people around are like, well, I'm not going to say anything. He's the king. I don't want to be killed. We're just going to pretend that we don't see it. One slave in the line says, fuck it, I got nothing to lose, and calls out saying, I'm a friend of Philip's father. I need to speak with the king. Philip goes, all right, bring him out of the line. Let's talk to him, see what he has to say. The guy walks over and then just whispers into Philip's ear, hey, everyone can see your penis. And Philip goes, oh, thanks, adjusts himself and goes, yep, you know what? That guy must be a true friend. He's free.
Oh,
Nice. Good for that guy.
Yeah, good for that guy.
See, that's what I do whenever I go to Taco Bell. I'll leave my fly unzippered, and then if the person's like, hey, dude, your fly's down, everyone can see your dick. I'm like, here's a year's worth of salary, $59.
Yeah. So this is like, here's a year's worth of salary. You're not a slave.
Yeah.
It's great. It's so good.
Yeah. So Philip's king. He's doing well. Got a great army. He's building like an absolute war machine. But also part of being king is, providing heirs for the next generation. So what do you need for heirs? Wife.
That's a shame.
Wifed up.
I don't know. I don't know if
just
I don't know if they figured that out. I think it's thighs what you need, really.
Yeah.
Well, the thighs are a fun side quest.
I think it's science that babies are born in the thighs.
Oh,
That's why you can have twins. You wouldn't be able to have twins if you didn't have 2 thighs.
What about triplets?
Tail. Those are people that have tails. to just tuck it in.
That's why the Octomom, she's got tentacles. 8
Yeah.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
So into our story enters the woman known to history as Olympias. I say that because she was born Polyxena. After she marries Philip, when she is probably around 15 years old, she becomes known as Myrtale, which is a flower that grew in the place where they met. So that's her second name. Her third name is Olympias, which she got when Philip had a great victory at the literal Olympic Games. So her name changes to Olympias to honor this thing. So we're just going to call her Olympias. She eventually has a fourth name, but that's not until long after Alexander himself is dead. So we're just going to call her Olympias.
Imagine if this is how it worked today, where like there'd be women out there being called like Super Bowl 37 or something. You know?
Yeah.
That would be hysterical. There should be more women named Super Bowl.
Yeah. If like Melania Trump became known as like POTUS Trump.
Yeah.
That's her new name.
I think all the first ladies should change their name to First Lady.
First
Yeah.
lady.
Yeah.
Olympias is a total badass. She's probably one of the most formidable women in the entire ancient Greek world, both before her time and after her time. She was a member of the Orphic cult, which was part of the cult of Dionysus. Dionysus is the god of wine, and also not just like wine and partying, but also like the deep inhibitions that get let loose when you're drunk. So like one of their rituals was they would just drink themselves into a stupor and then go frolicking in the woods naked because they were just letting themselves loose in honor of this god.
So you're telling me
great.
it's like it's like the god of a Burning Man.
Yeah, really. That's a great comparison.
It's like a modern day Barry Larkin.
Yeah. Not only that, she also was enamored with snakes. That's why I was saying cult and Dionysus. Then you're going to be friendly with snakes.
Dude, you can't be. They're dicks.
Yeah, well, she was great friends with them. It was reported that she often carried around her, either on her person or just like holding in her hand, one or more snakes at a time. Often she'd be like meeting with foreign diplomats, and there'd be snakes curling around her neck and legs and arms while she's just speaking with these diplomats. And they're all like tamed snakes that are just hanging out because she's the one that feeds them.
All right. Can we just like pause for a second? I apologize to anyone listening that's a reptile person, but reptile people are very weird.
Oh yeah,
Like
I gotta continue. Sorry, what?
No, I'm gonna say like I can't tell if they're just all supposed to be in Florida, or like if some of them escape from Florida. I don't know. It's just very.
They should either
people.
be in Florida or Arizona.
Yeah.
Oh no, or New Mexico. Maybe New Mexico instead of Arizona.
I have a fun one for you. So, I had an ex-girlfriend who had some kind of python, like a ball python. And she decided it would be fun to bring it to a party where we were drinking. And, you keep it in a sack, right? Yeah. So she's got it in the sack, and she brings it at the party, and everyone's going, "Oh, it's a snake." And I'm like, I can't believe I'm... That's
when you realize.
Well, I should have seen more signs. But after everyone has their fun touching the snake, she puts it back in the car. She doesn't zip up the bag too well, so it gets out in the car. When she gets back in the car, no snake. So the thing had crawled into, somehow got into the exhaust. Not the exhaust, but the fan.
Oh,
and,
no.
She had no idea. She drove home and just cooked the thing.
Oh.
And, it's so funny. I'm like, make me a belt out of that. That's
right. But then she was probably like, "My baby, my love," and you're just like, "It's a fucking snake. It's not a fucking pooch.
It's creepy."
She said some dumb shit. I don't know. She's just no. But I was like, you dumbass.
Yeah. See, Olympias didn't have that problem because she would just wear the snakes when she drove home, so that way they never could get into the exhaust system.
As they Fred Flintstone home.
As Philip's running home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Olympias, she's no like Shrinking Violet. She is a princess in her own right. She comes from Epirus. Now, if the Greeks viewed the Macedonians as somewhat barbaric, they viewed Epirus as totally fucking insane. This is like the land of magicians and sorceresses and evil witches and all that. So she played that up.
It's like the Welsh in England.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Or like
just
that.
like that's where dragons live type of thing.
Yeah, or like that woods in France where Merlin's from.
Yeah. It's like how the Romans viewed like deep Germany, where it's like there's something wrong about the land and the people who come from here.
Where is this in
Yeah, it's
modern
the
day?
Lederhosen.
Like, I'm assuming it's further north. Where is
Modern
it in
day
modern day?
Epirus is, I'm going to look at a map quick. I think it's more like modern Croatia, Albania type.
Okay, they got a lot of caves and shit there, and vampires and werewolves.
Yeah, Epirus is also. Oh, okay, so we're talking like Albania, Montenegro, Serbia area.
Okay.
Slavs again. Yeah,
Dude, very good at squatting.
before they were actually Slavs. Yeah,
Every day is leg day for them.
yeah. So the two of them, Olympius and Philip, got married most likely for political reasons. Again, this is just like securing his western border. Mm-hmm. And on the night before their marriage, Olympius claims that she dreamt of a thunderbolt striking her womb, sparking a massive conflagration that spread across the world before quickly being extinguished.
So she drank a Four Loko.
Probably. All right. The Macedonians, I didn't mention this before, one of the reasons the Hellenes hated them was because they drank undiluted wine. So
their teeth look even shittier.
Oh, yeah. So, like, the way the wine worked was it was like you'd have wine that you bought from your winemonger, I guess, and then usually you'd mix it 50-50 with water. That was, like, the general... And then you'd have something that resembled, not even modern wine, but, like, not shit. Yes,
right.
Because, like, you need the water to, like, make it palatable. And the Macedonians were like, no, give me that shit raw. Like, just give me the fucking...
Well, call me a Macedonian
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
They're more drinking like grain liquor while the Greeks are drinking Barry Larkins.
Barry Larkins,
Barry
like those two. I like, one or the other.
Yeah. Both good.
Put me on the border.
So this dream, she goes to a bunch of seers to figure out what it means. And one thing that she hears, and this is what she would constantly be whispering in young Alexander's ear, is that Philip is not his true father.
I heard you. I know what you were saying, seers, but I heard seers, and I just imagined some woman like in the dressing room being like, "You know what? Philip's not the baby daddy."
She went to a Sears catalog and bought a prefab house
Yeah.
and a couple of dishwashers.
I got a mongoose bicycle.
But yeah, so the idea that Olympius has is that, no, Philip is not my son's father. It's Zeus, the king of the gods. My son is destined for great things.
You mean Philip got that lightning dick? Yeah.
He got the lightning dick.
Well, I mean, that would fit the MO of Zeus, because he'd love to come down and fucking bone mortals all the time.
Especially if they were either married or 12 years old.
Those are the prerequisites.
Yeah.
Get it?
And more often than not, they were both, because that's what it was like.
I admit these Barry Larkins are hitting me right now.
Yeah. There's one anecdote that kind of sums up the tempestuous relationship that Philip and Olympius would have. They were, like, think of any couple that that is constantly fighting but never breaks up, and then will be like hardcore making out in the corner of a party at one point, and then leaves the party screaming at each other.
Yeah,
That's kind of Philip and Olympius.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. At one point, there's this Philip is going to his marriage bed to see his wife, throws back the covers because she's sleeping, and in bed he finds like 7 snakes.
That would piss me off.
And he goes, "All right, I'm going to sleep on the couch tonight, honey. See you later."
It's gross. That's so gross.
Yeah.
Fucking reptile. Gross.
Yeah. Did you ever have to sleep with the ball python?
No.
No. Good.
No, but there was a cat.
Dude,
And
best thing to do is cuddle with cats, though. That's different. That's cute.
best thing to do is make your bed and make sure no animals get on it. Say, no. You dumb fuck. No.
This is my bed.
It's a human bed. They make cat beds. They make dog beds. They make all those beds. They have snake bags. If you find an animal, I will find you a bed for it.
There you go.
It's not mine. It is not mine.
Yeah, so clearly Olympias did not have a terrarium. Instead, the snakes had to cuddle up with her for warmth, I guess.
That's dumb as shit.
Yeah. So Olympias was Philip's first wife. She would not be the last. He would have many wives over the course of his life.
Nice.
But Olympias would always, for the most part, we'll talk about one key point where it's not, she would be the prime wife. She's wife number one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, head of the sister wives, let's say. Olympias had mixed relationships with these other wives. Some of them she hated. Some of them she didn't give a shit one way or another. At one point, Philip marries two sisters at the same time. And one of them is reported to be a witch with lots of mystical powers. And so a bunch of his companions are like, I don't know about her. She's kind of scary. And Olympias steps in and is like, no, she's awesome. She's going to be my best friend.
Oh.
And they form a great friendship.
And then the other sister, she's a dope.
Yeah.
This one's kind of dumb. She likes to hang out with snakes all the time. Don't
You gotta hit her every now and then, make sure she's breathing. You know? Yeah. You gotta chew her food a little bit.
Yeah, those snakes are real tight around her neck.
This one's trained, though. It's not killing me. I'm not strangling. I can breathe fine. It's so trained that
We have a relationship. Oh my God, are you okay? Absolutely.
Please ignore the massive swelling from where it bit me.
There's love
So-
nibbles.
Into this world that we've spent all this time giving you the background of, on July 20th, 356 BC, young Alexander was born.
We just covered 150 years of history.
No, we covered like 300 years of history.
We just covered almost 300 years of history.
Yeah. This is like
And
new-
now we can finally talk about who we're trying to talk about today.
Okay, so this is like new record because we covered, I think, the most amount of time. And also, I think we said it on the Shanghai Shek where it's like, wow, we did a decade. We did negative time for our roast.
That's
Yeah.
true.
We did conception and birth.
Yeah.
we did those 9.5 months.
Wow. Jesus Christ. All right, so we did good this episode. Pardon me. You did good.
Well, we got a lot more, so don't give me praise yet, because I'm gonna get real into tactics and infantry battles. And
Oh, I love me
all
some
this.
tactics.
So if you're getting bored, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to make jokes.
Yeah.
And actually, no, I'm not. I didn't make a single joke this episode.
We never tell jokes. We only tell history.
Yeah, I like to think I tell jokes. I really don't. It's very upsetting.
There's no jokes involved. This is all historical. We're talking about historiography. Why? That's a thing that people study. I don't even know. We're doing other things like sociology. Who cares? We're doing all the ologies.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
That's right.
Yeah, we're real good at that. So listen, if you like the show, we know you're here. You know you're listening. Okay? We can see where you're listening from. And we appreciate you tuning in live to this broadcast. But you're going to need to go to patreon.com/roastmortemcast before we probably kill you.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill you.
We're going to send snakes to your house.
And you're going to say thanks when we do, because your life is terrible.
Well, no, except for the one guy that listens to us from Hamilton City, Bermuda, because he probably has she has a great life.
Shout out that person.
Yeah, we're
I don't
gender
know who
blind.
you are. He or she.
Pay for us to fly
Great life.
out, and we will record an episode in your living room. That's
Yeah.
a promise.
Yeah.
Do we still have a merch store, Travis? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's there. You could hang out. You could do things if you'd like to wear shirts. I think there's a violent docking hat that one person on Earth owns.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fennec. Oh, I do
Shout
too.
out to her. Well, she's cooler than you.
No, that's true.
Well, either way, we know why we do this. We do this because we like history and we like each other. We like having fun. So thanks for listening, everyone.
Yeah, I'm very excited to jump into Alexander next week.
Come to actually learn about who we're learning about.
Yeah.
And bring some Barry Larkins, would you?
Drink some undiluted wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, get some oil for them thighs.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you,
buy a shit ton of grapes and stand on them and then drink whatever comes out.
Here's the shit I'm talking about. Love it. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't even know if our subject even thought about what a computer was.
Probably not. Let me ask you, is there subject in Civilization 6?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the perks?
He's got a nice domination perks. He got 2 unique units. Every time he conquers a city, he gets a great person points, I think.
Great person points?
Oh, yeah.
He's a Dommy Daddy.
Oh, yeah. Big Dommy Daddy.
I think he's been in almost every. I would gamble on the fact that he's probably been on every civilization.
I think they skipped him once.
Okay.
And there was enough backlash where they're like, what the fuck? And that's when they made him, they moved him from Greek to Macedonian. Because it used to be that Alex led the Greek civilization, and they were like, but he conquered the Greeks, so maybe we should have like Pericles or, one of the other Greeks that actually was from Athens lead the Athens civilization.
Or Deanna Troi from Star Trek?
Or her.
Yeah.
You're right. Can't ignore that.
Or Johnny Sins of the universe. That's the new civilization, the universe.
Can rule them
Johnny
all.
Sins is the leader.
Yeah. Good for him. Welcome to Roast Mortem, everyone. Coming in hot. Talking about computers. A man who did it all. Part 2. Alexander the Great. Get on it. That's awesome. My name is Tom.
I'm Travis.
And I'm Connor.
That's my dog.
Oh, look at you guys with dogs. I'm going to have my cat start meowing in the microphone.
Hold on.
Well,
Keep talking without me.
Well, that was just Dahlia saying, and I'm Dahlia. So I feel like she wanted to join in on this episode.
She's like, we're talking about people that are conquering, and I know Dahlia likes to conquer the pepperoni that I've accidentally left on the floor.
She likes to conquer all sorts of deli meats. Just gobbling them up. Anything that falls on the floor. That's her MO.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but Greek people and Italian people are a lot like dogs. They both will eat deli meats off the floor.
Does that mean I'm Greek and Italian? Because I also do that.
Yeah, I am too. I think we all have a little bit of Roman, right? All roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, we're all humanity's people because we all will eat deli meats that fall on the ground.
It's true. There's no such thing as fives when it comes to deli meats.
Just pick it up.
Just meat.
There's enough salt in it.
It's a 5-hour rule when it goes to deli meats.
Speaking of the 5-hour rule, how was your weekend, Travis?
My weekend has been all right. I am still getting settled. I got a lot of trinkets. I've realized I got a lot of trinkets. I got a lot of shit, garbage. Like, for example, this Taco Bell bullet shotgun shell thing. I have this.
Is it a shot glass? Oh, it's a container.
It's for golf balls, but it's in the shape of a shotgun shell, and it's got Taco Bell on it.
What?
Yeah, that's for weed.
Yeah.
You have just like a bunch of one-offs? Like prototypes?
I just got a lot of things. There's Justin's tape, our buddy Justin's tape. It's got so many things floating around. I'm just trying to get it all away. Also been, speaking of whey, I've been drinking whey juice.
Oh, how does your butt
Wheat
stink?
juice.
Oh, my butt has some stinky smells coming out of it. I didn't know that was a side effect, but
It is.
But my butt has always had stinky smells because I basically treat my body like a garbage. Tom, how was your week?
It's great. Really great thus far. Little hungover today. I did a day drinking event yesterday that was impromptu with the wife and some of her friends. And I don't remember a lot of yesterday, but I started at noon for no reason.
Impromptu day drinking is one of the most dangerous forms of drinking.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought the same thing. Actually, I cracked my first Barry at like 11:30.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
And if you don't plan for that, like when you woke up that morning, it's just a different experience.
Yeah, I was a vicious animal yesterday. So I'm recovering today. My butt's mad at me. And that's all I got so far. It's the only thing worth talking about. Connor, what's happening?
yeah. So, Connor, we've had 2 bad buttholes so far. Let's make it the trifecta here.
No, I'll avoid the bad butthole. Friday had a great Dungeons and Dragons session.
Nice.
So lots of fun, slayed some monsters, some werewolves. Got to do some cool tricks. It was fun.
Wait, so they added like Tony Hawk tricks into Dungeons and Dragons? Is that what you're telling me?
In a way, yes, because my friend who's playing an orc monk, he's got like a bunch of athletics feats. So he ran 30 feet and then jumped over, Evel Knievel style, a bunch of dead horses to try and kick a guy in the face, and instead he missed and overshot him by like 10 feet.
Dude, they need to add
But it was rad as hell.
Yeah, they have to add like just skip it. Like you do the orc skate-a-mancer or something, and you just kick flips at people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that does remind me. Yesterday, some of the people we were hanging out with were friends of friends, and they were all talking Dungeons and Dragons. And then when we needed a change of subject, they went into Star Wars. And then the following thing was Lord of the Rings. So we did break off from some of those people.
Yeah, I'd skip the second part of that conversation. First and thirds, I'm interested.
Well, they kept talking about this stuff, like, and looking at me as if I would connect in some way, and I just would be like, "Do you guys know what the Federal Reserve is?"
You guys talk about Jerome Powell?
Yeah. One of the girls, though, I forgot her name. She's very sweet. She was telling them this crazy stuff. She works in the county medical examiner. So she liquefies brains and like looks in the Microsoft, just like telling all these stories and like what she knew about the Long Island serial killer. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, but then she was like, "Would you totally fuck C-3PO? I mean, I think he's kind of hot, dude."
Her husband looked just like C-3PO, and he looked like
he's painted gold.
He was like, if you were to make him into a real boy, Pinocchio style, that's what you're dealing with. Nice guy, little stiff in the elbows.
If C-3PO was in that position, his dick would grow, not his nose.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my, I'm so not horny. Oh, it keeps getting unhornier.
I'm proficient in 37 million boners.
Star Wars is so lame. Anyway, let's continue. Let's find out what happens next.
Yeah, let's talk about the Star Wars of the ancient world.
Let's talk about him. So where we left off, Olympias had gotten a lightning bolt striking her womb. Now she's ready to give birth to a baby boy. Right. So Philip has been king for 2 years. Oh, sorry, Travis.
I was gonna say this is a roast mortem first. This is a roast mortem usual. We've done a whole episode on someone who has not even been born yet.
Yes, but now the baby boy, the star of the attraction, the man of the hour is here.
Yeah.
So Philip has been king for 2 years at this point. He's probably in his mid-20s, still working to secure the Macedonian kingdom. Remember, they're still backwater, not really important at all. He's trying to show how important he is, though. And while he's on campaign with his new army that he's taken out for test runs, he receives 3 messages in one day, all one after another. The first, his loyal general Parmenion has defeated the Illyrians in battle. Great news. The second, the horse that he entered into the Olympic Games, because they still have the Olympic Games then, has achieved victory. And finally, and most importantly, his baby son had been born and was in good health. And that's why Olympias becomes Olympias, is because Alex is, excuse me, born on the same day that Philip wins the Olympic Games.
All right.
What was the horse's name? Like Thigh Biscuit?
We don't know, but we'll talk about a different horse's name soon enough.
Okay.
So don't you worry.
All right.
So we'll talk about Alexander's looks. What does this little boy look like? Apparently all his life, he's known for his good looks. He's got lush blonde hair, and he has heterochromatic eyes. So one is a dark brown, and the other is a piercing gray blue.
Oh.
Very nice. A lot of people think David Bowie had that. It's not true.
Oh, really?
It was a different condition. The size of his pupils were just different. So the lighting looked different. Our buddy Andrew has that.
I thought that David Bowie just had pink eye constantly.
He did have pink eye a lot. Well, and because he was really good at kind of resting himself on an ottoman upside down and just shooting one off into an eye. That's kind of what he was into. Yeah. It's part of his art. Yeah.
What made him great. He called it the Dark Crystal or the Labyrinth. I'm sorry.
Stare into my labyrinth.
So we know, growing up in the the royal court of Pella, which is the capital of Macedonia, he's going to get the best education money can buy. Philip is starting to get fabulously wealthy at this point because he's just conquered a bunch of gold mines, literal gold mines, not like Bitcoin in 2010.
Pardon me. What? What kind of analogy is that? Those don't make any sense. Continue, though.
Well, Well, also he's got a great horse too. You can make a lot of money
He's got
on
a great
ponies.
horse. Yeah, he's
Make a
making
lot of
money off the
on
ponies. His first tutor is this guy named Leonidas, not that Leonidas.
This
I
is
said.
Spartacus.
There's about 20 names in the ancient Greek world, so we're going to see him repeat a lot.
I
that
am a
Leonidas
nerd teacher.
Not ripped Leonidas, fat Leonidas.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that this guy was like rail thin because he's a bit disciplinarian, so I feel like he's like that skinny, cronish guy.
Even worse.
Yeah.
I like fat Leonidas because he's a good time to party with. Skinny one
Right.
just looks like he wants something from you.
Yeah. And what does he want from Alexander? Well, he wants Alexander to stop offering so much frankincense during the sacrifices to the gods, because that was a big thing, it was like burning the incense. And Leonidas is like, don't use so much, all right? He apparently tells him, quote, once you have conquered the lands that produce this spice, you can be as extravagant as you like. And this is skipping ahead about 15 years, but Alexander does conquer the lands that produce that spice. Leonidas is still alive, so he sends roughly 2 tons of the spice back to Leonidas, which is like literally the equivalent of like $1 billion, and says with the note that says, I have sent you plenty of myrrh and frankincense so that from now on you don't need to be mean to the gods any longer.
It's like a weird.
That's a good.
So that's the boy we're dealing with.
It's a prank.
That's a flex, dude.
Yeah, at like 7 years old, he's like, I'm never going to forget this moment, and I'm going to rub it in your face later.
What exactly does frankincense smell? I don't think I've ever smelled it. Have you
I
guys?
don't know. It's a good.
I'm going to say, because it's the ancient world, it probably smelled like a nursing home. Like the cleaning spray that they put in a nursing home.
The green soap.
Yeah, like real
green
pungent.
soap.
He'll be like,
Yeah,
this is for the gods.
So I bought the same cologne that JFK used to wear, and it smells like a funeral parlor. Like, this is how people like to smell back then. I don't know. When you're dead,
Because he
you wanna
was
smell your
stiff
best.
as a board.
Yeah.
So another story from Alexander's young life. When he's about 8 or 9, he's with his father Philip in Thessaly, which is known for its high-quality horses. They're going to buy some horses. There's a seller trying to show this one particular horse. It has a ox head brand on its rump, and that'll be important because that's what its name is going to be. And it's very rambunctious. It's none of the handlers can get a hold of it. It's running around. It's trying to kick people. And Philip's like, "Yeah, I don't want that horse." And Alexander, he's like, "No. Everyone's just doing a poor job of raising that horse." Remember, he's like a 9-year-old kid. And his father's like, "Do you think you actually know better than your elders? Really?" And he says, "If you think you're so much better, then you tame the horse. And if you do, you have to pay for it." So Alexander walks over. And he recognized that the horse was just afraid of its shadow, so he just points him at the sun. Horse calms down. Alex jumps up, starts riding around, and circles around everybody. A Corinthian named Darius notices this and is like, "That's awesome. I'll buy the horse for you guys. You guys are cool."
What does that mean? Firstly, he's 8 or 9. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean? You have to buy it with your allowance money.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you
Prince
talking
of
about?
Macedonia.
Yeah. He's not like running newspapers. He's
No,
like,
it's like sell one of your slaves to pay for this horse.
yeah, and we'll get you another slave for Christmas. Don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm imagining like the Alan Jackson equivalent of this. Like his son is like, "I really want that Kawasaki jet skis. Like, you can't handle that Kawasaki jet ski, son." He's like,
Well, here's the thing.
"Watch me."
Here's the thing about
Watch
that
and
jet
learn.
ski. If you're gonna use it to be water skiing, you best be wearing jeans. God, I love that music video so much.
Oh, Chattahoochee, man, want to live it.
Yeah. So this Corinthian Darius, he buys the horse. He'll come around in our story again later because Alexander, just like he never forgets his tutor slighting him, he'll never forget someone displaying some loyalty and compassion to him as well. So he names the horse Bucephalus, which means ox head. Now this horse and Alexander would be with Alexander on all of his adventures. When Alexander, 30 years later, is reaching the Indus River in India, he's on the back of Bucephalus. So,
Wow. So
yeah.
this was probably made up, is what you're saying.
In a way, yeah, but at the same time, we know that Bucephalus was Alexander's horse from childhood until India, because when he dies in India, he builds a city in India after his horse.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, so we do know that he had a horse like throughout childhood, but it was probably just like his horse Bucephalus. There probably wasn't this crazy story of this being afraid of the sun.
Yeah, like the horse had never turned east before in the afternoon. You know, like,
right?
just don't look at the sun, you fucking idiot. Like, how is it going around kicking people and not turning a little bit and be like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I feel grounded.
That explains the town in Georgia named Python Water. That's what they named the jet ski, and that blew up in a violent crash.
Oh,
Python water.
Yeah,
that's a cool name.
dude, that's what I shoot.
All right.
So Alexander's getting the best education money can buy, like I said. He's also, while his dad is off, fighting tribesmen, he's the one who's at court receiving the foreign diplomats from Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and even from Persia. So the Persian Empire is sending emissaries to Macedonia, and who's there but little 10-year-old Alexander. He constantly is asking about Cyrus the Great, the founder, because he's like, I want to be a modern-day Cyrus. I want to conquer all those lands and found a great empire. And they're like, easy, you're 10. Now, Philip and Olympias, they loved their son, but they had two big reservations about him and that they were very worried about. The first, he is violent and impulsive and has little restraint whenever he gets upset.
I.e. in ancient Greek, great.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't this every rich kid?
Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Violent, impulsive, and always wants his way, a little spoiled.
Yeah, if you always have gushers available and endless Six Flags money, you're going to have a kid who's a little violent and impulsive.
We never saw the behind the scenes on the movie Blank Check, where he just raped and killed.
Yeah, that's how that movie ended. How it really ended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They cut
Brian Bonsall, right? What a champion.
Is that the kid?
Yeah, that was the name of the actor.
Oh, well, let's get back to the other guy, and maybe we'll cast him as Alexander the Great as the wash-up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are any good parents going to do to help their child who's like this? Well, they're going to go around, find the best philosopher they can, Aristotle, and pay him to basically set up a boarding school for Alexander and all of the other noble boys. So yeah, Aristotle becomes Alexander's personal tutor, and he's also tutoring all of the other Macedonian kids that are Alexander's age, and these are going to be Alexander's best friends for the rest of his life. These guys are going to come with him to war for the next 30 years, basically.
And Aristotle started the clothing line, right?
Yeah.
Right next to Banana Republic.
Yeah, the name's gotten warped over the centuries, but
Yeah.
yeah. So these are the companion cavalry. This is where the companions come from. They're just hanging out in boarding school off in the woods.
Sounds like England. I don't know.
Kinda.
Most of England came from, what's the name of the Eton?
Eton. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very much like Eton.
Yeah.
Of these, Alexander would have one best boy. That was Hephaestion. They would be best friends forever, and probably a little bit more than best friends forever. They constantly would refer to themselves as Achilles and Patroclus. Any of you who know the Iliad know the connotations that go along with it. Basically, these guys were boyfriends.
The kiss on the mouths?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Big
that's
time.
cool.
best friends.
That's what best friends do, Tom. How come we don't kiss on the mouth?
I don't know, man. You're so far away now.
I know. Guys, and you kisses.
Yeah, you know what? When you
Now
come
all
back
of our-
over here, we're gonna start acting like those guys in the Middle East that walk around with hooked pinkies. You ever see that?
Yeah.
For some reason, the most conservative places in the world, like best friends, dude friends, just hold each other's pinkies and walk around. It's the weirdest thing.
I'm just going
That's
to say, Tom, our text messages are going to have a lot more winky face, hearts, and eggplants involved.
Moving
This is how
forward.
best friends do it.
I like it. I like being best friends.
Yeah. Now, which of you would be the Achilles and which one of you is the Patroclus?
I have very weak ankles.
I guess I'm the one I can't pronounce.
Yeah, there you go. You Patty. Just do Patty.
Call me Patty.
So even historians today still think that like part of the reason why the cavalry of Macedonia was so effective was because of this fact that they all grew up together and were best friends. Because even frontline soldiers today always say like, no, I'm not fighting for any sort of patriotism or value. I'm fighting for my buddy next to me. And that was very true of these guys, rather than just being randomly thrown together armies, like most of the ancient armies were.
Right.
Right. Now, will like conservative historians be like, no, I weren't gay at all. Like they're buddies.
Yeah, they were just pals.
War, yeah.
Haven't you had a pal in war?
Yeah.
But they also they've sucked a few guys off in college just because they're pals.
Yeah, just pals. It's not gay.
It's how you handle it.
Yeah. Aristotle's also teaching Alexander the Iliad. That's the epic on Troy. This is something that Alexander basically treats as his own personal Bible and guidebook and tactics on how to fight wars. It's his everything, kind of. His favorite line is the quote, "He is two things, a good king and a mighty spearman too." Kind of shows you where Alexander's priorities lie.
Okay.
Spearing dudes.
Well, that kind of leads us to the second reservation his parents were very worried about. I said there were two. The first is impulsive nature. The second is not that he's might be interested in boys, it's that he doesn't really seem to care about sex with anyone at all.
That's gay.
Oh.
Now
This is freak shit for them. They're like, what do you mean you don't care about sex? Look at all these beautiful boys and girls that want to have sex with you, Alexander.
Oh wow.
Yeah, check out these thighs, dude. Check out these thighs. I've been working leg day every day for this guy over here.
Aren't you interested, Alex?
The non-interested were the oppressed of yesteryear.
Yeah. And Alex is like, no, I don't really care. It's reported that he said that sleep and sex, more than anything, remind him of his mortality. And this is a guy who wants to be immortal. So if sleeping and sex makes you remember that you're going to die one day, that's no good. Don't want any of that.
It's a lot of Kellogg's and ice baths.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, all right, I get that sentiment with sleep, right? Because you can't do anything. But like the sex part, like, is that just like how bimbos that like get roofied all the time at like sleazy clubs feel? Like, I don't know. Like,
how do you mean?
Like, I'm awake when I have sex usually. I understand, like, I'm alive.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah. Well, you think that he roofied himself every time he
That's
was
what
trying
I'm
to have
thinking.
sex?
He was roofing himself.
Interesting
Maybe.
take.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know. We'll have to consult someone. Where's that?
Yeah.
What was that book you read about thigh fucking?
It's this book. The
okay.
Alexander book.
Awesome. We'll refer back to that at some point.
I don't know. Maybe we can like refer to one of our Supreme Court justices on roofing people or something. I don't know.
He seems to be an expert.
Yeah.
So yeah, his parents, for the first problem, they bring in Aristotle. They bring in, the best philosopher around. So what do they do with the son who doesn't really seem to care about sex? Well, they go to Thessaly and hire a hot prostitute named Calixena. And both of them are basically like, Alex, look at this beautiful prostitute we hired. Don't you want to have sex with her right here, right now? And, that's a little awkward, I think, when your parents are buying you a prostitute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they constantly pester him to do it, but he's like, no, thank you. Please leave me alone.
That probably falls into the category of like whatever your parents are doing is the dumbest shit in the world when you're like 13 years old.
Yeah.
So if they're like, yo, bang hot chicks, you'd be like, hell no.
No, I want to read the Iliad with my pals.
In the terms of ancient Greece, y'all are corny as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to snakes, Mom. Stop.
I want to read my book about cleaning rooms.
They buy all that expensive horror for him. He's just like basted.
Yeah. All right. So now we're getting out of his early childhood. Now he's 16. It's 340 BC, and Philip appoints Alexander as his regent while he embarks on another major military campaign in Thrace. His dad has now been conquering lands for the last 16 years. It's going well. Macedonia is now probably like the single most powerful entity in the Greek world, but still the Greek world is small, so it doesn't really mean much. And Alexander's complaining to everybody who's around that there's nothing going to be left to be conquered when I'm king. What's going to be around for me to conquer?
Awesome.
Yeah.
So wait, what happened to? Wait, sorry, did I just miss this completely? It's early in the morning. We're recording this as an early morning roast.
Yeah, true.
What happened to Athens? Or they just got blasted by the Persians? They're out of it.
Athens had been beaten by Sparta about 100 years ago.
Sparta, yeah.
They were on the rise again. Like, they're now back to being a major player, but it's such small world politics that, like, yeah, Athens is a major player, but right now Macedonia is like the bigger player to them. But all of them are much, much smaller than Persia. Like, Persia is still a vast, vast empire.
Gotcha.
These guys are controlling lands of like a couple million people, or 1 million people would be a lot. And Persia's got like 55 million people in its borders.
Dude, this is what happens to brainy boys. They just fall behind. They're using their brain too much. Look at fucking Albert Einstein. He didn't do shit his entire life. Everyone's like, disappointment.
Fucking
What
boring.
a fucking brainy nerd, idiot.
Yeah.
Loved your cousin and shit.
Yeah, so it's like Macedonia and Thebes are like the two biggest power players, with Athens and Sparta as like secondary.
All right, with the Theban band.
Yeah, the Theban band is still the most feared military around. But that's going to change right here. Because, yeah. Yeah, but so Philip had done this not just with conquering an army. He'd also married a wife basically every time he conquered a small thing, or he'd just marry people to bring more kingdoms under his rule. And he's also bribing everyone. He's got a boatload of money, and he's very generous with it to say, like, here, I'll give you 10,000 talents of silver if you pay me taxes for the next 5 years. So he's rolling in it. Now Philip sees his chance to take over power in Greece itself. There is a war going on called the Sacred War. It's between Thebes and the city of Phocis, and basically they're fighting over control of the Oracle of Delphi, which is a big religious symbol in Greece, or Hellas. And after suffering an early setback, Philip crushes the Phocian forces, and now he controls the Oracle of Delphi. And all of Hellas kind of sees, oh shit, he's getting way too powerful for any of us to deal with.
There you go. You're out there bickering over who gets the oracle. You get fucked by a guy named Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you just got that high ass commune of hippie chicks now under your control.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what the oracle is, right?
It's just like a 16-year-old girl tripping on mushrooms and berries, and then screaming out gibberish, and then you say, I think that the third sentence she said applies to me. So that's
right. It's pretty crazy how, we had a war. We have a war going on now. It's like we control the nuclear power plants and missiles and everything. Back then, we got the hippie chick that's fucking tripping. Dude, that's huge. That's huge.
We got the hippie chick.
How is anyone going to survive now that they have the hippie chick?
Yeah, that's the type of shit they're fighting over.
So dumb.
Even like they've got great horses. They've got great grasslands there.
Yeah.
History is so fucking stupid. I can't believe what's been going on for the past ever.
Yeah. It's gonna get wilder.
Good.
So like we were talking about, Athens is on the way up again, mainly because of its maritime ability. So it kind of had just given up on being a land power and is like, we're just going to have the best navy in the area. Thebes has the land power, and the two of them had long been enemies, but now they're realizing we can't stand on our own against Macedonia, so we should work together. So for the first time, basically, since the Persians invaded 130 years ago, the Hellenes are all uniting to face the Macedonian threat.
Okay.
So Philip makes his move. He invades Thebes, and at the Battle of Chaeronea, I don't even know how to possibly pronounce it, Alexander is 18 years old and finally commanding military units for the first time. Not only is he doing this for the first time, opposite the field from him and his buddies in the cavalry is the Sacred Band of Thebes, the legendary soldiers of Hellas.
Okay, so let's say if he wasn't sexually excited before this moment, he's very sexually excited now.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of hot couples with spears.
And it's more, he's turned on by the battle. He's like, I got a boner for battle. Yeah. I'm ready to fight and feel blood pouring down on me, but not my blood.
Right. And semen.
Yeah. Oh, and that too, because I'll be slicing high and low.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's also like imagine you're 18 years old and it's your first boxing match and you're facing 22-year-old Mike Tyson. That's kind of what we're looking at right here.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So the battle starts. A gap opens in the allied Hellenic line in the Theban band. They're kind of getting pushed around, and Alexander leads a decisive cavalry charge. They slaughter most, if not all, of the members of the Sacred Band of Thebes, and Philip wins the day. He is now the power in all of Hellas and Macedonia and the Northern Balkans, basically.
It's fucking tight.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
what are you
sick.
talking about? Like, you just committed a hate crime.
Well, they bury them with respect. They bury them all
Okay,
together.
all right,
They even
all right.
paired the couples together, and they found
okay.
that gravesite recently.
Oh.
Like 10 years ago or something, they found the gravesite of the Sacred Band of Thebes.
I would love to watch some documentary about that. Kind of like, guy out in this burial ground going like, this is the gayest burial ground ever. And not disrespectfully, just stating as true. I mean, like the power that these men felt for each other, the thrusting and the sword thrusting and penis thrusting that they both commiserated over.
Yes.
They slaughtered many men together and then made love in the morning after.
I know the perfect guy to host that. Have you ever seen the dude Mike Loads?
No.
He's on like a lot of the History Channel's things. He's this British guy. He's bald, and he's just like, whenever they need like a weapons expert, like, this is how you use a lance. And he's like,
It's Mike Loads. Really?
yeah, he's just
Mike
shooting loads
Loads.
all over this battlefield.
I thought you were going to be like, oh, it's Johnny Sin's persona.
No, this is a legitimate like TV historian, weapons expert.
Connor, you had a setup before, and I don't think you realized it, but you said something along the lines of like, these men slaughtered so many. They also killed people.
Slay!
It is pretty crazy. I said it last episode. If you get that gay army together, you want to talk about the camaraderie we were talking about before? Oh, these are my schoolhood friends. I bone this guy regularly. You're not touching him.
That's why they were so effective.
Yeah.
They were the best fighting force ever until Alexander and his best friends came along.
I think the army needs to do it and just not only don't ask, only be asking.
Yeah, that's why we lost Vietnam. And like, it's because we got rid of the World War II. Hey guys, just keep sucking each other's dicks as you're fighting, all right?
Yeah. Make this happen. Stay great
Yeah.
and all that stuff. You can make gays hate communism. It's true.
Yeah, look at Roy Cohn.
Hated it. Anyway, enough of that.
All right. So, Alexander, he's 18 years old. He just won his first battle. Now, people, and this is still a good debate, it's Philip's victory. This is Philip's victory. But there are a lot of people that are, hey, Alexander, the boy king, boy wonder, well, he's not king yet, boy wonder, he's the one who led the decisive charge. He's the one who really earned this victory. So there's a little sign of tension between father and son, you know? Who's winning the campaigns? Who wants this to lead the army kind of thing? So in the afterglow of victory, Philip displays some benevolence to the defeated Athenians. He's like, you can still rule your city, just pay me tribute. Like I said, he buries everyone respectfully. And now he forms what's called the League of Corinth because he's got bigger plans. Philip's plan is to unite all of the Hellenic cities and let's get revenge against the Persians for conquering us all those years ago.
Nice.
All right? Yeah.
We're changing it to gyros, gyros.
Yeah.
I don't want to
So
talk
let's-
about kebabs anymore, dude. Why are we talking about kebabs, man? It's a gyro.
I want a euro. He's basically saying, like, look, we got invaded by these people 100 years ago. We kicked their ass, and then we just started fighting each other. So let's just work together and take it to them. Only Thebes and Sparta hold out from this. Thebes because they were just too proud, and Sparta because they had kind of always been working with the Persians. So they're like, no, thanks. You guys have your fun.
Well, this might be outside of your scope of knowledge, but I know at one point Sparta was run by women exclusively. Was this the time period?
No, I think that was way before this.
I thought it was after. I think it was basically the fall of Sparta. I'm not kidding.
I don't know when that period was.
It was like, okay, so to quickly summarize it, the way that the women gained all the power was because of the inheritance laws. So they had so many warriors and all the money would go to either the daughters or the wives. And this just kept happening. So like all the banks were basically just women. And they just like dried up the whole economy, as anyone would. It was the same thing you would hear today. They just dried up the entire Sparta economy and just like collapsed everything.
I don't know when that was.
Yeah.
Right now, they're still not collapsing. They're just kind of hanging out. There's actually one I'll give the Spartans some credit. There's one cool line they have that happened around this time. Philip basically goes to them and says, hey, if I come down there with my army, I'm going to kick your ass and take all of your money. And the Spartan reply is just one word, if.
Oh,
if
nice.
you come down here.
Yeah.
Pretty badass.
That's badass.
You could do a 2-liner, which would be fun too, which was, what money?
Yeah. So
you
this
could
is
have, you could have put the as if in there. Come on, Closer explains it all style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's 337 BC when this is happening. Philip's like, come on, let's invade Persia. Like I said, there's the revenge aspect to it. Conquering the Ionic cities on the coast of modern day Turkey that used to be Greek. Get them out from under the Persian yoke. And also just simple wealth. That's like it's the wealthiest empire in the world. It has all the biggest cities in the world. And not just like the Mediterranean, Middle Eastern world, literally the world at this point.
Do you know if, did Persia have contact with China at all?
Limited, because the Gobi Desert and the Himalayas get in the way. But they had contact with the Indian kingdoms and empires.
Okay.
And they were the connection to China.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then they had like there's these desert nomad kingdoms in the Gobi Desert, like modern Tibet.
Yeah.
So like they're the traders, so they don't have direct contact to like the Han speaking dynasties, but they have connections to them. More so than the Greeks do. The Greeks have no idea they even exist.
Yeah, because I feel like the I don't know if anything's getting passed along to the Chinese from these traders. The Chinese are like writing on paper like, oh, these guys are dicks. Like they're using a fucking iMac, just like, oh, whoa, what's going on over here? They're fighting over fucking frankincense. We can synthetically make that from spiders cum.
They're fighting over stoned hippies.
Yeah,
that's weird. Very weird.
So, like I said, it's going to be a coalition army. The Macedonians are going to be the bedrock, and then all of the Greek cities are going to have to send troops. Because some historians say, oh, this is because it would, that's how you fight a war back then. And then others are like, no, these people are little more than hostages to like keep the Hellenes loyal while Philip leads this army. So like, basically bring all their defense with them. That way they can't rise up in rebellion. It's probably a little bit of both, depending on who you ask. And for Philip, it's not, I'm going to conquer all of Persia. It's just, I want to conquer those cities on the coast. That's all. Very small. It's, it's a big project, but
that's where the tourists are.
Yeah, it's where the tourists are.
Right.
Yeah.
And these are the same, correct me if I'm wrong, these are the same cities that like people were fighting during the Crusades and shit, right? Like where Accra is.
No, further north.
Further north, okay.
Yeah, so not Israel, Gaza, but Turkey. It's the coastline of Turkey, and not even the southern coastline, just the western coastline.
Oh, I gotcha. So they want to conquer that urethra of Europe we were talking about, the Dardanelles.
It's like, I want to conquer modern-day Istanbul, and then following the coast down. No one's going to know. I don't even know the names of those cities nowadays. But
gotcha.
Halicarnassus is
probably a lot of Z's and like weird fucking carrots.
And like TYK starting it. Yeah.
Yeah. The gross phonetics.
Mm-hmm. Now, all this time, Philip and Olympias was his wife number 1. He's got about 15 wives at this point, probably, maybe more. But she's always a number 1. Alexander is always prime boy. He is the future of the kingdom. That changes, and we don't really know why, right around this time, right before Philip is preparing to leave on this grand expedition. Because he marries, but this time he's not marrying a foreigner, he's marrying a Macedonian named Cleopatra. Not the Cleopatra you're thinking of. The Cleopatra you're thinking of is named after this Cleopatra, probably.
Wow.
Because the Cleopatra you're thinking of, who is like 400 years later, she's part of a kingdom that starts after Alexander dies. It's a whole big mess.
All right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think we talked about, I think it was on the last year's countdown, we did a Cleopatra, and it wasn't the Cleopatra. Right?
It might have been this one, or there's another one later that we probably won't even need to talk about, but there's another one.
I think it was like much later. It was like Cleopatra the Fourth or something.
Yeah. It was 1906.
Yeah. It was actually, she had a many links or all my links, and you could go visit her Amazon store where she sold wanted all these dildos, and
it's nice. Yeah,
fans.
golden blue dildos with sand on them. So you're saying he falls out of good graces with his parents, right? And did you just say
not
that?
his parents, just his papa.
Oh, just
looks
papa.
like Philip got a new side chick who turns into his main squeeze.
Okay.
Because not only is she a Macedonian, which is different than marrying all these foreigners for diplomatic reasons, he also elevates her to be on the same status as Olympias. So, like, she's appearing on coins with him when they have ceremonies. Both of them are standing next to him rather than just Olympias. This is no good. Alexander's like, what the fuck? Am I being replaced? Are you replacing my mom? I don't like this. And remember, Olympias all along has been whispering to Alexander, maybe Philip's not your dad. Maybe Zeus is your dad.
Oh, yeah.
Remember,
the big Z,
little
dude.
different. The big Z, the big man.
Big Z raper coming down from Mount Olympus, fucking slanging dick. Mm-hmm. Probably your dad.
So on the wedding day itself, there's a nobleman named Attalus who's going to play a key role over the next few hours or so. He is Cleopatra's uncle. So this is a big day for him. His niece is marrying the king. He insults Alexander by insinuating that he's not Philip's son, and that he's going to no longer be the heir. He's not insinuating that Zeus is his son. He's basically insinuating that Olympias has been banging a bunch of dudes on the side, and that Alexander is just a bastard child.
Yeah, he's calling him a bastard. Not like, your dad ain't no god. Your dad is someone stupid that you never met.
Yeah.
That's rude. That hurts.
Yeah, and Alexander's 19. He's a hothead still. Aristotle never quite, knocked that out of him. So Alexander's screaming back at him. Philip, and again, Macedonians, they love drinking a lot, more than most ancient peoples, let's say. One of the reasons that the Hellenic people didn't like the Macedonians is they drank undiluted wine. So basically, ancient wine, you'd mix at like a 50-50 water to undiluted version, and the Macedonians just slopped it up.
Yes, I remember you mentioned that last week, and I've been thinking about it. But go on.
So they're getting hammered. This is like...
Well, yeah, so they're drinking Bud Heavies, and the rest of the place are drinking Barry Larkins.
They're drinking like Bud Heavies with Everclear poured into it, while everyone else is drinking Michelob Ultra.
Everyone else was weird.
Yeah, so
everyone else was an uncle.
And in this argument, Philip draws his sword on Alexander and is like going to slice at Alexander in front of everybody. And because he's shit-faced, trips over himself and falls on the ground. And
there's your great leader.
Kind of diffuses the tension, but Alexander is quoted as saying, "Look at the man who is preparing to cross from Europe to Asia and who can't even keep his balance when crossing from one couch to another."
Nice. Burn, Dad.
Yeah. Fuck you, Dad.
You can use that Alexander quote next Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely use that one.
Everyone can use that.
Yeah. So Alexander storms off like right after this. He brings his mommy with him, and they head off back to her homeland of Epirus. This is no good. Philip, even in his rage, he disowns and disinherits Alexander and divorces Olympias, claiming she is adulterous. And this is not good because, Philip's preparing to go conquer the greatest empire in the world, or not conquer, just attack the greatest empire in the world. Can't have a upset son and ex-wife at home, I guess.
Yeah, but sometimes you just go buy the dumbest looking yellow Corvette you can find, and then your family problems disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. In this case, he'd probably buy a big horse and sit on it for an afternoon.
A low-profile horse.
Yeah. Yeah, so remember, Alexander, because of this falling out, now he thinks even more and more about the fact that, maybe he isn't my dad. If he's going to go through all this, maybe I definitely am the son of a god. So Philip knows he has to fix this, though. He kind of cools off after the wedding. His hangover probably goes away, and he's like, oh, shit, I gotta apologize and make things right.
It feels like a Napoleon Dynamite bit. Probably isn't even my real dad anyway. My dad's probably God.
I'm probably the son of Zeus.
Yeah.
Zeus my mom told me that she got a thunderbolt strike her womb.
My mom's got fat titties and she doesn't lie to me.
So who steps into this breach between father and son? But one Demaratus, the Corinthian that had bought the horse Bucephalus for Alexander 10 years ago. He says, you both trust me. I'm friends with both you. So let's negotiate a reconciliation between you boys. And it works. Philip welcomes Alexander back into Pella. He makes it very clear to everyone that Alexander is my heir, and nothing will change that in the future. He is my son, and he will be the king when I am gone.
Now, did he have half brothers or anything that were floating around being like, oh, I'm actually the son of Nike, and I'm the son of Hermes?
Well, considering Philip had like 15 to 20 wives, he probably had a shitload, but it was always up until this breach, it was always clear Alexander is prime son.
Right.
And he probably had a bunch of brothers and sisters. He did, and we're about to talk about his one full sibling, who's also named Cleopatra.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, so that's his full sister. I'm just going to call her his sister. So his sister, Cleopatra. So that's how he's going to try and reconcile with Olympias, because Olympias is holding out more than Alexander was. Alexander hears, you're going to bring me back as son? Fine, I'm good. How are you going to make mom happy? So here's what Philip's plan is. He's going to marry his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus. So that would be a very good match for, he and Olympias' daughter to marry a king. The king of Epirus is also named Alexander.
See, I was thinking maybe like 1-800-Flowers.com or something. Like just
way more complex than that.
Okay, all right.
Because not only is this King Alexander the king of Epirus, he's also Olympias' full brother.
Oh, okay.
So not only is he Olympias' full brother, which means he's Cleopatra's uncle. He's also Philip's ex-boyfriend.
Oh, you mean with tongues and kissing?
Yeah, so basically, Philip is going to marry his daughter to his brother-in-law that he used to sleep with. So Cleopatra, his daughter, is marrying her uncle, who's also her dad's yeah, it's all messed up.
Blood uncle and butt boyfriend.
Blood uncle and best friend.
This section is brought to you by Pornhub, apparently exclusively making incest porn.
Yeah, I feel like Pornhub probably just read the stories of Alexander and is like, oh, this is a gold mine.
They didn't do that.
Yeah. They didn't read anything.
Just to keep it, just to wrap it up. So we have King Alexander of Epirus, Olympias' brother, Philip's ex-boyfriend. He is going to marry Philip and Olympias' daughter, Cleopatra. Ooh. And that will bring Olympias back into the fold with Philip, I guess.
Dude, my brother's gonna marry my daughter. That's great.
Yeah.
That's a great time. He lives 2 trailers over. But it's the shiniest trailer. It's a brand new.
It's the best trailer. It's the best one.
It's an Airstream.
Yeah. Now, while this is all going on, Philip has more domestic issues piling up on the eve of his invasion of Persia. So, not only does Philip have all these lovers that are of equal footing of him, fellow noblemen, that they're all just sleeping together, but he also has royal pages that also double as bodyguards. They're all young boys. I think you can see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has just replaced his royal page number 1, who was named Pausanias. He replaced him with a new best boy named Pausanias.
Oh, that's good. Well, he probably chose him so he wouldn't get stumbled up.
Yeah, so he would never forget how to word it. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your name again? Oh, don't worry, built it in.
Yeah, and it's
that's why you should always. Yeah, that's why you should always date people with the same name.
Yeah,
pick one.
Never
and go
switch
with
it up on yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna stick with Bill, stick with Bill. If you're gonna stick with Megan, stick with Megan.
And don't start with Marv. It's gonna be rough for you.
Ooh, yeah.
So old Pausanias, and again, he's not old. He's like 20. Old, but I'm just gonna say old because he's the one that's been replaced. Old Pausanias is enraged. He's really pissed that he got replaced with new Pausanias. So at a banquet or a feast or something, he just starts hurling insults at the new one. Basically, it's weird because he's basically yelling at the new Pausanias that he's too much of a receiver, let's say, in the lover's world.
I see what you're doing over there. I see how much you're cranking his pecker. I see what's going on.
Yeah, he enjoys it too much. Basically, that's kind of one of the insults.
If you want to be a good page, you got to draw the line, eh?
Yeah. You can't have a boner while you're taking it.
You know what? I see you cranking his pecker. I do it way better than you, way less often. He asks all the time from you because you do it bad. What you do, the way you do it is bad. What I did was awesome. I cranked it nice. You crank it real soft.
That's kind of what he's yelling at him.
You leave him wanting more.
Yeah.
I finish him up. He goes back to work. I send him back to work, my boy, after I crank his pecker.
So I'm going to pretend that he said exactly that, because keep that in mind, because it's so apparently so terrible that new Pausanias has been insulted so much that in the next time they're fighting a battle, which is like a couple of days later, he hurls himself in front of all the blows directed at Philip in an act of suicide.
Oh.
Well, that's not going to turn him on.
No. Yeah. Basically, he just stands in front of Philip, like, and drops his shield and just like allows himself to be slaughtered by the enemy while protecting King Philip.
That fucking
so
hurts.
Dramatic.
Yeah, a very dramatic suicide.
Yeah.
It's like death by cop, but instead it's death by army in front of your boyfriend.
Yeah, couldn't he have just gotten the toaster, got in the tub, thrown the toaster in? I mean, come on.
No, they didn't have the toasters weren't here yet. They were still in Persia.
Yeah. They actually had fire in them. So if you threw an old-fashioned toaster in, it would just turn off the toaster.
Yeah. It was very safe, actually.
Yeah. That's how you turned it off.
Turn off the toaster before
toaster's
you kill
done,
yourself.
it's wet now, but stop cooking.
Mm-hmm. A very unusual way of committing suicide. Nonetheless, it succeeds. He's dead. Now, Attalus, remember, he's the guy who started all of this domestic trouble when he insulted Alexander. He's the uncle of the Cleopatra that Philip married, not the Cleopatra that's Philip's daughter. It's confusing. He also was a big lover of the new Pausanias that had just committed suicide. He loved that guy also. So he's upset because old Pausanias basically drove this guy to commit suicide. So how does Attalus respond to old Pausanias doing this? Well, we spoke about date rape or roofing earlier. He does that. He basically roofies him and then has all of his fellow noblemen gang rape old Pausanias, and then also tosses him to the stable boys to have their fun with him.
Ooh.
Yeah. Don't let that term stable boys mislead you. Those guys are pretty, they can pump.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
So he just wakes up, in the parking lot of Chili's and goes, what the fuck happened?
He wakes up in the dumpster of the parking lot in Chili's.
Sounds like a regular Saturday night.
God, I feel like I got ran through by some stable boys. I should really start calling them stable men. Wow.
Yeah. Now, Philip has kind of got a quagmire in his hands. He can't offend or punish Attalus because that's his new uncle-in-law. And also, Attalus is like one of those noblemen who, you know how we said it's not like a tyranny. You know, the king kind of rules like a mafia don, so he can't piss off his capos type of thing.
Right.
So he can't piss off Attalus. So in order to resolve the situation, and we can debate if it actually resolves anything, he promotes Attalus by sending him to like the army that's being gathered for the big fight against Persia. So he promotes him to go command the camp that's there. So it's like, I'm going to promote you so you're still happy, but I'm removing you from the situation.
Sounds good.
And it's also that, like, are you saying like he's part of the like chosen men, like the front people that are going to go into battle first? Is he kind of like putting them out to pasture, sort of like, all right, our first wave is going to... No. It's like, you're in command. I know I need you to be in command because like he can't afford to just get rid of this guy, but he can pawn him off by promoting him, but he's still promoting him, you know. He's still going to get a better gig. Gotcha.
Which just pisses off old Pausanias. He's like, that guy just gang raped me. Can you not promote him? I thought we were kind of chill, but that's rude.
Shut up, Pausanias. I don't care about you.
Yeah, you killed my new boy.
Yeah, this honestly sounds like the politics going on in like a concert band or something to get first chair, right?
Yeah. We're going to move you to first chair, and you're going to have a solo, actually. That way you don't sit next to the other trombonists.
Here's the thing. It's first chair, but it's second row.
Yeah.
It's just so you don't butt heads with Derek anymore, because Derek's been all over my shit.
Yeah, so that's... and then Philip also just tries to basically bribe old Pausanias by like giving him a shit ton of money. And he doesn't forget. He's like, no thanks, I don't want this. I'm not going to forgive or forget. But Philip's still trying to reconcile him. He's like, you're still one of the royal pages. You're still one of the bodyguards, all right? Not going to go well.
No, it doesn't.
Bad decision.
This sounds too... It's not strict enough.
Yeah. Now,
And you know Philip's not going to be giving him that attention anymore. His butthole's mad loose right now at this point.
yeah, he's got way other better boys than old Pausanias.
And he doesn't care. He's got so many wives. He's like, I'm getting older.
Too much drama going on here.
Basically just dribbles out of my body at this point. I don't care.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Yeah, I just need to go for a brisk walk.
I only have one eye.
falls.
I've got a limp. I've got scars everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm kind of over the whole sex thing. I kind of see what my son was saying when he was 13. I kind of know what he's talking about now.
I just want to play Greek Wordle and just take Sundays for me, okay? Me time.
Yeah.
I don't even want to golf anymore.
I'm gonna listen to NPR on my horse while I'm smoking cigarettes.
Listen, I know I didn't finish my laser hair removal scheduled surgeries, but I don't care anymore. My back, all right, it's a little hairy. It's less hairy,
But it's still a little hairy.
but I'm done, okay? I don't care.
So Philip's got all of this going on. And this is, now we're kind of caught up to where before he's got this big wedding to plan between his brother-in-law boyfriend and his daughter. So not only is this wedding going to bring Olympias back into the fold, the wedding is also going to serve the purpose of like cementing his place as the leader of the League of Corinth, as the number one in all of Macedonia and Hellas, so that everyone's there. This is like the event of the summer for all of the Greeks at this time.
This was probably also the event in history where God, Christian God, looked down and was like, these guys need Jesus, and start cooking that idea up.
Yeah. He's going to be there in about 300 years, but that's how long it takes me to shoot a load, all right?
I got to figure out how to do this. These astro loads coming in hot.
Yeah. I like a long edge before I come, so.
Yeah, Zeus was a quick shooter. Yahweh
Zeus was
took a while.
Well, fucking Zeus lived on a mountain. God had to go to all corners of the universe to pull his dick into one like functional being. It's different.
Yeah.
It's a lot of math that goes into that.
So yeah, not only is it for that purpose as well, also Philip is starting to kind of take a play out of his wife's playbook and start to compare himself to the gods. So there's this big procession going on. They're doing dramatic plays because that's what the Greeks love. They love a good play. They would have play competitions where like 3 actors would perform the same play, and then they would choose who did it best.
It's so dumb.
That kind of sounds like America's Got Talent, like an idea for a show. You could pitch that.
Yeah. Athens Got Talent.
Yeah, right?
Oh, that reminds me. I took a class at Suffolk Community about public speaking. And they did one of those. The teacher was like, we're all going to give the same 2-minute speech. And we'll see who does it best. And I fucking slaughtered it because I didn't get on stage.
Nice.
I was in the back of the audience and I just went to the front and sat down and then stood up and turned around and delivered it. Crushed it. That teacher fucking hated me.
Did they all give you the I have a dream speech? That would be a little awkward.
No, it was something dumb. Maybe it was. Maybe
Was
I
it
should
a
have done
Gettysburg
blackface.
Address?
Yeah.
If I had done blackface, maybe I would have sold it better. But I'm not that cruel.
Yeah.
So this is going to be like a 5-day wedding. I'm sure we've, been to those weddings that people stretch into 3-day weekends that really could have been like 6 hours. That's what Philip's doing here.
Yeah.
So the first day is winding down, and there's going to be this big parade of, they're going to carry the statues of like the 12 major gods of Greece or Mount Olympus into the theater, and then Philip would be coming in right behind them. So just more, projecting that I am God.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's walking out onto the stage, who would be there but his security guard, old Pausanias, who springs out, has a dagger, stabs Philip right through the ribs. And remember, these guys are all killers and fighters, so he knows exactly where the heart is. Gets him right in the heart and just takes off running. And this is when John Wilkes Booth is like, oh, kill a guy in a theater. I love that.
Oh, right. Yeah, he read that bit, was like, I got
and then
an
run
idea.
away. Yeah. So everyone's shocked. They run to Philip. He dies almost instantly because this is a great stab wound. Pausanias is running through the theater. 3 of Alexander's close buddies are chasing him down with spears. They can see that there are horses that are clearly set up, ready for Pausanias to like hop on and escape. So this is planned in advance. You know, who's helping this guy? But just kind of like John Wilkes Booth when he broke his leg by jumping out of the theater, Pausanias trips over a tree branch, and Alexander's companions stab him to death with some spears.
That fucking tree.
Yeah.
Never saw that coming.
Yeah, would have gotten away if not for you dirty little trees.
So not only is Philip dead when he's at his crowning glorious moment, in a kind of a Jack Ruby shooting Oswald situation, the killer is dead, so now no one knows, is it just the killer working alone? Did he have the help of the CIA? Were the Russians helping him? What's going on?
Wait a minute. These people were not smart enough to have, like, intelligence agencies that we could be so questionable about. You just know some guys want him dead. Maybe it's just one of some guys or a bunch of some guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's irrelevant. It's not like here. The Jack Ruby thing was just retarded.
I don't know. I feel like they might have more intelligence than you'd think, Tom. They got a lot of free time. They got a lot of butts to bang. They got a lot of bedtime talk, table side,
I'm not saying that I'm not saying they're not smart. What I'm saying is the formats in which you log intelligence was just like a piece of paper that took forever to peel off a tree, or
they didn't have paper.
Yeah,
that's best case scenario. So everyone's got marble
they were
and
carving
stuff.
it into steel, rock, and clay.
Right.
That's how they sent messages.
Yeah, but Tom, the CIA doesn't have the power of pillow talk.
It's true.
I beg to differ.
I'm just thinking about it. How jacked do you think the mailmen were since they're just carrying around clay tablets?
Probably about as
Mail's
jacked as
here.
Amazon. Yeah.
Just junk mail again. Shut up, Capital One.
Yeah. So, everyone's shocked. Philip is dead. What's going to happen next? There's no guarantee that Alexander will become king, even though he's the heir in Macedonian court politics. Sometimes that doesn't go as smoothly because he has to be hailed as king by all of his capos, basically. So if they go against Philip's wishes, there's not much Alexander can do to, counter it. And everyone's a little suspect. Who benefits from Philip's death other than Alexander? Now he's king. Did he plan this? Did he and his mom play a role in his death? Or was it someone else, pulling the strings?
Maybe the guy who just pulled his pecker best was real mad at the other guy.
Yeah, Occam's razor. Maybe it was just old Pausanias was like, I fucking want to kill you because you ruined my butt.
Yeah. That would just make a lot of sense.
I'm thinking it's probably Zeus coming down for a holiday and just being like, I don't know, you want to kill that guy? Let's have some fun. I need to rape more ladies.
Let's change this up.
Yeah.
Let's create some chaos, boys and girls.
Yeah.
All right. Is that where we're stopping for the day?
We could also do the wrap up of the immediate aftermath if you want.
Let's do the immediate aftermath,
Yeah.
and then we'll wrap this one. Then we'll continue this great story.
That sounds good. So, now what? What's going to happen? Is he going to become king? Well, thankfully, the capos, the commanders, those guys, they follow Philip's wishes. They hail Alexander as their king. But Philip had the power over all of this, like Macedonia and the League of Corinth. Will Alexander be able to get their support? No. In short, no. They almost immediately are like, Philip's gone? Sweet, we're out of here. So that's why I don't think Alexander or Olympias planned this. I think it was much more likely that it was Thebes or Athens working for it. Because Alexander, if he wanted to kill Philip, he would have poisoned him and been like, oh, he died in his sleep. I'm king now. Not had him murdered in front of thousands and thousands of people.
Now, you mentioned
Also-
Philip thought that he was getting the whole idea that he was a god, just like his son. Was he also Zeus's boy?
Oh, so I skipped over this before. I can go back to it, but this is Greece. All of the powerful people will claim like, well, my father was this guy, and his father is this guy, so on, so on, so on, until it's like, and then his dad was Apollo. You know?
Okay.
So for Olympias, she would say that Alexander was Zeus's son, but for her whole family, they trace their divine heritage to Achilles, who was the son of the son of Apollo, I think, or something like that. So that Achilles is his like a divine being on his mom's side. From Philip, it's tracing it back to Hercules,
Okay.
who is Zeus's son. So either way, he's got Zeus's lineage in his life. But is it his dad, or is it his like great granddad? You know,
dude, I mean,
that type of thing.
What a good character to look up to. Hercules. It's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of ancient history, except if Arnold Schwarzenegger murdered his entire family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Kevin Sorbo. This is worse than any horoscope I've ever heard. Any woman telling me their horoscope or weighing in with any kind of validity, this is much worse.
And they were all about it. He was like, no, I'm definitely descended from Achilles, and I am his reincarnation. You'll see.
Yeah, it's like, no, look, my dad, his name was Rob. His dad's name was Jack. But his dad, that was Spider-Man.
That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah. So I can't shoot webs, but I have this thing in me where it's just like, sometimes I feel like things are going weird, and I'm just like, maybe it's my spider sense.
I can't shoot webs, but I think the real way to phrase it is I can't shoot webs yet.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is like, this is probably one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Regarding lineage, specifically, and births.
It's going to get stupider, so save that for part 4 or 5.
Love it.
Yeah, so now Alexander, he's able to consolidate the power in Macedonia, but not in the wider Greek world. And the army still doesn't respect him. They're kind of doing this because they loved Philip so much. This is still Philip's generation. It's still all the commanders. Alexander's generation is still mostly like the younger troops. So he has to kind of consolidate immediate power, but even though he has it, before he even thinks about going outside of Macedonia. So he buries his dad. That's the first step, because that's like a big part of becoming king, is like you have to bury the previous king.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like you said, I don't think Alexander and Olympias had anything to do with it. I think there is the possibility that they knew about a plot and just kind of let it happen, like a little FDR Pearl Harbor type of situation.
Right.
But less likely that they actually planned it, because there's been no benefit to planning it.
You got the big one there, 9/11.
Yeah. Oh, right. Bush doing 9/11. Well, Bush did 9/11.
Yeah. They all do. All of them. Janet Reno knew. Condoleezza Rice, Jay Leno, they all knew.
I was implying that they did it, not that they knew and did nothing.
Yeah. They just did it. Bush did 9/11.
They just he was the pilot. We knew he flew planes.
Yeah, he actually he astro projected into a bunch of Arab men's brains, and he did it.
Dude, because if you go back to Bush Senior, then you go back one more, and then you're gonna go back to Reagan because that was his dad, and then you're gonna keep going further and further back, and you're gonna get Steve Jobs.
You'll get Steve Jobs.
Yeah,
my great grandfather was Steve Jobs, and he invented small things.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of evidence why that Olympias might have known about it and allowed it to happen. First of all, she never had a great relationship with Philip. Like, they both loved Alexander, but that might have been all they had in common.
Wow.
Because not only does she place a golden wreath on Pausanias' corpse as it is hanging from a crucifix because he killed the king, she puts a little, crown on him. Then she also has his body taken down and buried with respect. So not the thing you do for your husband's murder if you didn't like the fact that your husband was murdered.
And then a couple months later, he came back from the dead and moved the rock. Bam! Pausanias, king of kings.
King Pausanias. Nice. No. So while Alexander is kind of settling his own scores with people who might have threatened his rule. So remember how Philip came to power? He was like the regent to his nephew, who was kind of like a lame duck. Like, we don't know if he was mentally disabled or developmentally disabled or didn't want to be king.
Who just liked gaming too much?
Yeah, just probably like a gamer and was like, yeah, sure, I'll let my uncle be king. I don't really want to be king. Alexander has him killed almost immediately.
Good.
Claims it was because he plotted against Philip, but I think that's very unlikely considering this guy never wanted to be king. It's more just Alexander was like, I'm going to prevent anyone from rallying around this guy who might oppose my rule. So he's dead.
Smart. Get him out of the way.
Yeah. Olympius.
So fucking iceberg that fucking Titanic. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Get him out of the way.
Iceberg did Titanic. That's the real story. Iceberg did Titanic.
As it turns out, it's water that was frozen.
Yeah.
Big iceberg is to blame.
It's a perfect crime.
Yeah. Olympias one-ups her son by settling her own scores. And who would be her first target but Cleopatra, not her daughter, but Philip's bride that he elevated to be on level with her.
Oh, yeah. That bitch is getting it.
Yeah. This is, again, we don't know if any of this is true, and ancient writers always had a tendency to make women extra cruel because they're like, women don't belong in the story, so if they're in the story, they're going to be big meanies.
It's just like the modern day gay.
Yeah.
Villains. All of them.
Villains, all of them. So what does she do but take the Cleopatra's young daughter, who's like less than a year old probably, and is reported to have roasted her over a brazier.
Oh.
Wait,
in
a
front
brazier?
of Cleopatra. It's like a brazier. I know I'm saying it the way, but it's Brazier, which is like a flame grill thing. Like,
Hey, baby on the Barbie.
yeah, little baby on the Barbie.
All right, just a Barbie, then we'll go. All right.
Yeah.
And then she does this in front of Cleopatra. So Cleopatra has just had her husband murdered in front of her, thinks that it might have been Olympias who planned it, and then watched her daughter be burned alive by this woman. And then Olympias basically forces her to commit suicide. She kind of just like ties a rope and puts a chair under it, and is like, do what you must, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want the blood on my hands, so Cleopatra hangs herself.
That's kind of like, so she could have just stood there forever, as long as she could, and kind of thought about it. That's kind of what the Simpsons are doing now. That's a very Milhouse move.
Yeah. Well, Milhouse that's how the show ends. Milhouse just fucking hangs himself in the closet.
It's very sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Olympias claims that she did this because they were part of the plot to kill Philip. Definitely not true. Just settling scores the way Alexander is. Alexander doesn't really like that his mom did this. He's apparently upset with her, but he doesn't punish her. He's kind of like, he shouldn't have done that, but whatever.
Oops.
Whatever. Oopsies. Like,
Oops, all roasted baby. The new flavor.
Most of the time you hear someone say you shouldn't have done that, it's like not followed by anything. Like, there's no, you're going to jail. You shouldn't have done that. It's it's one or the other.
You shouldn't have done that.
You shouldn't have done that.
So it is now June of 336 BC. Alexander is 20 years old. He is king of Macedonia. His advisors are arguing him to, be cautious, maintain some delicate diplomacy, maybe marry off some sisters to the Hellenic cities to reconsolidate what Philip had built. But that's not Alexander's way. He says, fuck that. I am going to use the greatest military force that's ever been assembled, and I am going to take what is mine, which is not just the Hellenic cities, but Alexander had this idea for a while after all of his studies that the Persian Empire is right there for the taking. Not the way Philip thought, not just conquering off that little slice of Turkey. Alexander realizes, look, they have a very decentralized government. I could take over that government by winning one or two battles, and then I could be the king of kings. He's 20 years old, and that's his plan.
Dude, that's a plan to have when you're 20 years old. What was my plan? I don't know, where I can score drugs.
My plan was to try and not have class on Friday so I could get drunk on Thursday night.
I was trying to start a hip-hop career.
Yeah.
We should have tried to conquer Iran, guys.
If I just knew if I knew how to pronounce it, then I would have been there. I still say it wrong. I am an Iran guy.
Yeah.
I'm an Iraq.
Yeah. Very disrespectful, but either way, Alex obviously has some. He's got some mustard to cut, if you know what I mean.
He's got some visions of grandeur, not delusions, because they're gonna come true.
But he's got his horseman. I mean, and once it's a boy and his horse. What's his name? The horse's name again? The star of the show.
The horse is Bucephalus.
Bucephalus. A little Buki boy. Little Alex Busey.
Yeah. Alex Bucephalus, and then his best friend forever, Hephaestion. His Patroclus.
Hephaestion.
Yeah, it's like Hephaestion. Hephaestion.
It's a really gross name.
It really is. Heffy.
Heffy. Oh, that's fun, actually. I like Heffy.
Yeah.
Heffy and Alex.
Heffy.
Yeah. I think I went to school with a Heffy.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
just called someone that out of meanness.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot ahead of him. He's got to conquer the known world.
Yeah. So we started the last episode with him finally being born. Now he's finally king. Maybe by the end of next episode he'll be great.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
We'll see.
All right. Tune in next week when we continue this story. I'm bubbling with excitement. I want to see who gets fucked up next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And history, as far as we know, it's all made up. And here's the case point. Thanks for listening to Roast Mortem. Please cite us on all of your research papers, even the ones for your med school logs. Make it happen.
Yeah, I could teach you a thing about biology, about where the
even your math classes.
Yeah, birds in the zoos comes from.
Trigonometry. Cite Roast Mortem.
Why not? What is that, like 3 angles of a side equals a whole? I don't understand.
There you go.
Something like that. I don't know. But thanks for listening, lovely people. Guys, I'll catch you next week.
Later.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, who are those guys?
So that's this. Where are they from? They're from like Norway or some shit.
I honestly don't know. They seem English to me. There's a lot of corny English guys
Maybe
out there.
It's like this metal record label, but they do like mainly folk, hokey, crappy, like
Theatrical stuff.
And it's always just like really poorly produced and like over the top, and just like it's people that are like, oh yeah, we're like a Viking night band.
It's music. It's heavy metal for people who like the Renaissance Fair too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, so there's always a theme to the bands. A lot of Vikings, a lot of pirates. Just the lamest
Always
shit.
something a little deeper.
Yeah, and they always pull it off wrong. There's always a band or two who does it right, and then 200 other bands who fuck it up.
Fuck it up. Yeah.
And then they randomly have Scott Stapp come out with an album on under that. Yeah.
Who doesn't love some Scott Stapp?
I'm a big fan. Well, since we are rolling, and we've been talking Regis and Scott already, welcome to Roast Mortem. God bless you, your soul, your ears, for bringing us to them. It's the anal show. How does it go?
That's it.
That's it.
It's the anal show. Yes,
show.
it's history, but it's the annals of history show.
Yeah.
My name's Tom.
I'm Travis.
And I'm Connor.
No one else is with us tonight, as it should be.
And let me tell you, we were talking Regis before. I don't know why. Regis is dead. I don't know if we could roast him. I don't know if he was a dick. Whenever I think of Regis Philbin, I think about peanut butter cookies. You know when they put the like the little cross check with the fork in it, and it kind of looks like Yoda's head. That's
why does that make you think of Regis Philbin?
I don't know.
Or why does Regis Philbin make you think of that?
I think Regis Philbin was maybe like one of the most wrinkliest men I've seen when I was a kid.
Oh, his features.
Yeah.
Okay. There's like a well-known story that he ate a lot of those cookies.
No, well, maybe I was eating a lot of peanut butter cookies, which was one of my favorite snacks as a child.
Right.
Which is why I have, I don't like to call it obese. I like to call it prepping. I prep my calories for the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Maybe I was watching Regis and Kathy Lee eating a lot of peanut butter cookies.
There you go.
That's one thing. You know, I always imagined Regis to be the kind of guy to hang around near hospitals where mothers are giving birth, and you know how they spank the baby? A guy spanks the baby or a lady spanks it, and then they put in and before the baby's let down, Regis is the kind of guy to go, may I? And then takes the baby and just spanks it for fun.
Can I get in there?
And then just puts it down and goes, all right, have a great life.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
No one will ever believe this.
Yeah. Just does that daily, 5-6 times, or he did, rest in peace or whatever.
Rip to Regis.
It's strange. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Guys, speaking of Regis, how was your weeks?
Whoa, all right, this is a weird one.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't have much.
yeah, not much, probably because we're, hanging out, and my week was the same as last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a very similar week.
Yeah.
Played D&D on Friday. Went shopping for cool new clothes on Saturday. It was great.
Nice. Did you get any and one shirts?
No, TJ Maxx was sold out of all the sick and one gear.
Damn.
Dude,
Yeah, they have like the sections where it like hangs down from the ceiling. It's like women's, men's, shoes, and then it's dope and one gear, and
Right.
it's empty. Whole section. I know.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's you know what? We should get an endorsement from and one.
Yeah, we
I
should.
love that.
Yeah.
Can it be the and one mixtape tour also?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's just an hour-long history show being framed by rappers.
Yeah, I think N1, and maybe we could switch it up and do like Def Jam Vendetta as a sponsor, even though that game came out like 20 years ago now.
They're still selling. They can't keep up with the
It's
demand.
still hot.
Yeah.
Still hot.
I think a Big Pun is dead, so that's a legacy character now.
Rest in peace, Big Punisher.
So spoilers, our week is the same.
Yeah, we're doing this back to back. You got us.
You got me. Of course, people don't have D&D sessions back to back.
Yeah,
It's going to be
no.
another 3 months before we play.
My God, yeah, I'm still recovering from the same day drinking you've heard last week.
And I'm still drinking. I don't even remember what I talked about. Was I touching my penis?
Whey.
Was I
You talking about
drinking
whey protein.
Whey protein, making protein, shooting protein in my mouth. Look, I'm drinking it right now.
Wheat juice.
You going to the gym after this, Travis?
No, but see, the reason why I'm using it as a meal replacement, like I said, I think I said this before the show, teeth are just for decoration. So
That's
one of the things I hate about teeth, and this is a history thing, is like your teeth fall out of your face, like while you're alive, constantly, they rot. But then they're like the last thing to decay. You see these like skeletons of people around, probably what we're talking about, and their skull is all rotted away, but their teeth are still white.
It is
What
weird.
the fuck is up with that?
That's a bad trade-off. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Our human bodies suck.
Yeah. Why do I have a tailbone? I want a real tail. I want to be a real boy.
I have too many friends who have swallowed teeth. But before I get into that, I think we should just do the show. It's not we're just blabbering at this point.
Bonus
right?
content will be the teeth swallowing stories.
Yes,
Yes.
multiple.
Yeah. So I don't know if Alexander ever swallowed his teeth. He's in a lot of battles, so I wouldn't be surprised if once or twice he swallowed a tooth. But they don't write about that in the sources, so we'll just have to guess.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. But we're getting to the good part of the story where it's possible that he was swallowing teeth, because we're going to start talking about why this guy is known as the Great and why he's one of the most important historical figures of all time. He wins a lot of battles, so we're going to talk about his first few. So it's June 336 BC. Alexander is now king. He's secured Macedonian support. He's got the best army ever created, thanks to his daddy, or his stepdaddy, depending on if you ask his mom or Philip.
Zeus.
Or Zeus, that's right.
Yeah.
Or the high chicks who talk for Zeus. Talk to those stoned hippie chicks. They
Stone
might tell
hippie
you.
chicks. Yeah. They control him now. They're like,
He's gonna-
dude, they're giving him the supply. They're dealers.
Yeah.
But couldn't they be like old chicks too?
So this is an interesting question. The oracles, it depends what type of oracle you're at. So the Oracle of Delphi, which is like the most popular, well-known one, that was what Travis was saying. It's like a stoned teenage girl.
Oh, okay.
There were like crones that you would go consult sometimes. We're going to talk about an oracle that plays a big role in Alexander's life, and probably in our next part. And that oracle is a stone that's floating in a boat in a pool of water with cups around the boat. And depending on how it floats when you ask your question, that's the answer you get. So that could be one other oracle. I think the hippie chicks are the best one, though.
So you're telling me like a magic 8-ball could be an oracle?
Oh, if you brought a magic 8-ball back to Greece, you probably would do more damage than if you brought like an Apache helicopter.
Yeah, those are very trusting people. We trust
Yeah.
our objects and our questionable women.
So, what's Alex going to do? As we left off, his advisors, who are all Philip's generation, his dad's best friends, they're saying, caution, we got a lot of money. We have an army that's being raised over in the Bosphorus that needs supplying, so let's just, consolidate what we have before trying to go any further. Alex says, fuck that. He secures Thessaly's continued support through a big sum of money, and then he marches the Macedonian army south through the pass at Thermopylae, basically to remind everyone who's got the biggest dick in town. And literally because they've got 18-foot-long spears.
So if we're going to go off of, the Great, right, and we're going to, relate that to a later Great, like Catherine the Great, we're talking about big dicks. She loved big dicks. So
and Alex probably had one and also loved him too.
Yeah. See, there we go. This is how you get a Great.
Yeah. So he moves south with the army. Obviously, he's not intending to fight anyone. It's more just kind of like a show of strength to remind everyone, hey, you submitted to my dad because of this army, so you're going to submit to me because now I'm leading the army. Thebes and Athens say, yeah, sure, we're sorry for grumbling about it after your dad died. We'll still support you. This is the one and only time Alexander will go to Athens. And also while he is there, I think you guys have talked about this, this is when he meets the philosopher Diogenes.
Oh,
yeah.
my boy.
Yeah, go back and listen to that one.
Yeah, hanging out he's the guy hanging out with dogs in the sewer and shit?
Yeah,
gross
he
boy?
said everyone should live like a dog, so he just would hang out in a big wine jar overturned and just masturbate while people walked by.
Yeah. Here's the thing about Diogenes. He's a perfect example of someone in history who I do really like.
He's wonderful.
But I like him in the context I know him in history. If I knew him in person, I would hate him.
You can meet him in person just by walking up and down Manhattan.
I hate those people. Come to Portland.
Diogenes.
Come to Portland. There's a Diogenes outside.
I hate those vets. I hate them. Yeah, no, I don't want, I wouldn't want anything to do, when I talk to people who are oh yeah, live on the wild side. I'm like, you're fucking...
Yeah.
And he was the wild side.
He was,
yeah.
So famously, when he meets Alexander, Alexander's like, I want to meet Diogenes, bring me to him. And they're like, all right, he masturbates over here. So he walks over and he's like, hey, Diogenes, what's up? I'm a big fan. I'm new king of Macedonia. I would love to meet you. And Diogenes responds, please get out of my sun. Because he's blocking the sunlight. Alexander should know about sunlight and, shadows scaring people.
Yeah.
Good point.
Then also Alexander says, quote, if I were not Alexander, I should have liked to be Diogenes. And Diogenes responds, if I were not Diogenes, I would also wish to be Diogenes.
Nice. That's good. That's good. But if you met someone in real life doing that, you'd be like, I don't like this guy as a friend. But over there, where he's doing that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here's the thing, too. Diogenes could do the thing. He could masturbate in public in the street because this is a different time. We got responsibilities here. We got 401ks, dog.
What do we have to do?
Do you think
here?
I have 401ks in Athens? No way.
Now it's just the other way around. The tables have turned. Bill Gates is just masturbating into our serums that we're shooting into our body. They're like, you're all going to have it.
Yeah. Forget the microchip. It's just his cum.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, it's villainous. I'm like, it's more just the biggest jackass prank ever.
Yeah, it's more just sexual.
Yeah, they all say that those Teslas run off electricity. I think it runs off Elon-gisms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All those guys are just coming in our salads.
Yeah. So Alexander's pretty secure in his position now, especially in Macedonia and in Greece, so to the south. But he's having trouble in the north. See, these tribesmen, they're the true barbarians. They're going wild. They're like, Philip's done. We're out of here. Fuck all this. So Alexander picks up his army and they move north. So this isn't just about securing his borders. It is a big part of it. It's also Alexander kind of taking out Daddy's Corvette for a test drive. Hey, my dad, he had a sick Corvette and he just passed away, and now I have the keys, and he's not going to be here to care about what I do with it. So I'm going to take the army north.
It's his. It was, may not be in the will, but fuck, he's the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a chance for him to kind of try out his army, prove his own worth. And again, this is a guy who literally thinks he's the reincarnation of Achilles. He wants to fight. He wants to be at the front leading for the charge.
It's great.
His idea is not to like conquer them and take over everything. It's more just beat them in a few battles, a little shock and awe campaign that will have them be like, all right, fine, it's not worth fighting you. We'll just let you be. We won't raid into your lands anymore.
Nice.
Dude, they don't want to come down and steal all that macadamia nuts. That's the wrong macadamia.
Macadamians. So this is in like modern day Hungary to give you a sense of like how far north he's moving.
Oh, he's going into vampire territory? Dude, that's scary, bro.
Going to the vampires. Right. He fights a battle near the Shipka Pass, which is called the Battle of the Carts. This is his first real big battle that he is in overall command of. Like, he had won that first battle. Now, the Thracians that were there, they had planned this pretty cool maneuver, where they're at the top of a hill. The Macedonian army is better than them. Better armed, better equipped, better trained, better everything. And I think outnumbered them. So they're like, all right, the only way we can win is if we have a great gambit. So what did they do? They gathered all of the carts from all of the villages in these mountainous areas, all into this one battle. And the Macedonians are at the bottom of a hill, and they're at the top of the hill. And they load the carts up with a bunch of rocks, and they just push them down the hill. And the idea is that this will like disorient the Macedonian army. It might kill a few of them, and then after the carts come charging in and slaughter in their confused mess. Alexander, this is where his tactical genius really starts to shine through. He sees all the carts right at the beginning. And he tells all his men, he tells all his commanders, here's the plan. If the cart's coming at you, we already are divided into like smaller blocks of men, so just like break apart to let them go through in between. Or if you don't have time to do that, drop onto your stomach, throw your shield over you, and every man behind you will do the same, and the carts will just glide right over and then pop up to fight.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It works.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Be a human speed bump. Guys, I got a plan for you. If you see something coming your way that maybe we will call a car in the future, get out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I use this tactic every time I go to the supermarket. I just load up a whole bunch of carts with all my groceries and just throw them into the parking lot. And
I lay down.
Yeah, and I lay down. And then I turn to Diogenes in the parking lot.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of people laying down in Portland that are like, I read the Diogenes tactics from Alex.
Yeah.
So he basically Mario Karted them. He
Mario Kart.
Or they were trying to Mario Kart him, and he's like, "No, dude, I'm Toad. I'm the best character in Mario Kart."
Yeah. So they win the battle because obviously they're superior to the troops. This gambit fails. He fights another separate tribe in this nearby area. Thrace is secure. So now his northeastern border secure. All is peaceful.
Nice.
However, a day after he learns about this, or a day after his victory here, he learns from one of his messengers that the Illyrians on the other side of the northern borders are invading Macedonia itself. They are not just content with like throwing off the Macedonian yoke. They're conquering land, they're burning villages, causing some trouble. So he just marches west into the Illyrian territory. He defeats a small force at this fort called Pelium, but he was kind of foolish because he just stormed right into this pass where it's like surrounded by high walls and high mountains, and he's at the fort at the bottom of a hill next to a river. And so after taking the fort, he is immediately surrounded by way more tribesmen that he had initially defeated. So now he's kind of in a bit of a pickle. So what does he do to defeat them? Well, he kind of does something that I still can't really fully wrap my head around. So as we were talking about in the Philip episode in the beginning, you know how he had trained his army year round? Like these weren't just peasant soldiers. These were guys that like trained professionally. They did military drill and all that.
Right,
Absolutely.
they were regulars.
You gotta keep them sharp. Keep them regular.
The drill stuff is literally just like marching together, turning in unison. It's like military parade shit. It looks useless to our modern eyes because it's just like guys goose stepping and then like walking in unison. Kind of weird, right?
Right, playing trumpets and shit and fucking throwing their batons and swords up in the air.
Hey, they're still doing it in North Korea, and look where they are.
Yeah.
By themselves. Very lonely.
So what Alex does is he tells his men, we're going to do all of what I'm about to say in complete and utter silence in the middle of the day in full view of all of these tribesmen. We're going to walk out of the fort. line up in our military drill line and just start doing drills in total silence, all with just like flag signals or hand signals.
Oh.
So he's just marching the army around in the valley, and then they're like turning in unison and then marching and then like raising their spears in unison and like doing marching songs. And the tribesmen have never seen anything remotely like this, and they're so stunned that they just kind of like are drawn to it. So they're just like getting closer, but not in any sort of like organized fighting capability.
Oh.
And again, they're doing this in silence. So it's like 30,000 guys marching around a valley silently.
So there was some guy like in this tribe picking his nose and going like, "What the fuck are they doing down there?
We got to get a closer look at these guys."
Yeah.
Is that dancing?"
Yeah, I was gonna say, are they actually doing like military marching in columns, or are they doing like a marching band set where they're like making forms and like things are fucking going back and forth?
They're spelling out a script Ohio, and then they're dotting the I.
Yeah.
Look, boss, they made the Mickey Mouse ears. What the fuck's going on down
Look,
there?
it looks like a horse that's galloping. See the legs? It's galloping, that
Whoa.
horse.
I don't even know how to steps like that, boss.
Yeah. So the tribesmen are kind of, like, they're doing this for like an hour or two, and the tribesmen are just getting closer and closer. Again, not really ready to fight, more just like, what the fuck is happening? And then Alexander gives the pre-planned signal to form up, face them, and charge out of nowhere, and scream the Macedonian battle cry, which is just... it's just ah la 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 la.
Oh.
That's the battle cry.
Oh.
A-L-A-L-A-L-A-L-A. And then scream and charge of the tribesmen.
All right.
It's been
Sounds
used
familiar.
for centuries. Yeah.
Yeah, they
So
just keep
all
using
this-
it.
Yeah. But it's like it's like they sing it kind of. It's yeah.
Yeah, it's
La,
like the
la,
turkey.
la, la,
It's like the
la,
turkey
la, la.
people in.
Yeah, it's the Trololo guy.
Yeah. Oh no, boss! They're screaming turkeys at us.
Yeah. So they going from like this not peaceful, but just silent marching drill to all of a sudden piercing war cry. They rout all the tribesmen around them, sneak out the back mountain pass that they had come through, and they avoid being surrounded by all of these like warriors. So that's like a good, he's out of the sticky situation, but he doesn't leave the whole area. He stays there, watches the tribesmen that he didn't kill, because they only like defeated a small force. They kind of just get drunk and hang out at the fort and aren't preparing defenses. So Alexander just turns around like the day later and just slaughters them all because they're not ready for fighting again.
Nice.
Because now he's at the high ground and he doesn't need to do any tricks. He can just beat him in a fair fight, or an unfair fight, I guess.
Yeah, it's like, I don't really see them no more. Like, I think we could get drunk now. I think we're good.
Yeah. You also think like they're just getting drunk and they don't have that advantage point anymore. Do you think that maybe they were trying to do that dancing?
They just weren't that good at it.
Yeah, they're just like walking
I
around.
think we should try that thing. We should try and do that marching thing.
Maybe we should like close our eyes and feel.
So now his northern border is completely secure. He can focus on his dad's dream of invading Persia. Of course, Alexander at this point is probably already considering doing much, much more than that, but no one else thinks he will. In this campaign, it's called his Balkan campaign. It's very brilliant. Like, these are really cool tactics, but it also displays that he's, like his parents said, he's very impetuous and just like rushes into things. Like he wouldn't have been surrounded at that fort if he just, looked around a little bit more.
Yeah, but we've all been in relationships like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking, not to enter Tom's territory here, but do you think that he had a wider range? He wanted to conquer more, like, say, America? Like, say, America was founded by the Atlanteans and Alexander the Great?
That'll be part 8 when I talk about what happened to him.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
when
definitely
he
my
was
territory.
reincarnated in 1412. He'd secured his northern border. He'd shown off some of his brilliance, but also showed off his youthful, let's call it foolishness, I guess.
Bless.
Excuse me.
Blessed.
But his dad had built a formidable army because during all of this fighting, they kill probably around 5,000 tribesmen, and they lose maybe at tops 200 Macedonians. in this whole thing.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's the difference that training and having 18-foot long spears will give you.
And having that flair, being able to pull off those marching band maneuvers.
Yeah, some little marching band flair.
I want to see Alexander's color guard.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Probably sick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, while this campaign is going on, remember Alexander's like as far north as Hungary. He's probably moving as far west as like Croatia and Serbia. So he's pretty far away in the ancient world. So word gets to Athens and Thebes that Alexander is dead. His army has been routed in the mountains of Thrace, and the Macedonian threat is over. How do they respond to this news? They start killing their Macedonian overlords. So there are like officers and like civic administrators in these cities. They just start either exiling them or just outright killing all of them. There are some Macedonian soldiers that are garrisoned in these cities. They're also either just being told to leave or being killed in the night.
I'm just going to say that he's probably not going to be too happy when he comes back.
I don't think so. No, because then the word that Alexander and his army are all dead and buried in the grounds of Thessaly reaches Alexander and his army. And they're like, well, we're very much alive, so time to set the record straight.
Oof.
Yeah.
So he wastes no time, turns the men south. He's like, all right, northern borders are done. Now we got to go teach the Hellenes who's boss again. I thought I just hung out with them and Diogenes, and they kind of accepted me, but I guess I got to show them what's what.
Yeah. These brainy boys, they're thinking too much. They're thinking the wrong things.
Thinking far too much. And also, again, I want to stress, it's been less than a year since Philip died, and Alex is already doing all this.
Wow. Damn.
So he marches them south, and it takes them 13 days to reach the outskirts of Thebes, which is roughly 240 miles away.
Damn.
In ancient words, that's insane, because this isn't just like a single horseman going 240 miles in 13 days. It's like 30,000 men and the supplies to feed them marched 240 miles in 13 days.
So what's the math on that? That's like 18 miles a day or something?
Yeah, and usually like through some enemy territory, and usually like 10 to 15 miles a day is like good pace for an ancient army, and they're going like 18 miles a day. He does this so quickly that by the time the army is camped outside Thebes, that's when Thebes learns that Alexander and his army are actually alive.
Oh, fuck. Oh, man, yeah, I'm so glad that jackass is dead. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Who's that over there?
What's that marching band music I hear?
Yeah. They're doing like a Michael Jackson.
It was just a guy.
They're doing like a Michael Jackson rendition.
Just one dude. Yeah. So that's how long it takes them, very fast. So it's stunning. Most of the Hellenes, Athens, Corinth, and a few other cities, just once he gets back, they're like, oh, never mind. We won't rebel. Like, we'll be nice again. Like, we thought you were dead. Now that you're alive, we're going to be fine. Thebes would not. They've never forgotten the fact that Alexander and his father destroyed their army, killed their sacred band. They don't like the other Hellenic cities very much. They hated Athens, so it was always just like an alliance of convenience. And Thebes, like Sparta, had always kind of been friendly buddy-buddy with the Persians, so they're not really thrilled about this idea of going to fight the Persians. So now Alexander's got a problem in his hands. He's like, I gotta fight the Thebans. All right, here we go. Once again, the Macedonian army is so much better. So they destroy the Theban army outside the gates. There's a near-run thing because Alex is kind of getting too close to the front lines in this when he doesn't really need to. But he escapes. And then Alex gives the orders that the other Greek cities, but not his own soldiers, can sack the city and destroy Thebes.
Ooh. But so he,
take out your frustrations.
He's probably, I mean, if he's going up against, I mean, it seems like he steamrolled them, but at the same time, it's still probably more of an organized army than these like tribesmen up that he was just fighting.
Much more organized. Like they're not walking over these guys. It's a fair fight.
Well, we covered it the last 2 episodes. These guys were friends with each other. Perhaps with kissing. So they will get together and they'll talk about it. They organize cookie sales and things of that nature on top of fighting viciously.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Catty.
So the city is sacked, and then it's kind of like, all right, what do we do with the city now? So Alexander assembles the League of Corinth, so this alliance of city-states. And it's like, what do you guys want to do? I'll do whatever you say. This is more your fight than my fight because you always hated Thebes. Thebes always hated you. What do you guys want to do? And happens after they decide is every single inhabitant of Thebes is sold into slavery, and every single building within the city is to be torn down.
Damn.
Wow,
Yeah.
harsh.
Yeah, ancient history. It's like the few times you can actually say, like, no, we're going to unbuild the city, and it will be like it never existed.
So what's at Thebes now?
No, they don't go all the way, because Alexander, like, halfway through is kind of like, all right, maybe we shouldn't destroy the whole thing, but they tear down, like, the walls and all the sacred symbols and all of, like, the government buildings.
Right,
basically.
but they left like the Walgreens and the Avalons and stuff.
Yeah, like all the 7-Elevens are allowed to stay. The
Yeah.
apartment buildings, they're fine. They need, the rent.
Right.
Just
So
no churches.
no churches.
Yeah,
right.
this isn't like with the Romans, centuries later, where what we still don't know where Carthage is or whatever, salting the earth, like wiping it
Yeah.
off the map type of thing.
Yeah, Romans would actually destroy the whole city, and Alex will do that. He'll do that eventually.
Okay.
He's just kind of Thebes. He doesn't go all the way.
Right.
So now it is 334. Alexander's been king for about a year, and everything is now finally in place. His northern borders with the tribesmen are secure. The Hellenes are fully subjugated to his rule. The only exception is Sparta, but they're so weak at this point that it doesn't matter. It's just like, whatever, you stay neutral, I guess.
Yeah, they're like, this is Sparta, I guess.
This is yeah. This is
Sparta.
This is Sparta.
Sparta. And they like kick a puddle on
The
someone.
Persians gave us a lot of gold.
We don't have wells anymore.
This is this is when Robert Pattinson took over for Gerard Butler.
Exactly. So now he's finally ready to embark on this mission. He meets up with the army that has been building in the Bosphorus. It's being reinforced now. Everything is all set to go. He sends the army off on a land route while he and his companions, the companion cavalry, they're going to take a boat trip. They're gonna sail. And what's their first stop but the ruins of the city of Troy, where Alexander can go to the Temple of Achilles and see his hero.
Dude, get weak in the ankles. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm weak in the ankles. Woo, getting those shakes.
Yeah, just
Woo.
do a little bit of like leg lifts. That's all it is, man. Just
dude.
get a standing desk.
Why don't you just put
Did he,
a little tiny piece of brass right on your ankles? Done.
Yeah.
Easy.
Like it's like what they with the Yeezys, they added extra heel, right?
Yeah.
Make that go up.
Come on, Achilles. Just wear a little bit extra armor. So, as Alexander gets onto these ships, it is the last time in his entire life that he would ever set foot in Europe. He is gone on this adventure, and this will be the rest of his life. So, as we said, first stop is Troy. As the boats, because they used to just beach these boats. That's how you didn't even need a port or a harbor. It was just like row them on up, put them on the beach, and then pull them.
Right, they had row power.
Yeah,
so you were
row
able
power.
to like bounce off a bit. I mean, you get when you have endless manpower, you could just do shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key to like whenever someone's like, I can't believe the ancient peoples were able to build all this without computers. It's like, well, slaves.
Yes.
It's slaves.
Yeah.
You can
Cheap
do a
labor.
lot of things with free labor.
I mean, my dad was a big fan of Ancient Aliens, right? And you see these things and they're like, how is the precision of this one stone this precise? It's like, dude, like if this guy didn't make it that precise, he would have been dead because he was a slave.
Yeah. They had all the time in the world.
Yeah.
You look at these giant artifacts. It's like, yeah, if you think that took forever, it's because it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at kids nowadays that have all the time in the world and build literally like the life-size replica of the Enterprise in Minecraft. You know what I mean? Like
True, yeah.
Yeah, Egyptian pharaohs would become pharaoh at 13 and be like, all right, time to get started building my tomb. That's going to take about 70 years, and I hope I'm all dead by the time it's done.
yeah,
In
Minecraft.
Yeah, in Minecraft. So he sails up to Troy, and very much like Brad Pitt Achilles does in the movie, he jumps off the boat, throws a spear onto the beach, and said, from the gods, I accept Asia, won by the spear. So he is claiming to have conquered all of Asia right at the beginning by just jumping onto this beach that's, again, friendly to him. Like, these people are like, hey, Alex, come pray to Achilles' temple. And he's like, I've won Asia by the strength of my spear.
All right. Well, apparently this is his house now. Should we take off our shoes, Alex?
Yeah.
Seems a
He's
bit
doing
extra.
a little cosplay.
Yeah.
He does all of this alongside his longtime companion, Hephaestion. They go pray at the temple of Achilles, which has like a statue of Achilles and Patroclus next to it. So very clearly, like, showing that they are the reincarnation of these two.
Now, you said he's not very sexually aroused, but they boned next to that.
Oh, I think he's only sexually aroused by Hephaestion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're in.
I think he was monogamous, whereas everyone else was like polyamorous.
Okay, all right.
OG Trad Boy taking over the world.
Yeah. So what he does apparently when he goes there is he takes a relic that's reputed to be Achilles's. I think it's either his breastplate or his shield. So it's like, this is the shield of Achilles, or this is the armor of Achilles, and now Alexander is wearing it.
I would say that Achilles' armor is not very good.
Well, it's very good everywhere except for the ankles.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that's not very good, dude. You should have known.
I think Alexander threw the ankle plates on.
Yeah, you should have known when your mom dipped you in the sticks or whatever that your heel was, or your ankle was the only part exposed. You dumb idiot.
Yeah, that's the only place you need armor.
Yeah.
Fight naked, Achilles.
Yeah.
So the army he's going to war with, it's about 50,000 men. Mostly Macedonian hoplites, that's the heavy infantry with the big long spears, and their cavalry. Hoplites from all across the Greek world. There are also these guys known as the Agrianeans. They're the javelin throwers, and they become like Alexander's most trusted group outside of his cavalry.
I think you mentioned them in episode 1 of this series. Yeah.
They're awesome.
They did slings and spears, right?
Slings and spears, yeah.
Nice,
and
cool guys.
javelin spears, though.
Nice.
Yeah. And they would like go, they didn't wear armor, so they would just like be running around in like sandals and a skirt with a javelin and just like killing people like that. Yeah.
Get people's attention. Check out my fruit salad.
Hey, look over here. Over here. Bam. Yeah. They also have a naval force that's kind of shadowing them. That's over 180 ships. And these each take like 300 men to row them. So this is like another 36,000 people on these boats.
So those boats are probably rowed by the Thebians, right? Because the slaves are probably
all those
rowing.
people that just became slaves. Yeah, they're now tied to the oar. Yeah. Now, all of this does not include the support staff that Alexander is bringing: his scouts, his engineers, land surveyors, surgeons, priests, secretaries, grooms for the horses, merchants that are just hanging around, cooks, a bajillion slaves, a probably equal number of prostitutes. And for the first time in recorded history, Alexander has a PR staff.
Good.
He literally has like a PR spin room wing of his army.
Nice.
Oh, damn.
Solid.
Yeah, he brought in all the historians, like famous historians of the day, and was like, you're going to write history the way I tell it as we fight this campaign.
I would love to be a surgeon in his army, because you just walk in the room, go, looks like that guy got pelted at.
He's going to die.
That guy was sliced pretty bad, and if I'm going to do anything here, it's just going to be more slicing, so let's just see what happens.
We could try amputating the head. I mean...
Seriously,
no one's tried that before.
if you have the stomach for it, being a surgeon at this time is the easiest job in the world.
Oh, yeah.
You're just there, just like, can you do something? I don't know.
No, most of the time they're like, can you do something? It's like, drink this concoction of these leaves I found. That'll cure the wound that you have where your leg used to be.
Yeah, my neighbor.
gotta go outside.
My neighbor was raking his lawn, and I picked up all this shit. Go ahead, eat that.
Drink it.
I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna find a cactus, and I'm gonna put it on your forehead. And you think about Jupiter a lot, all right?
Yeah, but so I feel like Alexander is kind of like, I mean, he's young. He's got a lot of power. He's sort of like an influencer, right? Like if he's got this PR team, right? If he had the power, the amazing, awesome, in the true sense of the word, power of social media, like TikTok. If he would be a TikToker, Be like,
would
lol.
be a wonderful
He'd be
TikToker.
like, lol, and like stabbing some dude in like the neck. War is fun.
It's just, different greats for different generations.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
Everyone says that.
Logan Paul is the next Alexander the Great. That's all I'm saying.
He also is bringing a bunch of experts from like architecture, geography, botany, linguists, and biologists, and is just kind of like sending all this learning that he's like back to Greece. So they find all these like animals that they never knew existed. So he's not just going to take over and kill people. He also is like, let's learn something about these people, guys, and then let's kill them. All right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, being a botanist, I feel like would be a great. They existed for a long time too. It's like, oh, look at this plant. I'm getting paid to pick up this plant.
We have loads of those. Well, not this one.
Yeah. Never seen this one before with my
Never seen
eyes.
This one. This one is growing north.
Yeah, so all this stuff, obviously, this can't be hidden. This is like 200,000 people on the move. Not 200. It's probably like 100 and something thousand people on the move entering Persia. This is Persian territory. This is no longer like, oh, they're in Macedonia. No, they're in Persia proper. So the great king at this time, and he is going to become a major player in our story, is Darius the Third. So we had Darius the First back in episode 1. Now we've got Darius the Third. He's not the grandson. He's like the great-great-great-grandson because a lot of time has passed. He only came to power like a few years before this period. He wasn't ever supposed to become the King of Kings. He kind of just like falls into it after a bunch of assassinations happen. So a lot of people have said he might not have been prepared for this and wasn't ready for the true threat that was Alexander.
What's the age difference between Alexander and Darius the Third?
Like 25 years. So Darius is probably like 40.
Okay.
And Alexander is like 21. I think. Yeah, it's like 20 years maybe.
I wasn't sure it was like two influencers going at it.
No. Darius is much more of like Philip's generation.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like Logan Paul talking shit about like Ben Stein.
Yeah. Now, remember, Alexander, he hadn't really verbalized this, and we don't even know if he was possibly thinking it, but I think based off his later moves, is that he recognized, I don't have to just content myself by like freeing the Ionic cities on the coast. I can conquer all of this empire because all it's going to take is a big battle. One big battle will smash their army, and then I can enter the capital and just take over the administration, and everyone will be fine with that. And he's got a good, he's not wrong, as we'll see. But it's just so audacious that no one would even think it possible at the time. So what he needs, really, is to have the Persians drawn into this great battle. Otherwise, he won't have the chance, and his army will kind of melt away just from attrition. So he needs this big battle, and he needs it fast. So the great king gathers his people. He's like, what are we going to do about this threat coming over from Greece? He basically delegates it. He's like, they're not that much of a threat. I'll let the satraps, which is like the Persian word for governors, the satraps, I'll let them deal with it. So like the satrap of Asia Minor, which is in this area. You gather the army and let me know if you need any help, I guess.
We'll start calling people satraps.
Yeah. It's a good word.
It's like
Smooth ass satrap.
Yeah, it's like governor. Like, governor! Satrap! I feel like this Persian hubris is just a constant thing, right? Because they're always like, I don't even know who those guys are, whatever. I'm here smoking a hookah.
That could also be an effect of the fact that all the sources we have, for the most part, are the Greek sources.
Gotcha.
So you're going to paint their enemy to appear like that. They also make Darius seem like a coward, but I don't think he was a coward. So, well, you'll see.
I got a question. Maybe you know the answer. Wouldn't there also be like Persian sources, or were those destroyed when these armies came through? And
there definitely were, but they lost.
Right.
So it wasn't like there was, and Alexander takes over. So it's not like he's going to say he told them to write this history this way. Right. Yeah. And like the sources that we use are all written in the Roman period, so they all have this like tinge of like, what did the Romans want to tell people about Alexander? Yeah.
Right. They loved those Greeks.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So Maybe you didn't know this even happened.
Yeah. And also, like, part of it, it's not just the Roman period, but it's Augustus, who's like the first emperor of Rome, and he's the first one in Rome who's basically like, stop trying to push the borders further, just stay where we are. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of the story of Alexander is like, look, you can't be constantly conquering. You have to eventually stop and consolidate.
Right.
So that's why a big part of the story of Alexander is like, he's always wants to go further and further. All right. So Darius, he says, you guys deal with it, but what I think you should do is just do a scorched earth tactic, burn all the farms, because Alexander can't afford to supply this army. He's going to have to forage for it. So just cut off his food supply. Obviously, when you're the governor of an area, hearing that you should just burn down all the wealth that you use isn't going to be very appealing. So they don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead they gather an army. Now, this is not going to be an army drawn from all the parts of Persia. It's mostly just going to be the area of Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, with some Greek mercenaries. And they are heavily favored. Obviously Alexander has this great fighting force, but it's more like, you've been fighting the other Greeks. Who knows how powerful you actually are? Look at how big our army is. They're not guaranteed success. They're now the foreign invaders, so they're, not used to this land. As I said, they had to forage for all their supplies. And it's kind of a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean,
what's going
you always have a big advantage when you're fighting relatively on turf that you know. I know he was expanding out north, but this is like entering another planet for him.
Yeah, and historians have said that this is very much like a sci-fi where it's like you're aliens invading a foreign land. Because like they've been fighting in Thrace for hundreds of years, so even though it's not their lands, they know those lands.
Right. They'll be like, what is this? This is a fucking camel? What is a horse with giant humps on it and shit? What the fuck is this garbage?
So the showdown is coming. It's coming. But this is not, Alexander knows already, this is not going to be the big battle that he wants, but it will be the first major test. If this doesn't go well, the whole expedition is going to be off. Even though Darius isn't leading it, so it's not going to decide the whole war. If the Macedonians lose, though, the war is over. They have to go home. So they spot each other at the river Granicus, which is a very small river in southwestern Turkey. Alexander begins deploying his troops in a line. It's late in the afternoon when the two armies finally met. So normally in ancient warfare, the biggest part was trying to find the other army. Once you find each other, it's like, all right, where do we want to fight? Like maneuvering to try and find good battlegrounds. And then maybe a week later, you've kind of both settled into your camps, and then you have your clash, and then whoever loses goes home. That's usually how it goes.
Once again, we are really picking apart the nitty-grit of history and finding out how stupid it is. Like, the amount of time that armies would just spend walking around each other, pacing up and down, eyeing each other down. What could have been accomplished? We could have made more pyramids, damn it.
Yeah.
But no, we had to just pace it out.
I don't know. I feel like this is an important part of human history where we just chest bump a lot. This happens on... Whoa, bro.
That's sick.
Bro, hold me back.
Hold me back.
Do you think Alex had his men bench?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. They definitely were benching.
Nice. That's sick.
He would always make sure leg day was like a week out from the battle. That way you were recovered by the time the battle began.
Fair enough. That's a good idea.
Maybe his psych move was doing leg day the day of. They're like, holy fuck, he's doing leg day.
Do you think they knew anything about semen retention?
I don't know. They were just boning too often to probably worry about it.
Yeah, there was no retention there, Tom.
All right. Well, just asking. Maybe it was just like 2 hours before the fight. Just like, hey, hold your cums in, everyone.
Just keep those boners, all right? We are edging.
Think about your mother, and not in a pornographic sense. Just don't get horny.
Think about your aunt.
So don't think about your aunts or your nieces.
Yeah. That's it.
So this is going to be the first big showdown between the Achaemenid Persian Empire and Alexander the Great and the Macedonian army. Alexander is on one side of the river. The Persians are on the other side. It's a very shallow river. Like, you can easily just, like, stroll right across it. It's more of a creek at this point.
Pray for clamming.
Great for clamming, but a little muddy. And again, it's not easy to wade through like knee-deep water, especially if it's got a current to it. But it's still, it's a horse can ride through it pretty much no problem. Persians on the opposite side of Alexander are about 40,000 strong. Alexander's force at the battle is probably about 30,000 in this one. And the Persians are mostly cavalry and Greek mercenaries. But they didn't think they were going to fight, because again, this is day one of the armies finding each other. Like, oh yeah, all right, so we see each other, we're going to wave, we're going to set up campfires, we're going to yell at each other from across the river, and then we'll wake up tomorrow morning and maybe we'll fight tomorrow. No.
I love that.
Alexander wants to fight today.
Yeah.
He's been waiting for this moment his whole life. Why am I going to wait another night? Time to fight.
I don't want them to say any mean words to me and just discourage me.
I don't want them to hurt my men's morale by calling them mean words.
Yeah, imagine like what would happen. Just guys standing on the other side of the creek, like, "Hey, fuck you!"
Fuck you!
Did you hear what he said to us?
I think he said "fuck" at us.
How dare he?
He's rustled my jimmies for the last time. That little guy over there who I can't see because they all look the same.
You know what? I'm going to go sling a rock at him, okay?
Yeah. Go find a rock and pelt it at his penis.
Yeah. So, this is Alexander's first test. Big army against him. The Battle of Thebes, he had the numbers, he had the advantages. Here, it's not clear what's going to happen. He sends a feint with his cavalry forces on the right flank, drawing the Persian forces into a thin line. So, like, he's attacking, trying to get around them. So they're spreading further and further. And the Macedonians are losing a lot of men relative to what they usually lose. Again, they subdued the Balkans with about 150 deaths. They probably suffered 100 deaths in this initial charge. So it's hairy. But like he will for this time, like he did back at Chaeronea, he's leading his companion cavalry. He sees a gap open in the line across the river. The horns sound, and Alexander leads all the companions straight across the river right into the heart of the Persian line.
Right, so this would be like in The Mummy if, like, when they're like, "Hey, Benny, you're on the wrong side of the river." Benny was like, "Fuck you, bitch!" And just, like, ran across the river and fucking punched Brendan Fraser in the face, dick.
Oh, yeah. Damn. That was an outtake.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just had the cameras rolling. They didn't expect them to get that violent.
Oh, this is acting, guys.
Turns out the actor who played Benny, real jerk. Real jerk.
So Alexander is at the head of this column. He is in the danger zone. He's the first one across the river. He's the first one stabbing at Persians. Now, obviously, all of this depends on him. If he dies, the whole war is over, even if they win the battle. So probably don't want to be at the front. Not only is he at the front of the formation, he's wearing the most brilliantly shining armor of all of them, because obviously he's the king, so he's really wealthy. So he's got like a perfectly sheened silver helmet. He's wearing Achilles' armor and Achilles' shield that's like polished to gold. And he has 2 gigantic eagle feathers coming out of his helmet, like white eagle feathers. And so everyone can see that, oh, that's the king. Like, hey, we're Persian. We have no idea what Alexander looks like, but I think it's that guy.
It's probably that weenie over there. But Alexander, you gotta remember, hey, I was made from sperm that came from lightning from my god-dead penis.
Yeah.
I can't be killed.
Was this the first instance of a furry? Was he trying to roleplay as a rabbit with these 2 feathers coming out of his head?
Maybe it's a little bit of it. Yeah.
And so I got one question. So this was also, was this a time where they would take, because I know in warfare, a big thing is taking ransom, right? You'd capture something. They'd wear shiny armor.
That's a huge part.
They'd wear shiny armor like these knights and stuff later on. So people would know that, like, we don't kill this guy, we just take him, and then he is held ransom. Would they kill?
There's like a bunch of reasons.
Would they kill Alexander, or would they just take him?
It's either way. It's like kill him or take him, because either way you'll achieve your objective. Right. You're not going to ransom him back, though, if you capture him. It'd be more like, now the war's over and you're going to live as a prisoner in Babylon for the rest of your life. And so it's like that, Travis, like where it's like the enemy can tell and can ransom you, but it's also so that your own soldiers in the heat of battle, when dust and blood is flying everywhere, you can look and be like, oh, that's the king, that's the order,
follow that guy,
and they fight. Hey. Yeah, follow that guy. Yeah. So again, this is Alexander and all his best buds from high school, basically, charging into the heat of battle across the river Granicus. And the Persian plan quickly turns from like an organized battle to kill that dude. There he is. He's right there. Kill that guy. So they all just kind of push into this one big thing. And it becomes just like a huge chaotic melee where everyone's just like swinging down from horses and people are trying to stab up to the horses and all this. And Alexander takes a couple of blows. Part of his helmet is shorn off by an axe before he can stab the guy.
Damn.
He blocks apparently a spear throw. Again, we have no idea if this happened, but who gives a shit?
They may have a lot of people on staff, but they didn't have any scribes that were quick enough for that.
Look, you know,
no, they can't be carving into clay this
look,
fast.
you know what's really important is knowing the entire history of Bilbo Baggins. That actually happened. You know what?
So he like deflects a spear blow with his shield. And then one of his companions cuts that dude apart. He's about to apparently be decapitated from behind by a scimitar when the commander of his royal squadron, a guy named Cletus the Black, cuts the guy's arm off mid-stroke.
Hi, I got you,
Shout
Sam.
out to Cletus.
Now we think that's true because we're going to talk about Cletus in a later part, and that's why we think you'll hear about it then.
Hey, you know
But
what's
anyway,
fun about that
cuts this
name? It
dude's
turns
arm
out that Cletus, he's white.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Where'd you get that name from? I don't know. Just one of my favorite colors.
Yeah. So now normally ancient warfare, it's kind of a lot of like push, pull, and then one side will retreat and it all collapses. This is much more just like 2 hours of intense brawling before finally the Persian line collapses. They retreat panicked across back to their camp. The Greek mercenaries that were on the Persian side were kind of watching this going, do we join? Do we not join? Should we see if we can like just go to Alexander and be like, hey, we're Hellenic, we'll join you. Like, you don't need to fight us anymore. We were being paid by them, but now we'll be paid by you. Before they can decide, though, Alexander, in a rage, orders a charge of the Greek mercenary line and just starts slaughtering them.
Why not? They were fighting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, and he basically is like, you're traitors for even considering being on the Persian side to begin with. Mm-hmm. So I almost got my arm chopped off. They cut off one of my feathers, so I'm in no mood to be merciful.
My fucking feather, god damn it.
You know how long it took me to find that thing? I had to track down a white eagle.
Yeah. Well, by that I mean I had to find a hippie chick.
Yeah. So the Persian line collapses. The Greek mercenaries are slaughtered before they can finally surrender. The whole League of Corinth probably loses about like 500 to 800 men. The Persians lost about 20,000.
Woo!
Again, no, but sure.
Yeah, but woo!
Yeah. Alex is very gracious in his victory. He spends the whole rest of the day and the next 2 days visiting each and every one of the wounded men under his service, cheering them up. He wants to hear about how they got wounded and wants them to brag about how brave they were in the fighting. And this is what he loves. He loves this shit. This is going to be his lifelong passion, is fighting battles and hanging out with his bros afterwards.
It's like a real John Cena in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except replace warriors with cancer kids.
Yeah, exactly. How'd you almost die and are probably going to die?
Well, I can't see you, so you're talking to no.
Well, I know you're.
Do they actually say they're sending John Cena, and then like somebody like they send a representative and like, here's John Cena, kid.
I don't know. Like, it's weird. It's one of those things that's happening today and over the last few years where it's good for the kids.
Yeah.
You remember when it's like to be for the kids, but also it's just like, WWE is just loving that. They're just like, oh, we love this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's weird that they're getting their rocks off, but like, I'm all about it.
Yeah, but
I hate that comment.
As you said, Alexander has a PR team. So they might have been like, yo, go see your troops. Get those bonus points.
Also, hold on a second. Just thought of something. You got a PR team? You got a lot of people who've never seen you up close. You probably had a bunch of pretty boys just step in for him.
Oh, yeah.
And go, hey, I'm him.
I am Alexander.
Yeah, and Alexander's in the back just fucking counting sand because he doesn't want to talk to
Yeah,
anyone.
he just had like 3 sets of armor made, like a body double.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, that's the one. He's got 2 feathers on his head.
It's got to be him.
Mm-hmm. So this is the moment that Alexander had been dreaming of all his life. He was victorious on a field of battle over the ancient enemy, the Persian Empire. He had fought heroically like Achilles had before him. He had finally killed enemy soldiers in battle and tasted the blood of victory. And also, our army is truly his now. It's no longer just the thing he inherited from Philip. This is Alexander's army. They watched their king just charge across the river like a suicidal maniac and come out the other side, and now they're like, this is fucking awesome, we're rich beyond our belief. He is ascendant. And now comes the easy parts. He beats this army that was kind of controlling all of Asia Minor, all of modern-day Turkey. Yeah. So now all the cities that are there just start throwing open their gates to Alexander and the Macedonians. He's going up and down the coast, receiving surrenders, being gracious in victory, taking on new titles, giving out money to everyone. Everyone loves it. There's a couple of notable cities that resist. The first is Miletus. They try and hold out and wait for the Persian army that's being built now to come and rescue them. Alexander brings in a bunch of experts in siege warfare, knocks down their walls, enters the city, conquering hero. Then he's on to the port city of Halicarnassus. Once again, Civ 6 players, my favorite wonder in the game, Mausoleum of Halicarnassus. That's where Alexander is headed.
Shout out.
This city is at the end of a narrow peninsula, so it's really easily defended because armies can only approach from one way. It's being reinforced by the Persian navy because Alexander, after the victory at Granicus, basically is like, oh, the navy, that's just a waste of money. Disband the navy. Get rid of all the ships.
Oh, he's going in.
Not a smart move in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, but he's planning on going inland, right?
Yeah. The navy thing is going to be a bit of a problem, though, because now this city of Halicarnassus is getting reinforced and supplied like crazy. So it's kind of this is going to be a thorn.
A little premature war ejaculation. He's like, oh, we get rid of the navy now, but we got going. We got to get it.
Yeah.
It's not going to rain no more. Everyone leave your umbrellas.
Yeah.
So Halicarnassus is holding out. They also have some brilliant tactical minds of their own. They do some clever distractions where they make it seem like they've abandoned the city, so then the Macedonians kind of let down their guard as they're walking up, and then from out of the side comes the Halicarnassan army that just starts routing some of the Macedonian soldiers. This is the first time they're actually just straight up losing a battle. And it's not until they reach the hardcore Macedonian veterans, that true Phillips generation guys, that they hold the line and push back this counter siege, basically.
Yeah, this elite troop probably had let's say 100 people there. They probably had about 20 eyes between them. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was a few blind guys. They locked their shields together, so they fought as a unit.
Where am I?
The guy in the middle's got one eye, so he can see everything. So the Phillips veterans are able to hold the line, so that's a little bit of embarrassment for Alexander. But it doesn't matter because the next morning they seize the city after knocking down a bunch of the walls. However, the Persians and most of the army in the city escapes because, again, there is no navy to stop them from escaping. The bigger problem is that they took all the money that was in the city, so Alexander was short of cash for a little bit. However, Asia Minor at this point is now fully under Alexander's control. No other Greek before him had ever achieved something like this. A lot of historians think that right here, right now, is where Philip would have said, all right, we're done. We did our goals. I'll talk to Darius. We'll work out a peace treaty. I've just quadrupled the size of the Macedonian kingdom, and I've become more wealthy than any Hellenic person has ever been before. So I'm going to call it here, right? It was a good spot for the empire.
Do you think that at this point, the the regular Greeks, like the Athenians and all the. I think at this point, are they like, okay, these Macedonians, they're Greeks?
Yeah, kinda. They're also just waiting for one slip up where they can go back.
Right.
And they kind of do that up until the moment he dies.
Oh, okay.
They're just like waiting for the moment that they can get out from under him.
Right.
Yeah, for that whole. I told you the whole time he wasn't no Greek.
Yeah, I don't care. They can't get to India.
Yeah, he only smoked.
He never really was. He was okay. Don't get me wrong. I liked him,
Yeah.
but he ain't no Greek.
He only smoked 2 packs a day, not 3 packs.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he smoked Camel Crushes, not Camels.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Ooh, it tastes good in my mouth right now.
Yeah. Now, after Alexander's big victory at Granicus, Darius over in Babylon, which is modern-day Baghdad, now he's like, okay, this is a problem. Let's gather a mega army. Not just a little local police force to deal with the Macedonians, but the whole Persian Empire, troops from all across it. It's time for the big showdown. You know? Let's fucking go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's still down the road, because it's going to take a long time relative to how short the story time-wise is to gather that big of a troops. So while Alexander's kind of getting ready for this fight, he goes to the city of Gordium. Now, have you guys heard of the Gordian knot?
It's basically what happens when you pile all your cables for all your video game systems together and just shuffle them all up and then, like, put them in a bag, and then you can't untie it.
Yeah. That's pretty close to accurate. So the Gordian knot was in the city of Gordium. It's a very complicated knot that connected a cart to something. I'm not really sure, but the idea was whoever could untie this really complicated knot was destined to rule over all of Asia. So Alexander's like, I gotta go check that out.
This is going to be awesome. I could totally eat that burger.
Yeah, he's basically man versus food, but not person, a bondage man.
Yeah, rope time.
That's the new show coming out on True TV. All the feats. I'm going to do all these Amish tricks, where they make nails into puzzles. I'm going to do them all in 10 minutes.
No, but seriously, we're all Alexander the Greats nowadays, because I'm sure this knot was not more complicated than a pile of cables that everyone
Or
has.
just two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just checking my notes.
Holding for notes.
Notes.
While that's happening, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are enjoying this episode of Roast Mortem. It's brought to you by TCBY, the hottest yogurt in this side of the Mississippi.
Oh, NTY Billy Baby, BB Boobies, BB Dobbies. They got beans in them.
Yeah. All right, back to your program.
All right. So he goes to Gordium. He's like, yeah, I want to check out this knot, see if I can untie it, because I am destined to rule over all of Asia. You guys might not know that yet, but I do. He gets there. The whole army's watching. They're cheering him on. He has no fucking clue how to untie this knot. He's lost. He's got it. He's like, oh shit, like this is not looking good for everybody. I'm kind of fumbling up here.
Yeah,
So
he probably should have been doing all those racist jokes before, making his eyes all squinty. It's like, you're not... Dude, stop with the jokes. You got to do the knot first.
Yeah, wait. Just wait a little bit, man. Just do the knot.
Yeah.
So he says, fuck this, draws his sword and slices through the knot.
Hell yeah.
And says, I have untied the knot. I am going to be the king of all of Asia. It's reputed that night, a thunderstorm blew through the area with loud cracks of thunder and huge peals of lightning. Obviously a signal that Zeus approved of his son conquering the Gordium knot and that he is going to rule over all of Asia.
It's funny because if you wanted to, you could just say his dad didn't approve. That's why he got mad.
Yeah.
Like, you did it wrong. These are angry bolts. Can't you read my bolts by now, son?
I'm saying to stop
this
here,
bolt
son.
is my belt, and I just can't reach it from here.
Now bend over, son, before I come blowing through that.
If I was happy, I would have sent a bunch of eagles.
Yeah. That's what I do. I got so many eagles.
Yeah.
They're like get well cards with the eagle.
I buy them after Mother's Day is over. They're on sale.
You got pneumonia? Here's an eagle.
That'll help. Drink that tea that the surgeon prepared for you.
Yeah. It's made of a rock and some frogs.
He bought it from a hippie
Yeah.
chick that lives in a castle.
So it has been 1 year since Alexander left Macedonia. He has fought one major battle and has won one major siege, but with a lot of small skirmishes and sieges along the way. He has conquered a massive chunk of the Persian Empire, and Darius III is preparing his massive army deep in Mesopotamia. So this is the showdown coming of when and where will they fight. Alexander leaves Gordium, heads southeast towards present-day Syria, and in the city of Tarsus on the coast, he becomes very sick. It's bad. Something's wrong with Alexander.
Do you think he had the clam chowder on a Wednesday?
I think really what happened is he was hanging out in too many marshes and probably had malaria.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, because this is like malaria capital of Greece, even though we're outside of Greece.
Yeah,
He could have really used some ivermectin.
Yeah,
he could.
they had run out of it though. They had COVID 332 BC a couple of years before this. So.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with the. I mean, no, never mind. They are Greek. They eat bad seafood all the time. So it wasn't seafood. It probably horse meat or something.
Yeah, he probably had like some Scythian horse milk and didn't sit well.
Oh, my tummy don't feel good. I don't like this.
Yeah. Now this goes on for months. He's really sick, like barely can get out of bed, barely can give orders. Again, he is still a new king, even though he has achieved all this wonderful brilliance in such a short time. He's still new to the job, so no one knows what would happen if he died. He still is not married, which is insane in the ancient world that he's been king for over a year and doesn't have a wife and a kid.
Also, he's 20. Don't they marry at like 15 back then?
Yeah. So it's very odd that and everyone's kind of like, Alexander, you need, because if you die, everything goes away. Like, it all stops.
They're like, well, he's not married. I don't understand. I think it's because he's gay. I don't understand why he's not married, though.
I think he wants to marry Hephaestion, but he can't.
Wait, it's ancient Greece.
But why does he want to get married?
I forgot it's ancient Greece. We're all gay. Why isn't he married?
Yeah, why is he married? You don't have to. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. You just gotta do it. Put it in there.
You just gotta pretend. Close your eyes.
Alex, you can have Hephaestion in the bedroom with you. You're the king. You can do whatever you want. You just gotta finish inside her.
You could do it Mormon style. You just have Hephaestion push you in there.
Hell, Hephaestion could finish inside her, and you could say it's her baby.
It doesn't even fucking matter. Listen, you're great. We need at least something good. You know what I'm talking about? Spin one off for us.
Yeah. Now, while he's very sick and the army is kind of panicking about what's going on, they receive news that Darius III has left Babylon and is making his way northwest along the Euphrates River right to where Alexander and his men are.
Shit, that probably made his stomach go, oh no.
Yeah, this is an army of probably between 100 and 140,000 men, with probably an equal number of support staff and baggage train to supply it all. And Alexander and his men are far, far from home. They've not gotten any new reinforcements in over a year. They fought a bunch of battles, and even if they're winning them, they take their toll.
Don't forget the prostitutes.
So not looking good.
The baggage train.
Don't forget the prostitutes. Yeah, they're all there. They're all there. And Darius is leaving with his wife, kids, sisters, his brother, and his mom. They're all with Darius as well.
Leroy.
Yeah, he's bringing the whole family.
Bringing Leroy.
Well, I wasn't going to bring the kids, but it's they come free on the baggage train. That's free if they're under 2.
That's true. So look, you got to imagine, you hear this is coming. You work for Alexander. He's in bed. He's got malaria, probably from mosquitoes. Your job is to come up with bullshit ideas, right? An advisor of sorts. You're not going to get listened to. One of these guys had to throw up, let's train these mosquitoes to hit these armies coming at us right now here.
We can collect them like bees. Have you ever had mosquito honey?
Yeah. Because everything takes a while, they're like, all right, let's get drunk on that one. They're going to them mosquitoes all night. And they kept thinking, oh, maybe we can entice them, maybe smear them with blood. I don't know. We'll just get them whistling, flying at these Darius boys.
Yeah, that was their tactic. Just have the mosquitoes fly past the ear enough while they were in battle, right? Just that annoying.
Yeah.
You're like, God damn it!
Yeah, I mean It's fun. You know, waking up the next day, oh, definitely not doing that. Let's kill that guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Alexander finally recovers. He gets out of his sickness, and he hears all this news that the army's coming. So he's like, okay, finally. We're finally going to fucking have the battle. We're going to do it. It's going to be coming. Now, at this point, the armies are really close to each other. They're on opposite sides of a mountain range. So there's a bunch of different passes in between them. These are all narrow mountain passes, but so the scouts are kind of going back and forth, and they all know, all right, the showdown's here. Now, Darius has the advantage. He's got the initiative. He can kind of do what he wants. He can either fall back to the fortresses along the Euphrates and just kind of wait for Alexander to stretch his supply lines even further, or and also, the big advantage of that is it's wide open land. And he's got this huge, huge army, so it'll help him, like spread out, and Alexander's just going to be a tiny little ball of guys. Or he can push his advantage, go through the mountain passes, and try and find Alexander's army unprepared. And that's what they do. Probably not the smart option. You've got the number advantage, you've got the supply lines, why stretch that? So he heads through the mountains, but Alexander wanted this. This was his whole plan. He was like, we have smaller numbers. I'm going to take a page out of the Thermopylae playbook. I'm going to go to a tight play where the numbers are going to, bottleneck in, and I can fight on even terms. So he leaves certain mountain passes completely unguarded. That way the Persians will go through those and not other ones. And basically what happens is the Persians pop out on the coast plain that Alexander and the army are on. They're on the north side, Alexander's on the south side, and the stage is finally set. Darius III and the Persian army on one side, Alexander and his Macedonians on another. Ooh. And here's the battle. It's time.
It's time.
So, it is November of 334 BC. The showdown that Alexander has been waiting for is here. Darius III and the army is on the opposite side. Once again, they are on opposite sides of a very shallow, easily fordable river. It just happens again. So this time, it's not the Granicus River, it's the Pinaris River. But they are near a town called Issus, and that is where the battle will get its name. So the first one was named after the river, the Battle of Granicus. Now we're at the Battle of Issus.
Are you pronouncing it Issus so we don't get flagged off of Spotify?
Yeah. No, it's spelled ISSUS.
Oh, okay.
Good
so,
good cover.
This battle is sus.
Yeah. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
They had a great
once
black
again,
flag with some swords and shit on it. Right?
Some gobbledygook language. Who gives a shit about?
So this time they're not catching an unaware Persian army that's not ready for battle. This is a Persian army that has been training for this purpose for 6 to 8 months. They kind of know what they're up against. And they spend all morning, and I think they meet each other, and then they have one night where they're just kind of on the opposite sides, and then sleep through the night, and then ready for the next day.
Do you think during this time they're having cooking battle, who can make the best chili and shit, just all these mini games between the two?
They're roasting. Yeah. They're roasting the spinning meats, and it's just who smells better. Whose campfire.
It's well, you might beat us in battle, but check it out. Check out this meat I just made. Woo, yeah.
Yeah. So this battle is known that there's a long period of deployment in the morning where they're just kind of separated by about 100 meters, just yelling shit at each other all morning. So where Granicus, whereas you guys were joking that they would do that, this time they're actually just doing that. They're just yelling at each other across the river. Alexander takes a much different approach this time. He's not going to just charge right across. He almost got slaughtered that time. So instead, he advances the army very slowly, just kind of creeping closer and closer and closer. And every now and then he would stop the advance and he would ride up and down the line and shout out words of encouragement to his buddies and basically be like, don't worry guys, I'm Alexander, we're going to win.
You got this. Good job, Tiger. Good job, sport.
Yeah.
Give him a little pat on the butt.
Once again.
A lot of butt pats.
A lot of butt pats, yeah. That's why it's so slow, is because everyone's just trying to get their
sport.
pats in. Finally, as he's doing this cautious, slow advance, the Persians are kind of getting impatient. They're getting a little nervous. Alexander, he sees it, the gap in the lines that he's been waiting for. Horn sound, charges on once again. And again, he's right at the front in his big, bright, shiny armor and his feathers, and is like, let's go fucking kill some Persians.
Now, is the feather that got lobbed off, is it like duct taped on there?
Probably.
Like a broken pair of glasses or something?
So he's got a
It's like blue electrical tape.
Yeah,
he's got a real eye for these holes. He looks for these holes in the line. He's like, oh,
Loves a hole.
look at
in the
that
line.
gaped hole right there. I just got to get right in there.
Yeah.
Where's the hole in the valley?
Yeah.
So he leads this cavalry charge right into the heart of the Persian army, starts slaughtering guys left and right. It's going great. They're doing wonderful. But this is a big battle. Granicus was a much smaller affair. Alexander could kind of lead from the front and still give orders for what's happening on the opposite side of the line. That's not the case here. Because elsewhere in the line, there are Greek mercenaries fighting for the Persians that are taking their toll on the Macedonian army. They're slaughtering, they're pushing them back further and further. But Alexander and his companions, they had just cleared their area of the battlefield, and now they have unopened or uncontested access to the rear of the Persian line. So they basically break through and then swoop down from behind and just start slaughtering Persians once more.
So they did like a flank, right? Kind of like a little.
Yeah, it's like they imagine the two lines are advancing. Alexander's on the bottom, the Persians are on the top, and Alexander's on the bottom right. And he blitzes his army through the upper right-hand side of the Persians, and the Persians on the other. I don't know. The whole battle on the other side is going well for the Persians, so Alexander just makes a wheel shape. And just
so like when those
basketball
basketball men are doing fancy dribbling, and then they dribble around the guy, and he falls over. Yeah,
it's like a perfect little crossover. Like I went faked right and he came left.
I know basketball. I know sports.
Now, it becomes very obvious that the Persians are losing this battle. They can't get their number advantage. They have troops that are in the back that aren't even ready for battle, that are basically wearing wicker shields and flimsy spears, and they're not ready to fight. Alexander has a different cavalry wing that just kind of comes out of nowhere and starts seizing the baggage train. Darius, for his part, he is at this battlefield. It was traditional for the Persian king to be in the center of the line in a gigantic chariot surrounded by his elite bodyguard. So their units are destroying the Macedonians, but everywhere else the battle is going badly. So Darius is like, we have to retreat if I'm going to live for another day. So he does. So Darius takes off in his chariot, leaves the battlefield. The rest of the Persian army sees that their great king of kings has just fled in Alexander's onslaught, so they kind of just melt away, and the Persians' army is just destroyed completely.
Wow.
And Darius flees.
I'm imagining this chariot having hydraulics and shit. It's a Escalade.
Yeah.
With, hydraulics.
It had a hookah bar in the back.
Yeah, painted flames on it.
Yeah.
Tinted windows.
Everything chrome
whole
trim.
9 yards.
Oh, God.
All the horses had chrome horseshoes.
Yep.
And Oakley's on.
Oh, one thing I didn't mention about Alexander charging cavalry charges that kind of adds even crazier view to all this perspective. They don't have stirrups. This is pre-stirrup technology. So they're just all they're doing is throwing cloth over a horse and holding onto reins while wielding swords and spears and killing people.
That's borderline retarded.
It is. It's suicidal.
I think what's funny is sometimes, you get these and I am guilty of it sometimes, where you watch a historical movie and you're like, that's not historically accurate, blah, 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 blah. And I've noticed, and I knew that stirrup thing, but when you watch these old movies where before stirrups were invented, it's it has to do with a liability thing. They won't let the actors ride horses without stirrups, and people don't know.
Yeah,
and people don't know how
dangerous.
to do it properly to do these maneuvers. So
look at fucking Christopher Reeve. He was just doing it for fun with stirrups, and he's got necked.
Yeah.
I think stirrups were invented by the, if not invented by the Mongols, they didn't really become popular until the Mongols. So that's 1,600 years later is when they finally get stirrups.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's nuts, dude. Also, Travis, I know he's just mentioning, you watch something that's supposed to take place in history, a movie or something like that, and you see something that's not historically accurate. Sometimes I see it and I go, man, I wish it happened that way.
Yeah.
Because this is sick.
Yeah, this is way cooler.
Is
I want
so
Colin
awesome.
Farrell to be Alexander.
Exactly.
That is true. When I watched the Marvel Universe and Thanos disappeared it. That's history.
That would be
history.
good if they just ended Marvel like that. We're not making these fucking lame movies
Fucking
anymore.
sucks.
Everyone's dead.
Any adult who's been watching this and pure joy, go fucking drown.
So as Darius flees, eventually he switches from the chariot to a horse. And not only is he just fleeing the battlefield, he just keeps going. He flees all the way back to the Euphrates River, which is like 200 miles away. Because he's like, that guy Alexander is insane, and he's gonna catch up to me.
Oh, so he pulled like a Looney Tunes bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and as much as
I'm imagining him just being like, don't look behind, don't look behind, don't look behind.
Yeah. And as much as Alexander wanted to just go chase after him, he knew he couldn't. Because Darius flees at a point in the battle where it's still not going well on the far flank from where Alexander is. So he has this moment of like, do I chase Darius to end the war now, but maybe lose my army, or do I reinforce my flailing army and just finish it off? So he reinforces them, and that's when the Persian army just fully retreats and gets slaughtered. Like tens and tens of thousands dying, the rest all being sold into slavery. It's not very good for the Persians.
Bad day for kebabs, Team Kebab.
Yeah. Also, not a perfect day for Alexander, though. He was hoping this would be the big showdown, that this would be the battle and everything would end here, but because Darius can escape, he can go raise another army. He's got 50 million people to draw upon, so the fight will continue. However, it's not total loss. Like we said, he beat a big army. He also captures Darius's wife, children, mother, sisters, and brother.
Nah, mom, no.
Oh, you mean the people who didn't need a B-Day?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
So he captures his Darius's mother, who is her name is Sissy Gambis.
Ooh.
And Alexander is like, all right, I want to meet Darius's mother. That'd be cool. So he and his best friend Hephaestion go into the tent where she is being kept. They two walk in, and Sissy Gambis walks up to Hephaestion and begins to, supplicate as if he is Alexander. Because she just doesn't know who's Alexander.
Oh.
So she goes up to Hephaestion and is like, my new king, what can I do for you? And Alexander is like, I'm over here.
Hi.
However, he says something that historians have picked over ever since. He apparently says, quote, "You are not mistaken, mother. This man too is Alexander." Basically saying Hephaestion is me and I am him.
Oh.
And he also calls her mom. Like,
oh,
what's going on here?
Yeah. So maybe he is married,
I don't know. It's like
he and Sissy Gambis would actually develop like a great friendship and relationship. He would always call her mother. That's just what his name for her became. She kind of became like his stepmom because she would be with him. He never saw his mom again because, again, he never goes back to Europe, and she's back in Macedonia. Olympias is just hanging out there.
But Sissy here,
basically ruling
Sissy
over
here,
it.
like, talk about a shitty mom. It's like your son just got his butthole pushed in, and now you're gonna go,
now you're gonna hang out with your new son, Alexander.
well, I mean, a mom's got to be a mom sometimes. It's just like, look,
She
my
can't
son's
not
not
mom.
dead.
She can't stop momming.
That's true.
Basically.
Her son isn't dead. This nice man has picked you up. He's feeding you dried fruits and rotisserie chickens, whatever the hell they're eating. She's like, you know what? You're pretty nice to me. Can I wash your undershirts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
Now,
she just had dementia.
go ahead.
Just didn't know where she would. I'm your son. Hello.
Oh,
yeah.
Darius, hi.
All right,
back.
sissy space.
Did you win, honey?
Did you win? That's the only person that calls me mom.
Did you
These
win
are
the
like-
battle, babe?
Darius is like, how old is he? You said he's like 45.
Probably, yeah. Probably in his
so-
like early 40s.
So his mom's got to be like what, 47? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's how it was back then.
No. She was 52. That's when she was 12 when she had her period, so that's when she could start having kids.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. So Issus is notable for a few things, tactically and also for the history of Alexander. Tactically, it becomes the blueprint for how he's going to fight basically every battle for the rest of his life. Hardcore Macedonian hoplite phalanx right in the middle, a weak cavalry on the left flank, and Alexander and his companions on the right. And the whole plan is let the hoplites in the middle take the brunt of the attack, and then the cavalry on the right will blitz through and destroy the army on the opposite side. And that's what he'll do forever.
Right, and now it's about
his-
esports. So he was just tanking that
Yeah.
phalanx And then you got like the rogue boy, Alex, going around.
Yeah, you'd have the tank right in the middle, then you got the DPS on the right, and then his healers were basically like the Agrinian javelin throwers. They were like the linchpin that could kind of screen for the cavalry before the big charge came.
Just for you esporters.
Yeah. It is also famous for the Alexander mosaic. So in the artwork for today's episode, you'll see a picture of Alexander and maybe a picture of Darius, because it's a very funny image of Darius in the Alexander mosaic. It's a mosaic that was found in Pompeii, and it's a picture of this battle of Alexander fighting Darius at the Battle of Issus. And it's believed to be a recreation of a painting of Alexander that was done in his lifetime. So we think that this is probably pretty close to what he actually may have looked like.
He looks very cool.
He looks like a...
Yeah, and Darius looks very silly.
Yeah. He looks like a lot of people I went to school with, most of them named Anthony.
Yeah, he definitely looks like a lax bro in this image. Hold on, I'm going to drop it in the chat, because then you guys should definitely scroll to see what Darius looks like. It's hilarious. I don't know what Darius looks
like. All right. Take a look. Oh, that's him with his nice little knit hat on?
Yeah, with like the big, like, oh no, my army kind of look.
Darius looks like he's a sponsor or like the mascot for some mustard company.
Yeah.
Just getting his ass pushed in.
Yeah.
I also like the guy behind. I like the guy behind Darius who's like, "I'm getting the fuck out." He's got that whip going, like he's.
We're leaving.
Yeah, I will say Alexander's got this anime look to him. Those eyes are just giant.
Yeah, this was actually
he basically is an anime hero in real life, so it makes sense.
Well, this was actually the first Japanese person in Pompeii that did this
from Formosa.
Yeah, from Formosa.
So, with the Battle of Issus 1, Alexander has achieved, again, just more brilliance stacked upon brilliance. He has conquered all of Asia Minor. It's all at his disposal. The Great King is in disarray. He is secure in his power and all of this, and he could stop here, but he's not. He's going to keep going. He still has to kill or capture Darius, and he still has to take over the Persian army. But he still has, before he can do that, he's got to secure his coastline. Like we said, he disbanded his navy, so now the Persian navy that's in the Mediterranean is kind of running wild. That Persian navy is based out of Gaza, modern-day Israel. That's where the Phoenicians are from. The city of Tyre will become a major player in our next episode, because he's got to march down the south coast of Israel and then head to Egypt before he can go deep into Persia and track down Darius.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So next week on Alexander's Adventures, we'll be going through Palestine and then Egypt.
All right,
Wait,
so we might have to release a heavily censored version of the show as soon as I get yanked.
Yeah, come on, guys. We just did Taiwan. Now we're going to be talking about Palestine. What's going on here?
Don't worry, it's the ancient world, so none of it was around.
Oh, okay.
It was all fake. We'll come up with cute names for it.
Yeah, he doesn't really bother with Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is still just like a nothing city at this point.
Dude. Even, all right, never mind.
Okay, Connor, thank you very much for bringing in part 3 here. We don't know how many we're doing on this. You haven't decided, right?
Yeah.
I think 5 will probably be where we end up.
Wow, so get ready for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Battles and battles and battles.
Yes, get out your popcorn makers. Tell your significant other to shut up, because you're listening to Roast Mortem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Get some greatness.
Yeah, get your greatness. Go to patreon.com/roastmortemcast. Pay for greatness.
Yeah.
And Travis, anything else I'm missing? I'm missing things. I know I am.
Look, I'm just saying, like, you want to be the great. You don't want to be like the terrible or the ugly or like the fucking infertile.
Yeah.
Man.
The stupid one.
Stupid. This is a smart show.
Amen. And Danky Shane to all.
Dankums. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sorry, what's that, Travis?
Is that the Edge? Is the Edge joining us?
What do you mean?
The picture
Which
Where
picture?
Mike usually is.
Oh.
There's an old lady and Edge.
Oh no, that's Joe Piscopo.
I don't know who he is. Is that what you call when a clam pisses on you?
No, that's what you call a comedic genius who decides to become a crooner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
All right.
Carrot Top before Carrot Top.
Yeah, right.
Dude, don't say that. There's only one Carrot Top. Don't say
I just
that.
mean get a comedian who gets jacked afterwards.
I was thinking about Carrot Top a lot today, to be honest with
Just
you.
using props or
Props and working out, and I was like, the gym, it's just covered in props.
maybe
Yeah.
that's how Carrot Top started working out. He was like, "Wow, these props! I'm getting yoked from these props, so maybe I should really go for that."
Right,
instead."
like he was just doing comedy with like kettlebells and shit, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
he was just like, "This is so funny."
yeah, this is.
I was going to
funny.
say, originally it was just a kettle, and he was using this prop in the gym, and then they turned it into the kettlebell. He invented it.
Oh,
Yeah, someone else was showing him a prop comedy bit,
Yeah.
and the punchline was kettlebell, and then they did some research.
I know what I know. I know what I need to do.
God, he's probably cool as hell. I'd love to get him on the show.
Oh, that'd be. Rad.
I'd love to smoke menthol cigarettes with him.
That'd be fun too.
Just like a lot. Like,
he-
in a
What does he
like hot
smoke?
box of room.
Do you know if he smokes? Is he actually a menthol man like myself?
I don't know. I just want to hot box a car with menthol cigarettes and Carrot Top.
That's a good. It's a good starter for the episode, I suppose.
Yeah.
Welcome to Roast Mortem. We're doing anal with history, as Travis says. Right?
Oh no! As I put the coitus in chronological order of
Right.
history.
We're doing the oral history. Okay, hi.
There we go.
My name's Tom.
I'm Travis.
I'm Connor.
No Mike tonight again because he
Dude,
doesn't.
he
He
got
doesn't even care about
surgery.
Greeks. Yes, he got surgery though.
He got surgery today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's getting
shout out
robot
Mike.
knees and
Robot
shit,
knees.
right?
Gonna come back like a bionic man.
Yeah. New voice
Wait,
box.
Yeah.
do we know if he's actually getting robot knees or is he doing the thing where they put the dead people's knees inside of you?
No, what they're doing is they're basically just taking his old shitty body and sewing it together
Yeah.
again.
They're just reattaching it all. It's kind of like turn it off, turn it back on again. They're doing that to his knee.
Yeah.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right.
So he's still gonna be Mike.
I don't
can't-
know, man.
He'll just be able to ollie like 10 feet higher than he was before.
I don't think he's ever gonna skateboard again. I think he's just gonna start razor scootering like a real man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grow
yeah.
up already. Get a razor.
Exactly. He's
Hi,
gonna-
I'm gonna lime scooter over to the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna lime scooter. He's gonna get himself a motorcycle trike. He's gonna be a real man.
It's great.
He'll be doing those bicycles where you lean back and pedal with your feet in the air.
And I
Oh,
that those dicks.
incumbent bikers. Everyone always just goes off on bikers, right? But you really got to go off on the incumbent bikers.
Yeah. Well, they're useless. I think if you go off on bikers, it kind of goes without saying.
Yeah.
Like every time someone hurts himself on a bicycle, it's good for everyone except them. But who cares? I feel like we haven't had Mike on the show for a long enough time where we might even have to explain who Mike is.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Mike. He's in the artwork.
Yeah, he's in the artwork and he might be the intern.
Yeah.
He's an advanced he's a what they call a rock star intern.
Yep.
Yeah,
Full
he's
stack.
basically he's the Post Malone of Roast Mortem. He shows up, he does a beer bong of weed, and then leaves.
Yeah.
It's great.
How's everyone's week?
Oh, you stole my bit that I
No,
started.
no. That was my bit that I started. And I'm taking it back. I'm putting the anal in how was your week?
There you go.
All right, Connor, start us off.
My week was good since we last met. So Travis, this kind of explainer for you because you just were exposed to these. I restarted making quizzes for friends and family. This is a hobby I picked up last summer where, as a joke, I made a quiz for two of my friends, and then they shared it with the rest of our friend group, and it slowly turned into this thing where I would send out a weekly quiz to friends and family. I have like a listserv on my email of like 35 people I send it to.
Yes.
And I took a long break because it just kind of got annoying after doing it for a while. It was hard to come up with questions, but I'm back. I'm making quizzes for a while.
Well, now you got this fancy desk job.
Yeah,
So you have a little more time to browse Google and
exactly.
Yeah.
Get on Wikipedia, see what strikes me for inspiration. So
I have to tell you, you are a great quizsmith. I am
agreed.
Yeah, I am terrible at taking quizzes. I
it's
just
really
realized.
fun. It's usually about 10 to 12 questions, and the average score is like 4 or 5 right. So that's just kind of where the difficulty is.
It's advanced
That's
as hell.
part of the fun, I think, is the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that it's hard.
You know, I did watch my wife do the quiz last week, and I wasn't paying attention, but I leaned over at one point and I saw a gentleman walking by the name of Douglas MacArthur,
Oh, yes.
and I was just like, fucking Brazilian wife probably won't even get this. She got it. She just like,
Bam!
I thought I was gonna be cool and go, no, I know this one for sure.
She got it?
and she was just, oh no, I don't need you in my life.
I know
man."
who this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when Douglas MacArthur invaded Brazil? How could you ever forget?
Yeah. I think we retweeted the quiz last week, so maybe we'll start sharing them going forward or something.
Hey, that would be
If
fun.
listeners
That'd be-
want to take them.
We should do that with the Patreon folks.
Yeah.
On the
there we go.
Discord.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it
Discord.
exclusive. Let's
Yeah, keep it
let's
tight.
keep it Discord. I like the Discord people. I haven't been talking to the Discord people. I've been busy.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing. I think
So
they'd
look
like
out
that.
for quiz number 12. Pop quiz.
Quizzy.
Hell yeah.
Quizzy.
Tom, how's your week?
My week. Okay. I did one. Did I tell you about my new cowboy boots?
No.
Oh,
Please do.
shit.
Yeah. Well, I have cowboy boots now. And shout out to Go West, Bohemia, Long Island, which is east of where I live, of course.
Mm-hmm.
A store called Go West, which smells like bull hide. The finest leathers, the sweetest Stetsons, buckles that will shine in the sunlight and blind you. I love this place. I'm only going to shop here from now on.
Wait, are you
Whole
gonna
new
get
look.
are you gonna get yourself a Stetson along with those match those boots?
No, I've decided to not Stetson because my hair is kind of crazy
So,
right now.
What about a bolo?
Bolo in the bag.
Oh, already in the bag.
In the
Yes.
bag.
Yeah. Teal?
Not teal, not the turquoise.
Yeah.
What is it? It is turquoise.
It's turquoise.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
turquoise.
No, I didn't get one of those, but that's next.
All right.
I gotta put my bolo on right now.
Oh hell yeah! Let me see this bolo. And you're wearing a very cool shirt today, Travis. I mentioned that to you before, and you can't hear me because you're putting on a bolo.
That is a nice bolo.
Oh, that's sick as hell.
You know what? Now that I got this new fancy job, I should get a bolo tie. That way I can really dress to impress.
That would be
Bolo
awesome.
on. Now
Yeah.
now I look like I'm a professional lawyer or something. In
I'd
Texas.
have you represent me in court.
You look
Yeah.
very cool. Actually, I think federal courts you're not allowed to wear bolos.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like an actual?
What?
I got to look it up. There's some courts in the states where you're not allowed to wear bolos, and other states, respectable states, where they
Like Arizona
yeah.
and New Mexico.
Come on
Arizona,
in. They say,
New
come in.
Mexico.
You got a bolo?
Please.
Front row seats to
The
jail.
judge's bolo is under his robes. It's what keeps it all up.
Yeah, bolos are great accessories. People who say otherwise are uneducated and filthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got my first pair of boots, and man, they just feel right. They really do. I did have to order some new pants, though. Boot cuts.
Ooh, yeah.
So I got 2 of those in the mail right now. Slim pant to boot cut. So it's going to look bell-bottomish, which I'm excited to
Yeah.
adopt.
No, that'll look good.
How big's the heel on them boots?
It's an inch, maybe an inch and an eighth
right,
on there.
all
It's
Yeah,
pretty
that's what
good.
you need.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't
Hell
need
yeah.
too much because I'm already like 6'11".
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, you're basically higher than Shaq. He's 7'11" or something.
I will say one of the fellow who was helping me with my boots, he did go into a tirade about how it's hard to get size 15 boots.
Yeah.
And he wasn't wearing size 15. I guess he had some fellows that were coming in and asking for him.
For some reason, when you said tirade, I thought you were going to finish with, he went into a tirade against Shaq.
Oh, yeah. Specifically Shaq.
Yeah, Shaq
thought
came in here looking
Yeah.
for boots, motherfucker.
You know how hard it was to find stuff that fit him.
God, yeah, that's got to be a nightmare. Saddles. You just got to cut saddles
Yeah.
up the right way.
It took 7 bolo ties to fit around his neck.
So, since you have a wonderful bolo tie, and I can't
stop staring at it. Why don't you talk from that mouth and tell me how your week was, Travis?
Oh, shit. My week was pretty good, damn good. I took a little ride out into the gorge, the Oregon-Seattle Gorge, or Oregon-Washington Gorge with my girlfriend. Very beautiful. When you get outside of Portland, Oregon is gorgeous.
Nice.
But when you're inside, how would you best describe it?
Like like diarrhea soup, like heating up diarrhea over an like
A nice
coals.
open flame. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's kind of interesting going along the gorge because you literally go from, I guess it would be kind of like rainforesty or pine area, and it slowly becomes a desert as you drive further east.
Okay.
But I stopped at this place that's up on the hill. I was like, dude, it's like we're in England, but we're in Washington because it was a 2-scale replica of Stonehenge.
Whoa.
And
yeah.
And the interesting thing was that it was a memorial for World War One. One of the weirdest
fuck?
World War One memorials I've ever been to.
Weird.
Yeah, I guess some kid like went to England or whatever, deployed for World War One, and wrote back home that Stonehenge is really cool. I guess they had an army field trip.
This place is sick. You should build it.
And then he got shot up by some Jerrys and never came back. So they built Stonehenge in Washington. It's pretty interesting. It overlooks the gorge. It's like beautiful. Had a good time.
You just drew it up on a napkin and at the bottom said like BRB gonna huff mustard gas.
Yeah.
Oh, these kids nowadays huffing their mustard gas, kind of like the choking game. You guys do the choking game?
Yeah, usually die though.
Yep.
First time around with that mustard gas.
Yeah, I've been living in my own shit for 2 weeks, and here comes the yellow cloud again.
Man, it reminds me of good times we're having now.
Yeah.
The things that are going on now in the world.
Lovely, lovely things.
Yes, but without getting too into now, or even this week, I think we have to go back quite a bit.
Let's go to
the
then,
past.
dude. Let's go to then.
You're wearing a shirt. It seems fitting. It's very, very Alexander-y. Kinda.
I'm wearing a Dick Masterson shirt.
Well, he's got a long flowing hair and a wreath of laurels around his head.
He's a nice man. He was on one of our episodes. He was on
Yeah.
the Dr. Seuss episode.
There you go.
And
He looks like
I'd
he could be in the Macedonian phalanx.
I'd imagine his thighs are usually greased as well.
You know what? I'll write him.
Yeah, find out.
I'll find out.
All right, so let's jump into it. Let's not waste time. We got a lot to get through. This is already for sure going to be the longest series we've ever done on the show.
Yeah, because you're still ramping up in a lot of ways.
We're still going, and when we finish today's episode, we'll probably be about halfway through his career.
Wow.
Alrighty.
They don't call him the Great for nothing. He did a lot.
He was great.
Yeah.
Should I be drinking beer for this one? Do I need a beer?
Maybe.
Tell me. Is it going to get gory is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Oh, you need beer.
You know what? I'll take a beer as well.
I'll take a backup beer.
Load up.
Hold for backup beer.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many options
I
now.
know. I was reaching for the lighter only to realize it was covering a different bottle.
Yeah. Resting on a bottle opener.
I wanted to show off Mike's tricks.
When I first started cracking beers when I was like 16 or 17, I was already smoking cigarettes because I was very cool.
Yeah.
And I got very used to a full-size Bic lighter just opening all my beers, that it feels weird to use a bottle opener to me. That's how much I had done that. And I still to this day.
See, I was always cans. Not always, but way more often was cans.
Yeah. They both have good juice in them.
Oh, you know what I should have said for how was my week?
What?
I shotgunned for the first time in a long while.
Oh.
And I'm excellent at shotgunning. So it was really fun to show off my skills for a new crowd of people.
I didn't know that. And actually, I shotgunned this weekend, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I shotgunned a White Claw or a Clizzy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've done seltzers before. We should keep all of this in. This
is staying. Yeah, Travis is back, but we're just talking about shotgunning.
I love
drinks.
shotgunning.
Oh, it's my favorite way of chugging beers.
Me too. I'd shotgun this fruited ale, but I'm inside, and I don't want to get all over the place.
Hey, next time you're out here, we'll have a shotgun party.
Hell yeah.
Definitely.
Maybe we'll film it We need to do something on the Patreon that's stupid.
Well, we're going to talk about the way Alexander and his buddies like to chug wine, but not for another like 10 parts. So,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
but we'll get there.
Spoilers from Butts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put on this bolo. Now I got to start drinking.
All right. So we left off with the Battle of Issus. Alexander defeated Darius on the coast of Syria, basically. Darius had fled the field, returned back to Babylon, smarting from his wounds and trying to pick up the pieces. He'd captured all of Darius' family. So Alexander keeps moving south. He gets to the city of Damascus, and here he meets an old friend from Pella, the capital of Macedon. This is Barsine, a daughter of one of Darius' close advisors who had spent time in the Macedonian capital as a child, so her and Alexander knew each other.
Right, so she'd take Alexander out shopping. He'd tell her like what worked, what didn't work.
Yeah.
You know, they'd do the hot goss. They go to Auntie Anne's. They'd be like, "Oh, this is so fattening!
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have extra pretzels."
That's exactly right. But for the first time in his life that we think maybe Alexander is smitten. So they kind of shack up for the winter of 333 BC. And soon enough, she gives birth to a son that is aptly named Heracles, which is the Greek version of Hercules, who Alexander claims to be descended from.
Oh, I love. I like that's like naming your son after, I don't know, like
your great grandfather or something.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of like John Wayne Gacy, because like Hercules murdered his entire family.
Oh, right.
I think it's a little bit. I mean, that's cruel in a way. Hercules is cool, and he's like, it's more like naming your child Dale Earnhardt Jr.
No,
but that's his,
but one
that's
word.
his name,
That's his
Dale
first,
Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, and then your last name
or Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Well, we roasted the actual Hercules of modern Chris Benoit.
Oh, that Hercules. Yeah. Well, just don't name your kid Chris Benoit.
Yeah. So now Alexander, he's got a son, but he does not marry Barsine. Just keeps her as a mistress. So Darius, knowing just how difficult a future battle was going to be with Alexander, sends some diplomatic messages to try and end the war peacefully. He offers Alexander a ridiculous sum of money and all of the territory west of the Halys River in exchange for peace. Alexander's chief advisor was one of his father's contemporaries, a man named Parmenion, who we're going to talk about a lot today. And Parmenion says, no, this is a great deal, we should accept it. And he is quoted as saying, I would accept those terms if I was Alexander. And Alexander responds, quote, so would I if I were Parmenion, end quote.
Oh, but he learned that from Diogenes.
Probably.
Because Diogenes
That's
gave
like,
him
it's
one
a
of those,
direct response from Diogenes.
Yeah, and then Alexander like whipped his dick out and just started fucking whacking it. He's like, oh, you see what
This
I did
is
there,
for my
bro?
bullet.
He got burned so hard. He got straight up Dave Attell burned.
He probably sent a letter that was like, can someone let Diogenes know that I used his rhetoric to fuck with my uncle guy?
And he's out there, I'm going to use this dead rat as a fleshlight. And I don't care what you've done, Mr. Great.
Yeah.
This is the Sasha Grey rat.
So Alexander rejects Darius' terms, mainly because even though on the surface it looks like a good deal, it's all he's offering Alexander is the territory that Alexander has already conquered, and then just a shit ton of gold on top of that. So it's like, what's the point? Fuck off.
All right.
Yeah. He wants a rematch with Darius where he can take over the entire Persian Empire. So I think we mentioned this in the last episode. Alexander had decided to disband his entire navy because he was like, it's a pointless waste of money. That's coming back to haunt him at this point. The Persian navy is operating out of the eastern Mediterranean, kind of has free reign over all the Greek and Hellenic islands, and is kind of causing some trouble. So before he can pursue Darius into Mesopotamia, he needs to secure the coastline so he can have a good supply line back to Macedon.
Quick question. So you say, I remember him disbanding the Navy.
Yeah.
But did he keep like a few ships for other practical reasons around?
Yeah. There's always like ships, or there's always like a city he can call on to be like, send your ships to me type of thing. But it was more like the Navy that was kind of following along.
So
he was just like, go home. Like, get back, go away.
Okay. All right. So there is still a water presence of
it's just not
All right.
a concentrated naval force.
Gotcha.
Right. It's not like having the Navy. It's like having Captain Stabbin's yacht following you. around.
Yeah.
I was going to go with Old Navy for a PG joke.
Oh, well, no.
But,
see, I was going for a X-rated.
Yeah.
Well, that's good too.
So his plan was to march down the coast from Syria, basically through the Levant, modern-day Palestine and Lebanon and Israel and all those places. The main target of this is the city of Tyre, Tyre. This is an ancient Phoenician port city in modern-day Lebanon. It was an island fortress that was located about a kilometer offshore of the mainland. This city had been occupied for nearly 2,000 years at that point. These are the people who founded the city of Carthage. They're also the people who first probably settled in Sicily and Syracuse, is all Phoenician ports. So these guys are great naval power.
They also aren't they like the people accredited towards like creating the like Roman language or alphabet or something?
We still use the Arabic alphabet, the Phoenician alphabet. I think we use the Phoenician alphabet,
right?
With like slight modifications, basically.
Hmm.
And they're one of the
every
first
time you
peoples-
you have to draw like a cursive F, you can thank those guys.
Yeah. They were one of the first civilizations to like have an alphabet instead of like symbols
For each word?
for writing system. They were one of the first to have an alphabet to make words.
Only the smartest of nations have that.
Yeah. And this was like 3,000 years before Alexander shows up. But still, that's how long this city has been here.
That's how long they've been doing books.
Yeah.
Tom, there's actually a crazy conspiratorial thing that the Phoenicians were actually Incans. Or the Incans were actually
were the
Phoenicians. Yeah.
That makes sense. I could see where that conspiracy come from.
I don't know enough about the Incans or the Mayans.
More just that their boats made it there.
Yeah.
Huh.
And the masonry connects it because aliens lifted their boats up.
This is
and
also part of
dropped
like
them.
the lost tribes of the Israelites. That like
Yeah.
the Native Americans were actually the lost tribe of Israel because they were Phoenicians that sailed to the New World.
This is all making a lot of sense.
Oh yeah.
Well, yes, because this is Mormonism.
Yep.
I also just found out recently I had a lot of egg on my face. I thought that those pyramids and stuff down in South America were the Mayans and Aztecs and stuff, but they weren't.
What?
You don't know this?
They were.
No, they weren't. When those civilizations occupied that, they were
the
there
Aztecs,
already.
Yeah. But I thought the Mayans built them.
No, none of those people did.
Wow, what?
We don't even know the civilizations that like we know the ones that occupied it like thousands of years later, but those were built before those civilizations.
Wow.
That's how fucked up that place is.
Let's go back to pre-Columbia America.
Yeah. So as soon as you go, oh, the Mayans and Aztecs, look how cool they are. They're not that cool.
No,
They
the
just found a
Aztecs
cool place to live.
We're just really good fighters.
And
that's all the Aztecs
They're like playing
did.
fucking basketball. And,
Yeah,
and
they had sick basketball games.
Yeah.
They'd
All
cut
right.
people's
So,
parts out
so
after.
he's conquered the Phoenicians, who are actually the people that built the pyramids.
Well,
that
no,
Tom's
he hasn't
talking
conquered
about.
them yet.
Thank
He's marching on to them. That's like his goal. And remember,
Okay.
the Persian Empire was very decentralized. It was all run by these satraps or the governors. So while Alexander's moving through here, some of these cities are just like surrendering directly to him. Others are kind of trying to play a neutral role, and others are still loyal to Darius and are actively resisting. Tyre is trying to thread this line of neutrality. So Alexander arrives on the mainland off the coast from Tyre, stations his army there, and they start exchanging messages about like what are we doing here? The city, they're sending him some supplies. They offer him tokens of friendship, and he goes, great. I'd like to see the two famous temples that you have in the city, so why don't you let me in? And they say no. They're like, no, we don't want to piss off Darius or the Persian Navy, so no, you can't come in.
Dude, I came all this way just to go through those two golden arches you have. Just give me a fucking McGriddle, dude.
Yeah. What do you mean you stopped serving breakfast? Like,
wow, but that must be like, if I was Alex, which I'm not, I'd be rather confused.
oh, he was.
They're like, wait, you just gave me a bunch of goats and,
Yeah.
and grapes and cornucopias.
Why don't you let me into your city? And they
Yeah.
say no. So Alex responds with a letter that states, quote, I will either enter your city or storm it. And the leaders of Tyre kind of laugh at his bravado. They're like, what the fuck are you going to do? We're on an island. we have a strong navy of our own, and now that you're pissing us off, we've sent letters to the Persians. We're going to support them, and their whole navy is going to come here to protect us. So what is Alexander going to do? How do you continue to fight an island city when you have no navy?
I don't know, man. No means no.
Do you get some floaties?
Kind of. Alexander instead says, well, how do you fight an island fortress? Well, you just turn it into a peninsula.
Oh, damn.
The Tyrians wake up one morning. They look across the causeway to see what's going on in the Macedonian camp, and they see this giant works project of a mole that's like a pier type of thing, just creeping its way across the ocean as Alexander fills in the sea to build a land bridge to the city of Tyre.
Yo, this guy is great.
Yeah. Dude, he's doing exactly what China's doing right now, where they're just building random islands.
Yeah, build
near
a
the
land
Philippines.
bridge to Taiwan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Chinese, they're doing it because they're
Just
bored.
like Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
They're great.
They just want to see the temples that's on Taiwan. That's all.
Yeah.
Just want to see
Formosa.
these.
Yeah. This mole or causeway is 200 feet wide. It makes like a pretty good progress every day. Again, slave labor. You can do incredible things when you got slaves working for you.
Amen.
No, I mean, I'm assuming that if you build a peninsula, this is something that will be there like until nowadays. Like, do you know if there's archaeological
I was gonna
evidence?
save this for the end of the section of Tyre, but I'll just say it right now. Tyre has been since this moment a peninsula off jutting out from Syria.
Amazing.
Damn.
From Lebanon. Yeah, it has not been an island since Alexander the Great came knocking.
Have they been able to verify that that's not?
Oh yeah, no,
natural?
they found it. Like
Oh,
they
wow.
found like, oh yeah, this is filled in, and then just silt deposits just built up until the modern city is built on the causeway, basically.
Oh my
That's
god.
so sick.
Yeah. It was, like I said, 200 feet wide. As it made its way further out into the ocean, they needed to protect it, so they built the largest siege towers ever built in history up till that point. So these are like 6 stories made out of wood and leather, and that's it. With like catapults on the top and like archer slits to protect it from the navy that was going to be harassing them. So you had this awesome like siege going on of like Alexander's building a peninsula out to the city. The city responds with some pretty cool solutions. They've got arrows and catapults firing from the city and from the naval ships that are now supporting them. They also come up with flame ships. So they'll like rig a ship to just sail directly into the causeway, load it full of like flammable materials, light it on fire, and send it on its way.
Did they have Greek fire at the time?
No, that's later. But they had some sort of like, not explosives, but if it burned
Like
the
highly
right way,
flammable
it would
kind
blow
of.
up. But
Yeah.
like in a fire explosion, not like a explosive power.
So those fire ships, like literally, that's a tactic that literally existed. I don't know until like the 1800s, or
Yeah.
even probably after that. I mean, I'm sure you could just
I
play
mean,
You could play
the
battlefields.
Japanese
and
use
just-
kamikaze
yeah.
submarines, which are
Yeah.
basically the same principle.
Yeah. No, but I mean
Yeah,
that whole idea of just drifting a ship on fire, like you see that just happen over and over and over again throughout history. It's crazy.
It's it's called arts and crafts torpedoes.
Yeah.
So when the flame ships are getting sailed into the causeway, one of the towers actually gets destroyed during one of this, but Alexander has his own little countermeasures.
Never forget
So-
that tower. Never forget
Yeah,
it.
never forget. They rebuilt it.
Oh, really? Was
They
it called the
They
Freedom?
called it the Freedom Tower.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
The Great Freedom Tower.
Yeah. He responded with floating battering rams, where like 3 ships would just lash together. They would use the masts from 2 of them to just batter into the walls from the ocean. So it'd like kind of provide some ballast. They'd also have catapults and like massive crossbows on top of these ships to like fight off the defenders, I guess. Finally, though, the causeway or mole reaches the city of Tyre, so now it's on the island. The defenders don't just let that happen. They have their own countermeasures. They're throwing barrels of burning hot sand on top of the Macedonians that are trying to cross.
Pocket sand.
Yeah, pocket sand. They got burning pitch, which is just like a really flammable substance that you just light on fire and toss out of a barrel, basically. It's gnarly shit. Ancient sieges are awful.
Damn, dude.
stuff.
Yeah, that's got to be a hell of a way to die.
Yeah.
Because this probably takes forever.
Oh, this is a 7-month-long siege.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Imagine getting all the way to the end. You're building a fucking Earth. You're Minecrafting, like in the ancient world, and then you just get hit in the face by burning hot sand, and you're dead.
Yeah, and die slowly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like over the course of the night after your friends have retreated back.
Yeah, you just got festering blisters all over your face from this hot sand.
Covered in salt water.
Yeah.
Your neck is just split in half. You're gasping. And your eyes are rolling in the back of your head. You're starving. You can't feel anything.
Yeah.
You're cold, but your body is just blistered and boiling. So the surface. And the last words you say is, "This is great.
This is sick.
This is so great."
Great
They're gonna
job.
Talk about me thousands of years from now.
Yeah. This guy, I love that guy.
Yeah. So this is all going on, and obviously, like, sieges are just awful, awful business for both the defender and the attacker. But Alexander gets a stroke of luck. All this time during the siege, he had been sending detachments to various smaller cities north and south of Tyre, and they've kind of been surrendering one by one, and so he's been slowly building up that navy again.
Okay.
And Tyre doesn't know that this is happening. So another kind of like morning shock comes when they look out to sea and see that Alexander now has a fleet of like 300 triremes. And that's no good.
No.
Yeah.
No bueno. No bueno when the sailboats are coming.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it takes 7 months. Finally, the defenses are overwhelmed. A section of the wall comes crashing down due to those like floating battering rams that they've got going. And Alexander's fleet is able to blockade the 2 harbors that are on the island. And so the ships can't get in or out.
What was
And
what was the name of Alexander's best friend?
Oh, Hephaestion.
Hephaestion. Do you think that he got the idea of these floating battering rams from something Hephaestion first coined? That it's not size that matters; it's the motion of the ocean. And Alexander's like, "Oh, that's a great idea."
Good idea, Hephaestion. Now oil up them thighs.
This gives me an idea.
Yeah.
Let us dock while I think about their docks.
Yeah.
Oops.
So finally, they overwhelm the defenses of Tyre. The Macedonians and the Hellenes pour in from the mole and from the ships, slaughter thousands in their wake. And even after the initial frenzied fighting, because every time a siege ends in the ancient war period, the initial like sacking of the city is always brutal because the attackers are just so frenzied from finally achieving victory.
It's like it's what people emulate in sports games. I mean,
Yeah.
every time something happens in LA, the whole place goes on fire.
Yeah.
And that's just over sports. So imagine that if it's like
Yeah, it's like 7 months of blue balls and this is your release.
yeah,
Like,
you're going to be raping.
You're gonna be doing literally a lot of rape.
Yeah. It's not even a joke. It's just sad things, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse because even after this initial slaughter, Alexander orders that 2,000 more defenders are going to be crucified, which is not just something that happened to Jesus. Crucifixion's like the worst execution not what the worst. It's one of the worst executions humans have come up with.
It's one of the norms, though. Like,
It's a norm, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the common thing to do to slaves who rebelled.
Which is crazy because there's a lot of work. Like, why would you want to put that much work
Well,
into...
no, usually you don't do the nails. That was special for Jesus.
Yeah,
Not for Jesus.
some
Special for
people.
certain criminals.
Mhm.
Normally you were just tied up. And I actually heard once that the most common cause of death from crucifixion was drowning. Because the way you're hung, it would cause fluid to just build in your lungs, and you just choke to death on the fluid in your lungs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's either exposure or drowning like that.
It's funny because, like, you know, when growing up Christian and You always think that crucifixion was like just specific to Jesus. Like that's the first time these guys ever did this.
Yeah, no,
But no.
Romans love doing it.
Yeah, the Romans actually invented the telephone pole whenever they moved into a new city.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It would have been pretty funny for the Catholic and Christian religions had Jesus like died in a car crash or something.
No, what if he was just like hung and it was just like a gibbet and like a body hanging from it? Like that's what everyone prayed
It's
to.
pretty morbid.
I would like to imagine just like a guy spilling out of like the front windshield of a Volkswagen Beetle.
holding a Barry Larkin.
He was drinking driving, but he sure was great.
Yeah.
Let us pray.
Yeah, Jesus blowing like on the breath of alcohol.
Yep.
Yeah, the Greeks are all about crucifying just like the Romans were.
Yep. And they do the crucifixions, and then all the women and children of Tyre sold into slavery.
Slaves, dogs.
Standard business. Yep. As I said, that mole was so massive that it couldn't be removed. So no one bothered to ever remove it, and that's why the city of Tyre is a peninsula. Go look at it on a map today.
Sick.
It's like a nice little fat chode now because of how much it's built up, and then the actual city, the ancient city, is actually kind of sunk under the waves. So now, like, the peninsula is like kind of all that's remaining of the city.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, so like modern Tyre is more on the mainland than ancient Tyre was.
That's so
It's
cool.
cool.
I
think on the Wikipedia page you can see like a picture of like this is the mole.
That's so
Yeah.
cool. I love, especially in those Mediterranean, that area. So you're saying that Tyre's on the mainland or it's sunken?
Tyre's on the connected to the mainland
okay.
now, but like parts of the old city have sunk below the waves at this point.
Something's always fascinated me about underwater archaeology. I just think it's so cool. These guys sitting there and they're scuba gear and they're sucking. They're just right off the ocean floor, right?
That was a great noise.
Yeah.
That sounded exactly like the scuba sound.
Yeah. And they're just sucking all that sand and silt up.
That's gotta be fun.
Like Alex,
I mean, you're living on beaches in the Mediterranean for your job. That's pretty sweet.
like Alexandria. That's the sunken city.
Alexandria.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, these are countries like England and Italy who are funding these expeditions and stuff like that. We don't do that in America.
No.
Mm-mm.
We don't have anything old enough.
Well, in America, in America, we see a historic building and we're like, "That looks great. I'm gonna put a target right there. Let me knock that shit down. Not even record.
Run
shit.
an interstate right through it."
Yeah,
Bro, they did that here in town with the Old Town Hall.
Oh yeah,
It's terrible.
it's horrible.
It's a Holiday or a Hamptons Inn.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Gross.
Yeah, that guy that owns that property owns I think 8,000 properties on Long Island. He's a fucking slumlord. Fuck.
That
dude.
guy.
Great.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. Alexander would kill that guy. He'd probably crucify him.
Yeah.
Or he would think he was great too, because that's rich.
No, so he'd probably kill him.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I think this guy.
then take over.
I think that guy owns a lot of wood. So maybe we should keep moving.
Yeah.
Continue.
So Alexander follows up this performance in Tyre with a few more sieges. The most notable being the siege of Gaza, the city, not the land strip. This one, instead of building a mole, they build a hill onto the into the fortress because the fortress is in like a mountain. So they like build a fucking huge ass ramp up to it.
They just get slaves packing dirt next to
Packing
this
dirt.
thing.
Yep.
Wow. Sick.
Alexander, during the siege, is actually wounded by a catapult bolt. So, like, think those, like, big crossbow type torsion I'm forgetting the name for them.
What is their name?
Trebuchets?
No.
No,
That's the only thing I know.
I can't remember their name, but they're a giant crossbow.
This is going to bother me.
Yeah.
Do I need to pause for research?
Yeah, I think we need to look this up.
Ballistas.
Ballistas.
A big
That's
ballista. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he got hit by a ballista bolt through his shoulder, but kept fighting the whole time.
Wait, but he still had a shoulder? That's a massive
I know.
projectile.
Yeah. It went through his breastplate, and he's like, fuck it, I'm going to keep fighting.
All right.
For a while, they were worried that he might lose his arm.
Maybe it
all
was just a
rotted.
crossbow, and they said it was a ballista.
They
Yeah.
can't lie in the ancient history, Tom. This is all true.
It's all true, dude.
Yep. I love history for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when Ginko came down from his ship and told Alexander how to use an M19.
Yeah, that's actually they didn't know what to call it in the ancient sources. They just called it a sword, but he actually had an
Are
AR-15.
you telling me this guy was blasting off in everyone's face like that?
Yeah, that's why he was able to win so many battles.
This is another
Just
reason
shot
to call
the
him
elephants.
so great. So great.
Yeah.
So great.
So now the Levant is secure. He can continue into Egypt, which is important both because it means that the Persian navy is completely cut off from doing anything, and all the grain supplies from Egypt. Egypt is like the breadbasket of the entire Mediterranean at this time.
Yeah, it wasn't always sand. Keep that in mind.
I think we mentioned, I think in the first episode, this is pre-1999 Mummy. So there was beautiful...
Lots of lush irrigation channels.
Brendan Fraser came through. It was just sand after that.
But you just sucked it all up.
Yeah. Also nice for Alexander is that the people of Egypt fucking hated the Persians almost as much as the Hellenic people of Greece did.
Is that like the Middle East, was that the China Japanese at the time where it's like...
It's kind of all that. It's like the Persians were a small tribal people who took over this big empire. And so some of the people in the empire liked them because the Persians treated them well. And then the people in the empire who had their own like historical past always hated them.
Gotcha.
Right.
So like Egypt hated them, the Babylonians hated them.
So it kind of sounds like
that's why the Greeks hated them.
Kind of sounds like Russia, where like the USSR was like
Kinda.
all over the fuck everywhere.
Yeah.
And then like some people are like, yeah, I would love to be part of the USSR, and like, yeah, Russia, and other people are like,
Yeah.
fuck those dudes.
Yeah, like we want independence.
I'll say maybe just to bring this home, maybe a little more domestic analogy, Ace Hardware stores.
Yeah. And Harbor Freight, the new Challenger.
Yeah. Dude, I went to a Harbor Freight recently. Not going back. That place was a fucking nightmare.
Dude,
all right.
those are the best tools around. They work once. Single
special.
use.
Yeah. So Alex is quick to exploit this hatred. He knows he'll be respected in Egypt as long as he shows respect to them as well. He's welcomed into the city of Memphis, the ancient Egyptian capital and home to the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid.
The tallest pyramid in the world, right? Isn't that right?
I think it is.
Yeah.
It's up there. No,
It's
it's
like-
it's the North Korean hotel.
Yeah,
is
the
tallest
North Korean
pyramid.
hotel, then the Bass Pro.
Yeah, then the Bass Pro Shops in Memphis, and then the actual Pyramid of Giza.
Yeah.
What's the one? The Bellagio. Isn't that one bigger?
That's up there. I don't
That's
know
up
if
there,
it's
too.
actually bigger. The Bass Pro Shops, I think, is bigger than.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I am like, look, I don't have a great relationship with North Korea. I don't know about you, but now I'm mad.
Now you're mad.
Now I'm mad
Yeah.
that they're taking that away from my Bass Pro Shop.
Add
Now
a level
fucking-
to the Bass
now-
Pro Shop.
Yeah, Dick's has to step it up. They have to build a taller pyramid.
Perhaps a
This is a
dick.
dick pyramid. So yeah, he's welcomed into Memphis. Everyone's like, this guy's great. He threw out the Persians. He does a lot of sacred rituals, including sacrificing the great Apis bull, which is like, the Apis bull is this cool thing that Egypt has kind of always done at that point, where they had a bull that they worshipped as a god. And so this bull got to do whatever the fuck it wanted. It lived like a life of paradise. It constantly was eating and fucking all the cows that it wanted. And then whenever it died, they would look for signs that the Apis bull had been reborn among his brood of the harem of cows that he kept.
Okay.
And then every time they're like, oh, there's the new Apis bull. Let's raise him up and treat him like a god.
Right, so it's basically like the Dalai Lama, but of bulls.
It's like the wealthiest person in Memphis was this bull.
That's cool. I thought it was going to be funnier, like they let him live this life, and then like when he's getting old and sick, they just like push him off a cliff.
Well, then I don't know.
That's
if they
the Vikings.
They might
That's
have
the Norse.
sacrificed him, but there's a big like hullabaloo. Well, they sacrificed him like officially, so I guess they didn't let him live out his life, but he would still be sacrificed in like a nice way. I
Like
guess.
cool way, like every 4 years. They'd
Yeah.
be like, this is for leap year, everyone.
Part of the reason the Persians hated, or everyone hated the Persians there was there's
Cologne?
reports that I forget which Persian king it was. I think it was Darius the First. When he showed up, he just had the bull slaughtered because he's like, I'm God now.
Fucking
Yeah.
rude, man. Fuck these
Yeah.
Darius fellas. Not
Yeah,
very
no
nice.
good.
No.
So Alexander goes a step further. The priests hail him as a pharaoh, and he is given the throne name Setep en Ra Mer Amun, which means chosen by Ra and beloved of Amun.
Dude,
there are Egyptian hieroglyphics of Alexander as pharaoh.
Dude, he's got Ra and Amun on his side, dude. Those are like the two biggest OG, Egyptian gods.
Yeah.
Amun is like the closest thing to their Jeebus.
Mm-hmm.
Get that almond milk,
Yeah, get some of that almond stuff. Now, we've talked about Alexander's religious beliefs and how he kind of thinks he might have a divine parentage. But they're about to get kicked up a notch. I mean, being Pharaoh, that's already a step between the mortal men and the gods. Yeah. So now he's being hailed as basically a demigod by the people of Egypt. So that kind of gets him thinking, like, maybe I should re-explore maybe I should do Ancestry.com, see if Zeus is my dad.
Yeah, time for me to spit into this fucking pita bread and send it off to Jerome over here.
Yeah, let's see if 23andMe is like, you are 70% God, 22% Macedonian, and 8% Native American Indian.
And we know exactly what you're looking for on Amazon.
Yeah. And now we have your DNA. Please ignore the clones. So ancient and modern scholars are still divided. Like, all right, is Alexander genuinely believing he is the son of God, or is he presenting himself as the son of God because it's politically expedient? We'll never know. I like to pretend that he kind of thought it, because a lot of his future actions only really make sense if he thinks he's maybe not immortal, but close to it.
Hear me out. What if he's like Tommy from Goodfellas, where he's like throwing his balls around all the time,
and no one has like the balls to stop.
Exactly, and he's just flying through, and he knows he's not a fucking god, but he's like, "Give me that boa. I'm gonna walk around the streets here, slapping camels' asses. If anyone looks at me weird, I'm gonna spit at you."
What do you think? What do you think? I'm a
throw
god?
your kid in the garbage.
Divine like a god?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean divine like a god?
Yeah, I'm a fucking god. Yes, I am a fucking god.
Why don't you go shine my shoes?
What are you doing now? You on lunch break? Okay, I'm gonna kill you now. Okay, so you might want to tell your boss you're not coming back to work. All right.
I like.
So
that.
this is
That's
also like a
good
clash of gods too, because Darius III thinks he's a god, right?
No, the Persian kings never really said they were gods. It was always like, we are first among men. So like, it's like we are the intermediary, but we are mortal men that are the intermediaries between God and the people.
Kind of like we own the most nightclubs.
Yeah, we have the best hookah lounges.
Yes,
I was thinking like
we have so many smoke shops.
It's always double parked in front of our house.
Yeah, come by our kratom.
Yeah, the people you give communion to, they're like, I need to get so close to God by being inside of this young boy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an antenna for God.
Yeah. So Alexander's in Egypt, and while he's there, he's like, I've been thinking about this parentage stuff. I want some clear answers. Where do you go for clear answers when there's no Ask Jeeves? Well, you go ask an oracle. So he sets out for the oracle of Zeus Ammon, which is a Greek-Egyptian hybrid god of Zeus and Ammon-Ra.
I'm gonna say that's
Yeah, it's like it had been in practice for like hundreds of years at this point, so it was like a weird mix of the two gods, basically. Which, because like ancient religion is very much way less dogmatic than modern religion, so you can kind of always pick and choose beliefs from different deities.
Well, because there was no smart asses
going
like, well, that's not in the book. Yeah. That's not in the lore. That's not canon.
Well, I mean, even the modern religion of Christianity or Muslim or Islam or Judaism, like that's also an amalgamation of like so much lore.
Yeah,
like, all that shit comes
Christianity
from like
is Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, it all comes from different shit. They just pick and chose like a fucking Chinese buffet.
Yeah,
I want hot dogs, I want ice cream, I want sushi, all on my same plate.
Look,
dude.
you could say
and
what
that
you
man
want.
is Jeebus, dude.
You could say whatever you want about the Christians and the Muslims, but leave the Jews out of it, man. Yeah. They've done nothing wrong. Okay?
Yeah, so this oracle was at the Siwa Oasis, which is an oasis that's still around today, deep, deep in the Egyptian desert. So far from the Nile, far from the coast.
I'm sorry, Connor. Tom, that cut deep. I want my PP back. I want part of my PP back. Please.
Shut up. God's keeping it.
Now, at one point, we know that the party got lost and was running low on supplies and was in danger of either having to turn back or die in the desert. The most common account of how they found their way is that they followed a pair of crows that were flying. They were about to turn back, and they saw these crows flying deeper into the desert, and they say they must be going to the oasis. Follow the crows, get there. I like the other story that we don't have the full account for. So as we said, there's only like 6 ancient sources that all of this is based on, and those 6 are basing it off ancient sources that are lost to us. One of those sources that is lost to us is in someone who interviewed Ptolemy, who becomes the King Ptolemy, who founds the Ptolemaic kingdom. That's where Cleopatra, she's a Ptolemaic dynasty person. Anyway, future king of Egypt, Ptolemy, who is Alexander's best buddy, is on this journey. So he is interviewing with this historian, and this historian's like, hey, how did you find the way through the oasis? And the historian makes sure to note that, remember, guys, kings never lie because they're kings. So we can trust Ptolemy's word as 100% accurate.
God, I love the truth.
Ptolemy says that they met 2 talking snakes, they chatted them up, and the snakes led them to the oasis.
Well, look, maybe there's some holes in the story.
Well, he's a king. He can't lie.
I probably would have split the diff. I would have been like, we were walking through the desert, and we were really losing hope. We were about to turn back, but then we ran into the band POD, and they were shooting a music video, and we asked to borrow some of their quads. So we rode off on quads while they played a live behind us.
It was sick.
Yeah.
Dude, that's pretty sick. That is definitely how it happened.
Yeah. So when they get there, they can hang out there. They get all their food and supplies, and Alexander goes to the oracle and he asks 3 questions. First, is Zeus my father? Answer, yes. Second,
Of course.
will I conquer the world? Answer, yes.
Oh, man.
And third, have my father's killers been punished? Answer, yes. Now that last one's a little weird because he had just asked, is Zeus my dad? And they said, yeah. So now he's asking, has my father's killers been punished? Why is he assuming Philip is still his father? So that's kind of feeds into the whole, did he think he was actually God, or is this more? Some scholars are like, oh, was he guilty? Like, was his guilt that was riding on his conscience because he was one of the killers of Philip? So by hearing that all the killers were punished, he knew, oh, he's not my dad, or it's a whole thing.
Weird.
Yeah.
You said Zeus? I thought you said Bruce.
Yeah.
Bruce, when
Bruce
he died,
is your dad.
when he died, they got those
Yeah.
guys.
But
Got him.
from this point forward, Alexander would refer to himself as the son of Zeus Ammon, but he would still keep Philip as his father as well. So whenever it was convenient to say Philip was his dad, he'd say Philip is my dad. And whenever it was convenient to say Zeus Ammon is my father, he'd say that.
Shout out to
It's kind of like Jesus with like Joseph and God.
shout out to gay marriage.
Yeah,
That's
shout
just tight.
No, well, hold on. So, like, this is when the aliens got him, though. Because, like, we're talking about Egyptian gods, dude.
Yeah.
I've seen Stargate. It's little worms that go into people's body, and they turn them, this little symbiote boys.
Is that Star Trek?
No, that's not Star Trek. This is a better show. Stargate.
All right, well, that's fine.
Yeah. So he leaves the oasis. He heads
right.
back to the Egyptian coast. And while he's there, he sees a good spot for a harbor. And he says, hey, let's build a city there. And he's so excited to build a city that he just starts laying out the streets using grain, to build a little diorama.
Nice.
Like in a shoebox, kind of. And everyone's like, all right, I guess we'll build a city here. And thus, the city of Alexandria was founded.
No shit.
Yeah.
That easy, eh?
Yeah, that easy.
I thought you meant like he was laying out grain. Like we're gonna do. Here's the traffic circle, and he's just walking around the whole city.
Well, no, that's kind of what he was doing.
And the camel was behind him eating the grain. He's
Yeah.
just like my city.
You just ate the western quarter.
Wait, so Connor, because Alexandria is now underwater, does that mean that there's going to be this whole fake story and some future podcast is going to do 5 episodes on Miami the Great? Because that's going to be underwater as well.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be Pitbull.
Pitbull was Miami the Great.
Mr. Worldwide founded the city of Miami.
When he was sent on that arduous journey to Alaska to play the show that 4chan predicted. That
Yeah, after learning that his father was God.
If Pitbull designed a city, I would visit it.
Oh, yeah.
I would.
Dude.
I'd be there.
You'd have to wear khaki or white.
See, here's the thing. I like a lot of things about Pitbull, just not his music. I'd love to have a drink with that guy.
Mhm.
He
Yeah.
looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
The
Good
music
vibes.
is god awful, but everything else seems right.
I want to play craps with him and huff gasoline out of a brown bag.
You could do that because I don't think he discriminates. I think he's the kind of guy who will spend, $3,000 a night for a nice hotel room, and then in the same night, go to that 7-Eleven parking lot and buy a roll of scratch-off tickets and give them to the homeless.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
buy them.
We're doing
Mountain Dews.
whippets.
Yeah, do whippets.
Do
and
whippets.
Get fucked up and eat glue.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That's some high class shit, dude. And we're doing it in tuxes.
All
We're
velvet
doing it in a
tuxes.
limousine.
Yeah.
Velvet tuxes, the back of a limousine, huffing gas, eating glue.
Mr. Pipple, why are you wearing sunglasses at night? Because my eyes are eternal.
Yeah, because I am the Miami the Great.
Yes, if you stare into my eyes, you will fall into a endless hole, a wormhole, if you would, dividing time into several subsections you can never. Are you going to eat these Takis?
Wait, so are you telling me, Connor, that in the future there's going to be like Connor 3.0 who's like, you know what? Florida was once an island. And then people came through and he built out.
causeway all the way to Miami.
They even did they made a park on it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a mouse that helped build
We
it.
can only hope. We can only hope.
I hope so. I hope the future has a lot of lying in it.
It will. So after founding the city of Alexandria, it had been now 3 years since Alexander had arrived in Asia and had basically become king.
He's basically Asian.
Yeah.
Now he's finally ready to put an end to this. It's time to go find Darius and the army that he's been gathering in Babylon, the largest city in the world at the time.
Yeah, so our boy Darius he knows what's going on. He's just kinda
they're all
like-
aware.
yeah.
Like, it's kind of like he fled Issus and was like, all right, we need to build a bigger army. Now we know what we're facing. And again, one sword blow could end all of this if we can just kill Alexander.
Question. You keep saying Issus.
Yeah.
Is it spelled like the other?
ISSUS.
Oh, right. I think I asked you this last time.
I think so too.
And then, well, I had drinks
Yeah.
then. But I was just wondering, if you
It
were
was
using
in
that.
Syria, so I understand your confusion.
Yeah, and I want to thank you if you were using that pronunciation, so we didn't get like some kind of strike online.
Yeah. So Darius is back in Babylon, gathering up his forces from all across the empire. This new army would be much better trained than the last one. These were elite infantry units from the Persian highlands. It was Darius's personal guard, cavalry from as far away as Bactria, which is modern-day Afghanistan, and Scythia, which is modern-day Kazakhstan.
Very nice.
He had war elephants, but they won't be used in this battle. They're like there, but then none of the sources mention them during the conflict, so it seems like they weren't actually used.
I hear they are a very overrated siege animal. Or just
super overrated. They are really good if it's an army that has never before seen an elephant.
Yeah, I think
That's it.
I was listening. I think I might have been listening to the Cauldron podcast. Shout out to them and Colin, great dude. And he was saying that like the only reason why Hannibal it was like so impressive that he had elephants was because he brought them over the Alps.
Yeah, and then most of
other
them
than
died.
that, they were like, okay,
Most of them died
Yeah.
in the Alps, or then didn't. And there's only like a few cases in history where an elephant, like war elephants, actually swung the battle.
When they really nailed it.
And usually it's actually when they just go on a rampage and just kill everyone in both armies.
I have heard,
Yeah.
I have heard that often elephants used in scenarios like this, they would kill more of their own men.
The big thing was if like I said, if the opposing army had never seen elephants before, but really not just the opposing army, it was if the opposing horses were not used to elephants.
Oh, yeah.
So like imagine a cavalry charged and then the horses all just get scared of the elephant.
yeah.
So that's kind of like their only purpose.
Dude, you got to bring a mouse with you.
You
You got to
do. You got to throw mice on the
throw
face.
mice over there.
You just had to have the whole army drop acid like in Dumbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Sick.
will
What a
eventually get to a
movie.
battle where there are elephants that do have an effect, but again, they're overrated. So, marching to his destiny, Alexander leaves Egypt, heads north along the coastline again. He's hugging that supply line And now he's ready to strike out across the desert, due east towards the Euphrates River. Now, Darius had expected him to start to head south and maybe make straight for Babylon. Instead, Alexander keeps to this northern route. He's making such fast speed that he actually crosses the Tigris River before the Persians can cut off his approach. They wanted to do a scorched earth policy because now he's so far from his supply lines that he's just raiding the land. But it doesn't work. Alexander is now firmly camped northeast of modern-day Mosul, Iraq, on the eastern the eastern side of the Tigris River. On the night of September 20th, 331 BC, and we're about to get really specific with dates for this reason, a total lunar eclipse occurs over the entire region. So one night, the entire moon is just this deep blood red color. The Macedonians themselves are kind of shocked. They don't have the astronomers that the Persians do. They're like, what's going on? This is a harbinger from the gods. And Alexander goes, no. This is a sign from the gods that we are about to be victorious.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the Persian astronomers who knew that the eclipse was coming, when the priests did the reading of what this eclipse meant, they had this prediction. Quote, "An intruder will come with the princes of the West. For 8 years, he will exercise kingship. He will conquer the enemy army. There will be abundance and riches on his path. He will continually pursue his enemies, and his luck will not run out." End quote. So they kind of nailed it.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, dude, I've never been a big fan of horoscopes, but let me tell you, Aries, bitches.
Aren't you an Aries?
Yeah, I'm a bitch.
All right.
All right.
I'm a bad bitch.
As also someone who cares not for these horoscopes, because I'm not a woman, I'm an Aries, and I'm going to be offended.
Well,
I'm going to identify as a woman for a couple minutes here, and I'm going to say, what the fuck?
Tom, if you identified as a woman, you know the power of a bad bitch.
All right, I'm kind of tired of this.
Yeah.
You're like a Lizzo.
I am no longer a boss girl. I am just Tom now, and I don't care what you say about Aries.
So 4 days after the eclipse, the first reports start coming in from the Macedonian scouts. They had found their quarry. The great Persian host, led by Darius III, was camped nearby at a small town called Gaugamela, which translates to the House of the Camel.
Flavor
Dude,
country.
Yeah.
Camels are one of my favorite creatures because they like to spit on people. They have that weird pouch that comes out of their fucking tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
They're beautiful creatures.
Yeah, and I keep saying cavalry, mostly horses, but there were lots of camel cavalry in the Persian army.
I'd want one of those.
Yeah.
Me too.
Now, Alexander is unusually cautious. All the other battles, he found the army is like, great, we're fighting today. Start it up. Let's go, boys. Today, no. He allows the armies to just slowly creep closer. Darius had already chosen this site to be the battlefield once he knew Alexander's movements, because that's what ancient warfare you can kind of do. Depending on which army you are, you can kind of just be like, we want to fight them here, so we'll plant ourselves here, and they'll find us. And then
wait,
fight.
yeah, wait to come. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, like you're up on a hill. How you going to get me, dude?
Yeah.
You don't have fucking cruise missiles, you idiot.
Yeah, you ain't got no guns.
Was there any maybe this is a stretch, but some kind of face-off that never actually happened because two armies would just like they'd shack up somewhere waiting for the other guy.
Yeah.
And then it never happened.
Yeah, it all happened all the time. And not only that, but it happens once in this battle, but lots of ancient battles, they would camp out, leave their camp, and walk to the battlefield, arrange themselves in battle formation, and then just stand there all day. And then it's like, all right, we're not fighting today. Head on back to camp.
Oh, God.
And they would do that for weeks on end.
That's the kind of general I'd want to be.
That was
I wouldn't want to fight in that army.
What was his name? The guy that I first did, the consul, that was Mario.
I'm blanking.
Gaius Marius.
Yeah, Gaius
Marius.
Marius.
Yeah.
He once played mind games with a barbarian army by constantly just lining up and never offering battle until they lost their minds and then charged him. And he's like, "Great, just gonna slaughter you."
This reminds me of. Have you ever seen those videos on the Pakistan-Indian border where they have those march offs?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Where they're just and they do all these fucking march maneuvers.
yeah. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
people.
Like one day we'll nuke each other and end the world.
They probably the weakest nukes, those two countries.
Tiny
This
little
Spence-
megatons.
Oh no, Tom! Our nukes are very good.
First racism in a while.
Yeah. Let me tell you, my nuke is very good.
I could do a gnarly Indian accent. I just don't do it on the show.
Choose not to.
Choose not to. But you got to imagine those guys. They're like, who hits their wives better? Who is it?
Which of you is better at marrying your cousin? All right, so they're camped at opposite ends of this huge open plain. Darius makes one final bid for a peaceful solution, and this one's a little different than the last one. This time he offers him even more money, 30,000 talents of gold. I forget what the conversion rate is. He offers his daughter's hand in marriage to Alexander. He offers to send his own son to live as a ward in Pella, the Macedonian capital. And he also offers to adopt Alexander as his own son, thus making Alexander the heir to the Persian Empire.
Three-way gay married. I love it.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
dude.
that's a lot. Alexander refuses. Nope.
Yeah.
I want to fight it for all of it.
Even for all that Bitcoin?
All that Bitcoin.
Oh, man.
Shit, dude.
On September 30th, 331, this is the first time the two armies actually line up in battle formation across from one another. And Alexander kind of gets a feel for what he's about to face. Modern estimates range as high as 150,000 men in the Persian army. It's probably more like 80 to 110,000. The ancient sources claim that there was 1 million men in the Persian army.
Well, what do we know about the ancients?
Yeah.
They're downright retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter how much it was, and again, I think like the 100,000 number is probably the good ballpark. This far outnumbers the Macedonian and the Hellenic allies, who probably had around 40 to 50,000 under Alexander. Just to
There's
put
that number 40,000.
Yeah, there you
dude.
go.
Probably the biggest number they know.
And just more 40,000s. The Persian, they had 20,000 cavalry on each wing. So
So that's like half of 40,000 twice.
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
They got a lot of 40,000s.
Mm-hmm. Now, Darius had chosen this battle site well, as we mentioned. He not only had picked this because it was a wide open plain, he actually had been clearing the area of brush and trees for the last week, basically.
I don't want any of you guys to get your skirts stuck in that bramble.
Yeah. Ripping out
You
the
guys need
brambles. No more tumbleweeds.
I got to see you tumbling. None of these weeds. Also,
I don't
why wouldn't you just park some guys up with bows and arrows behind those brushes? Perfectly good brush.
Well, you'll see why he wanted a nice, clear, flat plain.
You want to shave it.
Yeah.
Yeah, shave clean.
I need to shave this land down.
And that is how Manscaped started. The brand.
Yeah. Now, in all of Alex's battles up to this point, even the ones we haven't talked about that were too small, there was either a river or mountains or a huge forest or a coastline that Alexander could use as the linchpin of his defensive line. So coast is over there, so we'll put the weaker forces there, and it can kind of just mitigate the numbers advantage that the enemy has. This time, it's just a big fucking open field. He's going to be surrounded, especially because he's outnumbered 2-1. For any ancient army, that's a death sentence. Being outflanked on both sides is a guarantee that your army is going to get slaughtered.
Hey, but Connor, guess what? This is the boy of Zeus.
He's the great. He's the great.
The great boy of Zeus.
Yeah.
And Amun.
I wondered, those guys in his army are like, this is not great, actually.
Yeah,
I didn't mind building a pier.
There's a lot of them. You see how much hookah smoke is coming up?
Oh, my brother got fucking hot sand in his face. I hate this fucking dude. He is not great. He's a fucking miserable cunt.
Can you tell Alex I want to call out sick for this fight? Maybe I'll go build another city for him.
Yeah.
How's that? Tell him, give him this bag of rice on me.
I'll name it Alexandria.
Yeah, Alexandria too.
Alexandria.
Yeah. So that afternoon on the 30th, Alexander basically scouts up and down the Persian line, trying to get a feel for what the plan is, what his own plan might be.
Well, it's fucking hairy over there.
Yeah. That at dusk, he gathers his advisors to have a little war council, figure out what they should do. Some of them are urging him to pull back to the coastline because they're already stretched thin from their supplies. Others are saying we should wait, see if the Persians make a mistake and try to outmaneuver us, and we can use it to our advantage. And then there's a small group that are like, no, attack them at night. They're not going to be prepared. Now, that's a good idea.
The old George Washington trick where you just cross the river, slit their throats in the middle of the night.
While they're all drinking.
Yeah.
The problem was the Macedonians were the ones drinking. Alexander rejects all of these plans, especially the night plan. In regards to that, he claims, quote, I will not steal my victory.
Wow. No, so he had more balls than George.
Yep. So he dismisses them all to their tents, and he's like, we'll figure it out tomorrow. All right? Get some sleep. No one knows what the next day will bring. Will it be battle? Will it be retreat? Or are we just going to sit around standing like we did today? So now it's the morning of October 1st. The army awakes, starts filing out to the camp to prepare for battle, like they had done the day before. But Alexander does not emerge from his tent. His generals continue to carry out the orders that they know he would want carried out, but still no Alexander. Breakfast is passed, still no Alexander. They're getting worried about him, and everyone's too afraid to go into the tent,
Right?
Because they don't want to wake him up because he's the king, and it's a little taboo. They don't want to walk in and find that his nerves have cracked and he's lost his mind, and they don't want to walk in and find that he's died in his sleep, which would be awful.
Or
and then
thigh fucking.
Or if he's thigh fucking, they'd hear him and be like, "Oh, he's getting a little pumped."
Oh, right.
Yeah,
there was no discretion back then.
Yeah, it's a tent.
Right.
It's literally a tent.
Scar! Scar! I'm just imagining Hephaestus or whatever his name is walking out, just wiping off his cheek.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's awake. He's awake. Just give him a minute.
Yeah, he's fine, dude.
He was rinsing.
You might want to get new eggs. Those are cold for him.
Yeah. So finally, Parmenion volunteers. He enters into the tent and he finds Alexander snoozing like a newborn baby. He finally wakes up as king and he says, how can you sleep under such intense pressure? Like, you've overslept. What are we going to do? And Alexander responds with his carefree attitude, quote, why not? Don't you see we have already won the battle? We won't have to wander anymore around endless burnt-out plains chasing an enemy who never stands and fights. So Alexander meant to fight.
Oh
yeah.
All right. Sleeping in, dude. I feel like this is... I wish Mike was here.
Yeah.
I feel like he's channeling this guy, right?
yeah. Just like whatever. That's the hard part. Sometimes getting to work is just sleeping at where you work.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to stay in and play CSGO.
Yeah.
Be a little late for work.
Now, Darius, he'd been up early. He'd been planning his day. And he had learned the mistakes of Issus and Granicus. This is why he had chosen this wide open plain where the numbers would overwhelm the small Macedonian force. He had, like I said, those massive formations of cavalry on each wing, but he also had spread other cavalry throughout the line, so that way they were flexible and able to kind of find wherever Alexander charged, they could swoop in and stop. He had heavy infantry made up of the Hellenic mercenaries in the center, doing the hammer and anvil tactic that Alexander always liked to do, so he's countering that.
Connor, do you know, did they have a system of horn calls or because I know throughout history there's always been kind of, I don't know, even in World War II, right, with flash bang to see if you were, a friendly.
In this period, it's a mix of a few things. One is everyone in the army should know the plan going into the battle. So it's the king will tell his advisors and then they, divvy it down until everyone knows the general plan. There probably was horns and drums. I'm not sure. Definitely flags and standards.
Okay.
That was a big part of it. But really it was as long as the officers knew the plan, the rank and file soldier would just know I'm just following that flag because that flag is represents the 150 man unit I'm in. So wherever that flag goes, I go.
Right, so it doesn't seem like a very flexible
it never is.
procedure. It was Alexander's yo bro, you do this, you do this, you do this. There wasn't any kind of on the fly thinking.
Yeah, and a big thing that a lot of historians will mention with Alexander is he always told his commanders, hey, you're on the ground. I can't command from one wing of the army to the other, so take the initiative. Whereas,
okay. So he did do that.
Yeah, he did. Because lots of other kings and generals in history would say no, you have to wait for orders from me, and then the other side of the army, which could be as far as like 3 miles away, is like, well, we haven't gotten orders yet, so we just have to keep standing here. Alexander's
Right.
much more like, no, do what feels right in the moment.
Do what's good for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are all
And,
like his buddies from high school, so he's like, I trust you guys.
fly the flag. Everyone's. We usually have. Everyone's got their own color flags. This time of year, we're gonna all have a Ukraine flag.
Yeah.
And we're gonna fight.
Yep.
Okay. Greeks for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Steve, that's a Swedish flag. Come on, you should know it's the same colors, different
arrangements.
zones.
It doesn't matter. I'm following it because CNN said.
Now, Darius's line stretched. I said it could stretch for a long time, and this is a big open plain. Darius's line was 6 kilometers long. That's how big this battle is.
Damn.
Shit.
And you had mentioned, why didn't he keep those bushes for archers to hide behind? Well, Darius had prepared a little secret surprise for this battle.
Carts.
Scythed chariots. So
Close to
chariots that
carts.
had scythes sticking out of the wheels.
Fuck.
Dude, that's like
sick.
that's some
Yeah.
fucking Rob Zombie shit,
that's
dude.
sick,
That's a
right?
fucking Dragula.
Yeah, twisted metal, dude. Sick.
Yeah, so he had those. They were in like small packs, spread throughout the line to like charge and fuck up the Macedonians.
Nice. Rip out the Ryobes. We're going to get these weeds, motherfuckers.
Dude, but imagine like, I mean, I don't know how tall these chariots are, but they would probably just like carve your legs, your torso in half.
It was mostly going for the legs,
Oof.
okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So it's like, oh man. It's
and
like-
usually the chariots, it was one driver and then an archer,
Oh.
or one driver and then like 4 guys hanging on, and the driver would like drive up to the lines, and the 4 guys would jump out and start hacking away.
Dang.
Yeah.
brutal.
Mm-hmm. Alexander, seeing this massive army that Darius had prepared for him, he has few options. He's already outnumbered. Even before the battle starts, he's basically enveloped on both sides just because of how long this line of men is. So the most obvious plan, you'd think, would be tightly packed defensive formation, maybe a couple of lines that could respond to prevent the cavalry from getting around the flanks. Just a real cautious approach. That would probably be what any ancient general would do. Alexander does the exact total opposite of that plan. Instead, he comes up with a plan that is going to encourage the Persians to launch this massive cavalry double envelopment. He spreads his army out like he always does. Cavalry on the left, led by Parmenion, heavy infantry in the center, and Alexander leading the cavalry on the right, screened by his Agrianian javelin throwers. Now, he does do a couple little twists on this. The first is, knowing that he's going to be outflanked no matter what he tries, he does have a second line held in reserve. That's like, you guys wait for gaps to form, fill the gaps. If they come around the edge, go to the edge and cut them off there.
Like that Wayne Gretzky sneak attack.
Yeah. And second, and most importantly, is he mixes in a lot more infantry troops with the companion cavalry. So that, like I said, the javelin guys, but then also the ones who have the big sarissas, like the 18-foot pikes. But they're hidden just behind the companion cavalry so that the Persian cavalry doesn't know that they're there. So it's like a little counteraction that he's trying.
Okay.
What he wants is the Persians to just attempt this wide charge and go further and further, opening up their own lines for Alexander to then blitz through the center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so he's kind of like, he wants him to like kind of horseshoe his position,
Yeah. So
and then he can...
So everyone should picture 2 lines, one on top of the other. The top line is longer. The bottom line is smaller. The bottom line is the Macedonians. He wants that top line to spread out until it's like a dashed line, and then he can cut through a gap and get right into the middle.
Right, because he loves that Gabe Toll.
He loves a Gabe Toll.
That's his military signature. Is Gabe Toll.
Send
hit
lots
it
of men
hard.
through the Gape Toll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
So once again, Alexander looks resplendent. He's got his bright silver armor is polished to a sheen. He's repaired his little feathered helmet that had been damaged in the Granicus. And now he's wearing a brilliantly decorated scarlet cloak, and he's got jewel-encrusted neck armor. So he is very obvious once again.
Fabulous.
Yeah, so that's kind of, he's now using that against the Persians, though. He's like, I want you to be drawn to me, because then I'll be able to distract you and you'll follow my plan.
All right, check out this ass.
Yeah.
Check out my ass.
And this time, he's riding Bucephalus, his trusted horse companion.
Nice.
Wait, what happened to old Busey? Where was
No,
he?
that's who he's riding, Busey.
I know, but you're like, this time.
Oh,
Where
because he didn't ride him in any of the other battles, because, like, he was past
precious.
his prime. But for
Oh,
this
okay.
moment, he's like, I'm bringing you out of retirement for one last go.
All right.
Yeah.
One
Bucephalus
last
like-
ride, my brother. This is
Bucephalus like,
country
why didn't you leave me in Greece?
song. Yeah.
The fuck am I doing out here?
Like, you could, I saw that bull. I could have lived a life like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just give me some fucking hay, goddammit.
I was just eating olives. I don't even know if that's poisonous to horses, but I love them, dude. I don't even care if it hurts my stomach, dude. It's like, I'll just eat it
I don't
regardless.
want to be ridden into battle. You're always at the front. I hate that.
Yeah.
So he rides up and down the line, speaks with each detachment, offers some prayers and words of encouragement. And now the battle is on. The order to advance is given. And I don't know if we mentioned this before, but ancient battles are always not what you see in movies, where like it's so rarely a charge that whenever it's like that full sprint charge, all the ancient historians are like, holy shit, they just charged right at him. Usually it's a walking pace, or even slower than a walking pace.
I mean, you guys, it's a marathon.
Yeah, and it's like, imagine marching shoulder to shoulder with 1,000 other people and trying to keep that line, and there's also 16 lines behind you also trying to keep that same line.
Yeah,
You're
look.
real slow.
I'm just saying, I know I could be outrun. If I'm going to be on the front line, dude, I'm going to be in the back line by the time the fucking front line hits the front.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say,
Yeah.
He survived the battle by sheer fatness.
He tried he ran as fast as he could. He was brave and valiant, but unfortunately he was too fucking slow to reach the battle.
3 days behind everyone else.
Yeah. So Alexander also orders his troops to advance in echelon, is like the proper term for it. Basically what it means is the center is moving faster than the sides. So that bottom line, that's the Macedonians, the center moves up a lot, then the units next to that move up a little bit. So now it's kind of turning into this like wedge-shaped formation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And that's something that's used again today.
Oh, all
right?
the time.
Like,
Yeah, this is just
like
this
that's like
becomes
taking-
common tactics.
when you hear modern people like take point, bruh.
Yeah.
Like that's you want that wedge shape
Yeah.
when you're
you're
attacking.
The whole
someone.
purpose is like, because if the enemy tries to advance on the units that are in the front from the sides, then you have units behind them that can just charge right up and prevent it from happening.
It's just crazy how much, and the reason why I was like mentioning that was that it's crazy how much military tactics today come from this man. You know what I mean? Like people will relate. They talk about 300, and everyone's like, "Yeah, fucking 300, bro. They fucking lost."
Yeah.
But like Alexander won.
Yeah, he is undefeated.
These tactics are still used today in some respect, or studied. If you go to West Point, you're going to learn about Alexander.
Yeah,
Are these the tactics we use to find oil?
Well, he finds oil later.
Sick!
So kind of
Sick, bro.
Although he
Dude,
conquered
actually-
Iran, which America could never do.
We keep talking about how he's called Alexander the Great. Are you sure his name was an Alexander Bush?
Could
Maybe,
be.
we don't know his last name. Well, I think
Bush.
we do. I just don't know his last name.
It's the great.
Oh, right, the Great.
AKA in English, Bush.
The skirmishing begins between the two main infantry lines. The Persians are also slowly advancing. And this is where Alexander makes his first gambit, his first big move. So all the Persians are looking directly at him. They know where he is. They know where the companion cavalry is. So what does Alexander do as this armies are slowly marching straight at each other? Remember, he's on the right wing. He just takes off to the right. He just leads the cavalry I was going to say east or west. I don't know what direction it is. Just in a perpendicular line to the way they were advancing.
Okay.
All the Persians opposite him, and this Persian cavalry opposite him is led by a guy named Bessus, who will become a big character later on. They see this and they're going, holy shit, he's trying to outflank us, even though we outnumber him by so much, so we got to keep going. So they're moving to their left while Alexander's moving to his right. And slowly but surely, the Persian cavalry just keeps going further and further and further. And Alexander's going further and further and further. And just stretching out their line as thin as it can possibly be.
Dude, you got to be careful, because if you go too far, it fuses.
Yeah.
If you go too far, the butthole and the vagina come together.
Can't have two.
Awesome.
Two big hole.
Awesome.
When Darius sees this, he's like, all right, this is my moment. Gives the order for the chariots to charge. Hopefully they can cut through the Macedonians. It does not work at all. They're thwarted again by the trusty Agrianian javelin throwers. Now, it's possible that Alexander was also using a decoy that was like dressed in a similar armor to lead this cavalry on this goose chase to the right.
Still a good
We were
tactic.
talking about that last
Still
show.
a good tactic. Yeah, he loves using decoys.
His PR, he's the Kim Jong style.
Yeah.
You don't wear the real jewels. I wear the real jewels. We spit you up with some rock candy.
Mm-hmm. So, again, this is a massive battlefield, 6 kilometers wide, we said. This is all happening on the Macedonian right. On the left, there's still a battle going on that Alexander has no control over. That's where Parmenion is, and it's not going well. There, the Persian cavalry had outflanked the Macedonians, had seized the Macedonian camp, and were now engaged in just like general melee combat with Parmenion and his forces. Now, what this did is now the infantry in the center is watching Alexander run away to the right. They're watching Parmenion get slaughtered to the left. So they kind of start splitting right and left, and then a hole opens up in the middle, and Darius is like, oh, there's a hole in the middle. Pour troops through that. So Darius sends his troops to the center. And that's where Alexander finally sees his moment. All this is going on. He goes, there it is. There's Darius and his giant chariot. Gap has opened up. He gives the order, and the companion cavalry goes charging straight at Darius.
Right, and this is like a charge.
Oh, charge!
Right? Like,
this is like they've been like doing like a little trot.
Walking.
Now it's a full spears down gallop right at the king.
Right,
King.
brought-
in the movie.
Oh,
Brought
yeah.
to you by New
Movies.
Balance.
This is the full boat. So this is Alexander and all of his best boys, the men he had been friends with since childhood, that he had led through all of this. They're all fighting alongside him. They smash through the Persian infantry in their way and just commence a general slaughter. In this single moment, probably no longer than maybe 20 minutes to half an hour, a battle that looked like Darius was about to win is now a rout. The Persian infantry collapses and is just retreating entirely.
Damn.
The real question, like last episode you mentioned, you ended with, Darius's mom being captured and being like, "You're my new son, boy."
Oh, yeah, I forgot about
Is she like, "Yay, Alexander, you get him. Get him."
I don't know. I wonder what she was thinking.
I hate doing that shithead's laundry. Do it, Alex. Get in there. I fucking hate this kid.
It was terrible labor. Terrible.
Yeah. Terrible
Hated him
labor.
ever
Yeah.
since.
His father is shit, human shit of a man.
So the Persian center collapses. The cavalry that had been pursuing the Macedonians sees this. They try to turn around, but they're thwarted by the Thessalian cavalry that had been kept in reserve. Darius, he sees the writing on the wall. He knows it's all over. He makes his retreat from battle and starts fleeing to the east, far away, hoping that he can maybe build up an army of this size again. Alexander realizes he's winning, that Darius is fleeing, and he has two options. He can either continue to chase after Darius, or wheel his troops around and smash into the Persian forces that are still fighting on the far side of the battlefield that don't know that this battle has been decided, basically.
Ooh.
Or 3, fake butt sex.
No, he knows that's going to happen afterwards. no
They're
matter
not, it's not every moment of the battle
I
where
don't know,
some kind of gay sexual reference needs to happen.
And remember,
I'm
Alex,
just gonna throw it out there.
Alex
Travis.
isn't super into
I
sex.
don't know, dude.
He probably had a boner just from fighting. He's like, I want to keep fighting. I got my fight boner going.
Yeah, he's got the fight bone.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know about that.
So he decides against chasing Darius. He says, I have to rescue my army because if I don't, then I could lose my army. I could win the battle, but lose my army. So he wheels around, smashes through the Persians that are there. Now these Persians are surrounded, and this is when like a true massacre happens because that's ancient battles, not super deadly unless you retreat. That's when it becomes really, really deadly.
Your back's all exposed.
Yeah.
And you get, So if you keep going,
Yeah.
even if your general says, please stop, we're going the other way, we've lost. If you just stop.
No, you just keep going.
Don't listen to that guy.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Eventually you'll hit Barbados.
Yeah, so it's either in retreat that they all die, or when there's no hope of escape is when lots of deaths happen. And that's
I don't know why I'm
here.
laughing right
Yeah.
now.
Well, it happened 2,000 years ago.
You can't.
Yeah, well, they got mashed.
Yeah.
Of the 100,000 or so that had taken the field that morning, roughly half were dead, and another quarter had been captured, compared to only around 2,000 Macedonians dead.
Whoa!
Damn.
Fucking numbers, man.
Yeah, so Darius and a small few had escaped, but the battle, and at this point, for all intents and purposes, the war, was won for Alexander.
Yeah, but Darius is still out there, dude.
So he's still out there, but basically, this was his chance because now that he's lost this second major battle after gathering up all the elite forces, all the governors that are in the area are going to go, oh, Alexander's the new power. We're going to work for him now. Type of thing.
Gotcha. Well,
They're like, yo, Darius is a bitch.
Yeah, like how fun trying to create an army of this size out in Bactria. Like, good luck, buddy.
yeah, you just fall in line.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
you got
fall in line.
fall in line.
Fall the way the
You got-
winds are blowing.
You got a guy who just destroyed so many of young Darius III's amazing men who
Yep.
were probably not that good at their job. End of day.
No. I mean, they kept him
Yeah.
alive.
They had
but
spirit,
they had spirit.
and spirit counts
Yeah.
for dick.
Yeah, there's also some historians think that Darius may have been taken prisoner by his own advisors at this time
That's fun too.
because that happened. That will happen. Spoiler alert: he is taken prisoner by his own advisors. But some historians think that it happened at the battlefield. Others will say it happens when we talk about it later.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, man, another reference to the Bush administration when Cheney fucking put a garbage bag over Bush's head.
Yeah,
Bush was the good guy. It was really Cheney who was so awful, so mean. So he was rude.
so we're
That's it.
almost gonna wrap up with a little thing here because what does a conquering army do? Alexander decides
Rape.
Not yet. They all
Oh, okay.
not yet. Alexander decided against pursuing Darius. His army was weary from this huge battle. They had just marched across the desert. He was like, "No, let's rest and relax. Let's enjoy being this conquering army that's done amazing things that no one ever believed possible."
And thus, the first Sandals Resort was established.
I was
For Christ.
kind of like that is about to happen.
No fucking joke. In my head, I had Margaritaville like on the docket.
Well, we're gonna see a mix of Margaritaville, sandals, and hedonism coming up because where are they going? They're turning south and heading for Babylon, the greatest and wealthiest city in the entire world. And the Babylonians, like the Egyptians, not big fans of the Persians. So Alexander knows he's going to get a nice, warm welcome from these people.
Maybe
Right, I
a
feel
nice
like the
warm something else too.
Yeah.
I feel like the Babylonians were very. I mean, they used to be top of the game, and then these fucking upstart Persians came in.
That's kind of why they hated them. They're like,
Yeah,
you use our city because how cool our city is.
Yeah. And
dude. You know what writing is? You know what writing is? Like me and my dogs were one of the first people to do writing.
You heard of Hammurabi?
Yeah,
his
you know
code?
Hammurabi.
Why do
Dude,
Jamaicans,
he had two eyes.
Why do Jamaicans always sing about Babylon?
I don't know.
They always sing about Babylon, New York.
That's
Oh.
right. That's what
Jamaica,
they're singing
Queens.
about. Jamaica,
Oh.
Queens, Babylon, New York.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we actually learned something on the show today.
Yeah. So 3 weeks after the battle, Alexander marches in as a triumphant hero. He's greeted by thousands of emissaries, diplomats, priests, all the most prominent citizens of Babylon. He rides through the Ishtar Gate, which is made out of bright blue lapis lazuli stone blocks.
Shit is still around today, dog.
Yep. He's riding on a massive chariot. This is when he starts to kind of style himself as a Persian king.
Oh.
So he's kind of like taking on all the trappings of the royal office. He takes residence in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which are still around at this time. He's offering sacrifices to Bel Marduk, the deity of Babylon.
Marduk, sick
Yeah.
band.
Well, they're that's what they're named after.
Well, they're very good.
Yeah. He pays for all the temples that had been closed by the Persians to be reopened. And with the army camped outside the city, Babylon basically just turns into this massive orgy of celebration, basically. This
Like,
is an army...
Emphasis on, like, big O orgy?
Oh, big O orgy. Because this is an army that had been fighting basically constantly for 6 years, had just conquered the greatest empire known to world history, and they were ready to unwind.
They're ready to show Babylon their O face.
So,
Yeah. Well, much like their leader, they saw the gape toll and
Yeah.
they proceeded in.
and Babylon was kind of like, not just was it the biggest and wealthiest city, it was also like the Vegas of this ancient world, where like all vices were like encouraged and allowed.
That's good.
So I'm going to read a lengthy quote from the Roman historian Curtius,
All right.
who, like every Roman historian, was a stuck-up prude that hated fun.
Cool.
So I'm gonna-
Travis, don't cut off Connor.
This is a good
I
quote.
won't.
Don't cut him off.
But I just
wanna
want to
hear the
say,
whole.
yeah, I'm Curtis Blow. I want you to know that this is Babylon.
That could be. I like that.
That was good.
Yeah.
So this is how he describes the city of Babylon. Again, this is a long quote. The moral corruption there is unparalleled. Parents and husbands permit their children and wives to have sex with strangers, provided this wickedness is paid for. The Babylonians are especially addicted to wine and the excesses that go along with drunkenness. Women attend dinner parties. At first they are decently dressed, then they remove all their top clothing and by degrees disgrace their respectability until, parentheses, I apologize to my readers for spelling it out, end parentheses, they finally discard their most intimate garments. This revolting conduct is characteristic not only of prostitutes, but also of married women and young girls who regard such fornication as, quote, being friendly, end quote.
That sounds like a society I would like to be a part of.
So that sounds like the sickest time an ancient army could ever have in the world.
I've just been
Yeah.
squinting and raising my eyebrows up and down
Yeah.
this entire time.
So basically, and what we can end here, the Macedonians party for a month in Babylon.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Probably
Very-
lost more people, more troops to alcohol poisoning
Yeah.
during that month.
Yeah.
or
probably.
what? I don't know. What was the big venereal disease back then?
Pregnancy.
Yeah.
At a 30% mortality rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's the mortality rate for babies?
And the mom.
Oh, and the mom. Okay.
Everyone's dead at birth.
Yeah. Everyone dies at birth.
I wanna
That's
hear
the moral of the
yeah.
story.
The father died at birth.
So the next steps for Alexander is going to be, now he's kind of been hailed as a conquering hero by all the cities he's taken, with like Tyre being the exception. Now he's conquering the true Persian homeland. So his next goals and the road from here on out going to be less daunting, but a little harder, let's say.
All right.
Oh,
that
dude,
up
he
in the next
just
few parts.
like pushed in their buttholes this episode.
Yeah, this is where the war is decided. Like, he could have just stopped here and been like, all right, war's over, I conquered Persia.
Right, and you said the Roman writers of the time were like, this was like a lesson, dude. It was like, all right, maybe you should stop.
Maybe you should
right?
stop. Maybe you should stop.
Maybe you should stop.
Oh, yeah, but they were all pussies.
Yeah.
And Alexander don't like pussy. He likes thighs.
He likes thighs and killing dudes.
Yeah.
Dude.
Thighs and killing guys.
Yeah.
Thighs and
guys.
guys. Yeah.
There's jokes there about peanuts. Look, Connor, what is this? Episode 4 of
Yeah,
Alexander
Jesus.
the Great. We're flying
Yeah.
right now. in a new way that we never have as a show. So thank you for listening to Roast Mortem Cast, episode 4 of Alexander the Great, one of the finest thighs on this side of the Mesopotamia.
Mm-hmm.
So creamy, so dreamy. He's got elephants. He don't even need to use them, dude.
Now, if you have elephants and you're looking to parse them off in perhaps dollars or Bitcoin, Travis, where do they go? These listeners.
You can go to patreon.com/roastmortemcast, or you know what? You don't even need to give us money. Just show all of your friends. Just be like, hey, mom, hey, dad, would you like to hear about men talking about things that I would be embarrassed if they were talking about it around you?
Yes.
And history.
Doesn't that sound good?
See what your parents say.
Yeah.
You know what? Depending on the scenario, just walk up to them and turn off the television. Turn off Tucker Carlson. Turn off Don Lemon. Those people suck.
Yeah.
We don't suck.
No.
Yeah, go into if you work for Old Navy, go onto the loudspeaker that plays fucking Beyonce and Miley Ray Cyrus and put our show on so people can shop and buy flip-flops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So do that. Thanks for listening, everyone. See you next time.
Donald Shane.
Bye.
Live from New York.
It's Travis's seed.
You would think that delay would have something to do with not being live.
No, but that's me building up. It takes a while. You got to recharge. Live in New York.
Especially when you're talking about seed.
Talking about seed, you just eat a lot of pizza, your seed slows down a lot.
Right.
It dribbles.
And with the New York seed tax, you're just never going to win.
Yeah.
Can't believe the tax on our seed.
You can't kill the seed because that's like killing babies.
Yeah.
Future little millions of egg tadpoles.
Which is illegal now.
The
So.
next step after abortion is no more coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Kellogg.
It's a slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
State subsidized corks for everyone. Don't be coming now.
Honey, should we go uncorked? It's illegal. It's illegal to go uncorked.
It's like Demolition Man, but just a cork in your penis in the future.
Yeah.
There's no 3 seashells. It's just a cork in your... It's a worse toilet paper that's made from old Cadillacs.
Yeah. It's going to turn men into like those ships in a bottle, and you put like baking powder in there and some vinegar. Shake it up.
Shake it up. Splurt out that new seed.
When God tells you it's time to uncork, you'll know.
It'll be obvious.
Yeah.
I'd say every damn night. Or in the afternoons. All right. We're live.
Live
We are.
On Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
in the same room. Same damn ass
It's
room.
been a while, Travis. What do you think of the East Coast? It's been a while since you were here.
I miss the fresh smell of diarrhea.
Yeah?
Not really.
And you're talking about Portland. You're saying you're here and now you miss it. 'cause
Yeah.
Portland is 90% diarrhea.
Well, Portland, we're all corked legally.
Right.
But there's diarrhea everywhere. They don't cork the backside. New York, they cork both sides.
Right.
Right. Great
That makes
corking
sense.
law of Oregon.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Great corking law. No, it's good to be back. How was your week? Because it was all of us.
It was all of
the
our
weeks.
weeks,
Yeah.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all had to go to court.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I'm back
To
in
get
town.
corked.
Yeah. Yeah. So Travis is in town. Connor's here with me as usual. Mike is still on the mend.
He's with us in spirit.
Yes.
I keep seeing pictures of his nasty ass leg.
Does he post it? I'm not on the medias anymore.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen the wound. I've missed those. I've been
saw it.
loving the memes he's been sending while real high on Oxy, I think.
Yeah, there was like I think he posted that picture of his dad feeding him spaghetti or something with his leg all out in front of him.
Oh, yeah.
That's the dream. Having your dad spoon feed his spaghetti.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's good that he's recovering. We had a wedding. Friend's wedding.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of fun.
2 friends got wedded. They got gay married, but it was straight.
Yeah, it was very weird.
Yeah.
Legally put the cork in.
Well, wait. Now they take it out now that they're married, right?
No, they had to still put it in.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's
You
a
get
different
a
cork.
different one put in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they share the cork.
Jesus wasn't there.
Okay,
They said,
gotcha.
You know,
Yeah.
because Jesus has to come down and be like, "Thou can be uncorked." Bless you.
That's different. Seriously.
It's been a while since we've been together, so that's nice. Of course, we're doing it midway through a series, so the continuity is going to feel a little off.
Oh, yeah.
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 But that's the best way, right?
Yeah.
It's the only way.
People are, what's your favorite episode of Roast Mortem? It's definitely Alexander Part 5.
Yep. That's it.
Well, at this point, we're always going to be in the middle of a series because this will just never end, Alexander. We'll just keep going.
You're just going to go into, like, his lineage.
We'll do the heat death of the universe. Yeah. That's where this story will finally end.
Well, the real bonus is the real kicker is that he's actually Elon Musk and he's trying to invent Mars into the South African Empire.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
I'll take it.
Opening up new diamond mining operations.
Yeah. So I guess we can just get right into it because we all just had a wedding and we all got drunk
Very.
and
Smoked a lot of smokes.
yeah.
Yeah, I felt like a rag, like a dirty rag.
Well, did you also feel like a merchant because you were the person giving out all this?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I purposely went to the store and I was like, I'm going to a wedding. And he was like, I'll have 3 packs of cigarettes. He's like, you sure you don't want 4 packs? And I was like, no, I'll stick with 3.
All right.
Yeah.
Did it make it through the night?
No.
Yeah. See,
He was right.
He was right.
He knew.
He was right. I should have got 4 packs.
Yeah. Shout out to Drachma or whatever his name is. Let's see. What else do we have? That was it. I didn't smoke as many cigarettes, but I did break in some cowboy boots.
That's
true.
Wedding.
You
That's
had
true.
you
He
had
was-
the finest bolo on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did a very nice bolo.
I went west. I went all the way west. And I wouldn't take it back. But that's it. That's it.
All right.
Let's dive back into Alex. What is
Let's
he up
jump
to?
back in. Well, I think he was at a few weddings in Babylon, I'm sure, knowing that city's proclivity for celebration.
Could be corked. All corked in Babylon.
I don't know. I think
Uncorked?
Alexander is a cork loosener.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they invented
yeah,
corks
they
then.
didn't invent the cork.
Yeah, no.
No.
Jesus invented the cork.
Yeah, right,
He
yeah,
came down
okay.
and taught the Romans how to
Yeah.
use the cork. Yeah, so we left with Alexander. He just had his greatest battlefield victory of his whole dang life. Spoiler alert, he will never get to that height again. He doesn't know that yet, though. He might think there's more to come. But there isn't.
And we got Darius. He's on the run, right?
Darius is on the run. Not going well for him. And the boys of Macedon are celebrating in Babylon with all the lovely ladies there.
Mm.
We read that Roman historian who had some choice words for all those people.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What do you call him? I
Rude.
forgot. Just remind me.
He kind of just slut shamed them. It was really, really gross.
He's going to do that during Gay Pride Month?
Yeah, he was slut shaming during Pride Month.
What?
Yeah, well, he said something like, we had dinner and they would expose their titties. And then they would take off their other intimate panties.
I
Yeah.
do remember this,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Keep the kink in conquering, guys.
Spoken like a real Netflix employee.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So now they're in Babylon. It's time to keep moving. Obviously, even though the war is over, there's still some loose ends to tie up. But they've been fighting for 5 years, and this is where we first start to hear that the army isn't all just sunshine and rainbows. They're kind of getting to the point where they're like, Alex, when do we go home? When do we get to turn around and stop? So why are we still going?
They didn't even give out Game Boys like in Desert Storm.
Oh man,
Yeah,
Is that a
they all-
thing?
They all got Game Boys.
That's awesome.
sick. I would
Yeah.
join the war.
Oh, yeah. Japan's getting in on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to the Nintendo store in New York, they have like a little Game Boy that's like was in a tank explosion in Desert Storm, and it still works. It's like all charred and everything. It's
Awesome.
pretty crazy.
Yeah. You can come to war, go to college, and get a Game Boy.
Yeah.
What games did they give the soldiers?
Probably Tetris because they're fighting the Russians and you know tactics.
Good point. Continue.
So, after they leave Babylon, after a month of partying, they arrive at the city of Susa, which is the administrative capital of Persia. And to show just how far Darius and the Persians had fallen, this city surrenders without a fight. They're just opening the doors to Alexander and the Macedons, or recognizing he's the new power in town. Here, Alexander brings in a shitload of money, which is really going to help him start to consolidate what he's conquered. And he gets 2 pretty nice war prizes. He sends these to Athens. They were 2 cherished Athenian statues that stood on the Parthenon that the Persians had looted when they invaded Greece some 150 years ago. So now Alexander gets a little feather in his cap, sends these back to Athens to show just how good he is.
Smart.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
these are mine, you idiot. It's like basically they showed up, Persia showed up, and they're like, "Hey, can I get a smoke?" And then they took the lighter back.
Yeah.
And then he's just like,
they
dude,
picked Athens.
yeah, and he's like going through their room. That's my lighter, dude. See, it has a weed marijuana on it.
Yeah.
The pot plant.
I know
Right.
it has that little scratch on the bottom. I put that there.
Yeah.
Right, and you were only able to get it back because the guy crashed into a tree on the way out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you
were the first on the scene.
crashed into his car.
Yeah, you survived.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
didn't.
So Alexander does not stop here. He doesn't stay long in Susa. There's no reason to. He just does his usual thing, appoints some satraps, some new governors, and heads on to the next target. This next target is Persepolis, which is the ceremonial capital of Persia. So Susa is like the administrative capital. Persepolis is the ceremonial capital. If that makes sense?
All right, but they already hit the party capital.
Yeah, they already hit the
Babylon.
party
So these are the
capital.
boring
Yeah,
capitals.
yeah,
That
yeah.
like, I guess we got to get these
Business
ones.
capital.
Mm-hmm. Now, the problem with Persepolis is it's across from the Zagros mountain range in modern Iran, so he's got to risk a crossing in the winter. The reason is he wants to get there and steal all the money from the city before they can smuggle it away from him and send it to Darius, who's up in the north.
Now, because I'm a ignorant American idiot boy, are they in the desert? Who cares about winter?
Second that.
Yeah.
No, so they're in Susa and Babylon is like southern Iraq, but like Mesopotamia still, so it's still like the lush like valley.
Okay.
And then the Zagros Mountains, they're mountain ranges, so it's like you can't cross in or you shouldn't cross in the winter because it's just going to be snowed in and all the passes are going to be fucked.
Didn't know it snowed in the desert.
Yeah.
I know, dude, there's people in Afghanistan and Iraq in the northern parts who are naturally blonde.
Yeah.
Blue
Well,
eyes.
I
Nazis
think
were
we're going to
looking
find
for
out
'em.
where those blondies come from
Oh,
today.
yeah.
So Alexander's got to cross the Zagros Mountains. And it starts off fighting some tribesmen in the mountains. These are tribesmen that had never even submitted to the Persians, so they kind of have their hands full with Alexander. It doesn't take long. He just kind of walks over them. They're, not putting up much of a fight compared to what he just went through. But then he gets into some trouble. See, there were still Persians in these mountains, and they knew he was coming to Persepolis, so they block off one of these mountain passes that's called the Persian Gates. It's a narrow gorge, 6 miles long, and at some points only 6 feet wide. And when they get through this gorge, they just see a big wall manned with Persians at the top. So the Persians have built themselves a wall in the middle of this gorge.
Oh, they're kind of fucked then.
Yeah, so even worse is Alexander had split his army, doing his usual thing. Parmenion was taking a long and winding road safer through the mountains, while Alexander had taken the small, speed force to try and get through. It's kind of a reverse of the Battle of Thermopylae, only this time it's the Persians defending their homeland in a narrow pass, as the Greeks are the ones trying to get around it. They do a front-on assault, does not work. Alexander almost gets pretty badly wounded, but is fortunate to escape. And so then he finds some captured Persians who lead him on a goat path around the wall, and then they can finally knock those pesky defenders out.
Goat paths, rather thin.
Rather thin.
Rather than, and also like, if I was a Persian, I'd be like, there's no way they're taking that goat path. That's meant for goats.
Yeah.
You see how they got feet, they don't have hooves, you idiot.
There's like brush that's kind of
Yeah.
low hanging, and it will smack you in the face.
Yeah, dude.
No way a human could get
Not
through.
every soldier's gonna hold the branch for the next one.
Yeah.
They're gonna lose so many men.
Just losing pen to a cartoon bit over and over again. Zoinks!
We must turn back, Alexander. It's
My-
chafing.
My force of 500,000 shaggies. Only 12 survived the bushwhacking.
So they get through this bushwhacking. They knock out the Persian defenders there. But Alexander, he's pretty hard on himself after this. He's like, I shouldn't, that was a foolish risk. Not going to do that again. Can't overextend myself like that. So now he's approaching Persepolis. Now, Susa and Babylon, those are ancient cities. Babylon, people might be aware of. We talked about it last episode. Is like capital of great empires, Hammurabi.
Yeah.
We all know.
All that.
But Susa itself had also been a settlement, they think, as far back as like 7,000 BC. It was a planned city by that point.
Wow.
Damn.
So these are really old cities. Persepolis is a brand new, purpose-built city, mostly built by the first Darius and his son Xerxes. So it held a lot of importance for the Achaemenid family specifically.
Shit's like Hollywood of ancient world.
Kinda. It's like It's like Versailles, where it's like Paris had existed, and then Louis the 14th is like, I want to build myself my own beautiful capital palace city.
Gotcha.
Right.
So that's kind of what Persepolis is.
Or Phoenix.
Or Phoenix.
Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix,
yeah.
Arizona should not be there.
It shouldn't be there.
Sorry, not for human consumption, but that is a desert.
Yes. Please find your way to either coast.
Yeah. Please just get out of there.
Yeah. Or stay.
Yeah.
You'll be fine at this point.
Just, arm up for the water wars that are coming.
Oh. California's taking it all.
Yeah.
For their almonds.
Yeah. Oof. That's another thing. Too much of a tangent.
Yeah.
Continue.
One thing about Persepolis that you might want to do right now, listener, is look at the Wikipedia page for Persepolis, because I think these German historians and archaeologists have rebuilt a 3D imaging of it, and it's like they've done really well because the ruins of Persepolis are really well preserved, and we've got a lot of writing about it. So like they've rebuilt it in this like 3D model, and it's sick to, because you can like tour it, you can like click and like go walk.
You can like
through the
street
city.
view that shit?
Yeah, it's like Google
Oh,
Street
hell
View
yeah.
but for
Hell yeah.
Persepolis.
VR it, man. You can
Yeah.
go to their Walmart and
Yeah.
you know, shop around, buy their rocks.
They blur the faces of the reliefs on the wall, yeah. Now, because of its significance specifically to the dynasty of the Achaemenids, this place might also have been the single largest concentration of wealth in the entire world at the time. When Alexander gets there, he finds 120,000 talents in gold and silver. I don't even know how much the money that is, but like he'd been giving out 10,000 talents, and they're like, wow, that's a lot of money, and he's got 12 times that much now.
Well, whatever it was, there's probably commercials for like, this is the limited edition, once minted talent. It has the picture of George Bush Sr.
It's commemorative.
Puking.
They're always commemorative.
The picture of George Bush Sr. puking on
The
his lap.
Japanese ambassador.
The Japanese ambassador.
This
Yours
is
now.
an eagle representing freedom and women.
Call now and you can get the quarter of George Bush dodging the shoe.
I'd take that.
Not legal tender.
Yeah.
Will not appreciate in value.
Sick Dodge underneath.
Yeah.
And then on the other side said Dodge 2500.
Do you know the
Time and a
town,
quarter.
the town of Iraq where the guy is from who threw the shoe built a massive statue of the shoe?
I did see that.
Oh,
yeah.
hell yeah. Is
Yeah,
it like
it's
an Air Force One?
No, there's like it's like a dress shoe, and then there's like a flower bed. In it.
Yeah, it's like a
they-
dress shoe with a
beautiful
flower bed and like a
bed.
little plaque. It's like, this guy threw this shoe at a piece of shit. So, because of this like deep significance to the Achaemenids specifically, especially the two Achaemenids who had tried to invade Greece, Alexander gives his men free rein to loot and pillage Persepolis, whereas in Susa and Babylon, he was way more like, nope, these are people we're liberating, not people we're conquering. Now he's conquering.
Nice.
So they spend the whole winter of 331 to 330 BC here. Every day they're doing their Macedonian thing. They're drinking, they're hosting festivals, they're honoring their great victory in the palaces built by their ancestral enemies. And what happens in April of 330 is still not very clear. There are a few different stories to explain. We can go over each of them. In the first, they're doing one of these big celebrations, having a grand old time.
Mm-hmm.
And a hetera, which is a mix between a sort of like prostitute / entertainer / artist / singer lady.
Oh, so a prostitute.
Yeah, but who does so much more?
Right.
They all do that. As
A cam girl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I dance.
It's an e-girl.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm an influencer.
I'm a model. I
Twitch
have-
streamer.
Yeah, I play Fortnite. Please ignore that I'm always wearing a bra, but like,
that's all it is. Prostitute.
yeah. So this hetera named, I think it's pronounced Thais, Thais, having a drunk old time. She is holding a torch and just throws a torch through a window of one of the palaces. And Alexander and his companions see this and then just burst out laughing. And they're like, let's all burn down all of these palaces.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
yeah.
And they go around and they torch the whole city. Just having a grand old drunken time. And then they're like, all right, now we gotta head on and finish the job with Darius.
She must have had a good arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make him laugh like that.
There's some really funny Renaissance paintings of her burning down the city because she's like being held up on her shoulders and she's just like got two torches completely naked and like throwing them through the window.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's sick.
She had no idea what she was doing.
Yeah,
She
now
was
she's
hammered.
famous forever.
Yeah. Talk about the next day, right? What did we do last night? Why does it smell like campfire?
Man, that's what happens when homeless people run New York City.
Yeah.
We're getting close.
We're getting close. So the other story is that Alexander ordered the burning of Persepolis as a final punishment to the Persians for the sack and burning of Athens. Just another nice PR win to buy goodwill among his allies and citizens back home. And then the third and most boring is that a fire just got out of control and burned down the whole city.
Boring. You're right.
Or it could have also all been all three of these. Like Alexander's like, we're gonna burn the city, and then this lady's like, I'll start it, and through. So
I was joking.
Yeah.
I just want to get more likes, bro. Guys, not the footlocker.
Yeah. Well, they did spare a few of the buildings, but they like fully torched and then like tore down the temple that Xerxes had built because he was the one that burned down Athens.
Well, fuck him.
Yeah.
You know, whatever all of his shit, garbage.
Yeah.
Throw it out. All of his Toyota Camrys, shit.
Yeah. Now,
all of his racing rims, who gives a shit?
All of his Armani cologne, thrown out.
This is also one of those cases in history where like they're trying to erase the history of these people, but in doing so actually preserved it for all of us, because by burning down Persepolis, everyone kind of eventually leaves. So it just was a ruin in the backwater of a country that no one really lives in, because it's like they built it specifically in the mountains, so it's like not easy to get to. And then by torching it, it just remained there until historians one day were like, "Oh, we should study this place."
Oh, so it was like a ghost city?
It was, yeah, kind of.
It's kind of like it's like a historical Streisand effect happening.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Because also like the reliefs that they found that have like huge descriptions of events in Persian history were found on like the bottom level of all this rubble. So it was like they burned down the city and all the rubble caved in, but it preserved those blocks from being like repurposed so that they were preserved when they found them like in the 1800s.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
And they probably, you think there was like some archaeologist who's finding this, he's making announcements, and like all the guys who make American history books are like, awesome, we don't care.
Great job.
History started in 1776.
Yeah. That was when Jesus was crucified.
Yeah.
It's weird. There's a huge gap between like 1942, 1776. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
That's all we know.
That's all we got.
Everything else was just farms.
Mhm.
Probably happiness.
Yeah. The flood happened before that, so you're just swimming.
Yeah.
Archaeology 101. American.
So after having all this fun, it's springtime now. They got to wake up from these hangovers and go finish the job. Darius is still on the loose, and Alexander is intending to find him and then go see with his own eyes the rest of this great empire that he had won. So, Darius, let's catch up with what's going on with this guy, this poor sucker. He's still licking his wounds after Gaugamela. He is now in Ecbatana, which is the last of the 4 great cities of Persia that Alexander did not control: Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, the others. And his goal is still the same as it was after the Battle of Issus. It's rebuild another army, try and fight Alexander again. That's not going so well at this point. Fewer and fewer satraps are responding to his demands for soldiers. Mercenaries, even if he's giving them lots of money, are saying no because they don't want to fight Alexander. They know what's going on there.
Okay.
And he doesn't really have much gold to recruit them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, all of his big major cities are gone now.
Yeah, and all the 3 that make the money are
Yeah.
gone. That's even worse. He's suffering from desertions daily, and the few remaining troops, they all kind of believe that Alexander and his army are invincible, so morale is kind of at an all-time low. He leaves Ecbatana as all of this is becoming even more apparent and decides, all right, I'm going to go further and further east, hoping to get a little better reception from the provinces out there. Unfortunately for Darius, 2 of his subordinates, a man named Bessus, who was controlling the cavalry on the left wing in Gaugamela, and a guy named Naberzanes, who we haven't talked about yet, were planning a coup because they did not like how things were going with Darius.
Can't trust Joe Bessis.
Yeah,
Joe Bessis.
Joe Bessus.
Dude, Curly best. Curly was the best. Joe Bessis.
Just Bessis didn't do it right.
No.
Yep.
No justice from Bessis.
Now, they didn't really know what they wanted this coup to do. That was their first problem. They knew they didn't want him in charge anymore, and they knew they wanted to arrest him and not kill him because they were thinking, all right, do we arrest him, use him as a bargaining chip to like negotiate a surrender with Alexander? Do we kill him as a token to Alexander, like as a way of showing like, hey, look at how we'll kill your guys for you?
Right.
Or do they use Darius' power to have themselves crowned king of Persia? So, like, force Darius to adopt them as heirs, then kill Darius. Now they're heirs to Persia. Yeah.
That probably would kind of suck, because then Alexander's still going to beat your butthole.
Yeah, so they don't really know what they're doing. But they put their plan into action to have him arrested. Sadly, not even Darius' own personal guards protected him. There are stories that the only ones who were sort of loyal were these Greek mercenaries who knew that they couldn't go back to Alexander. Because, like, any Greek mercenary still fighting for the Persians was fucked at this point.
Right, I remember that from probably one of the other 7
Granicus
episodes.
was the one where he was like, no more Greek mercenaries.
No more.
Yeah, so these guys were like, well, Darius is our only protection, so they were the only ones who kind of lift even a finger to protect
I'd be
the
going
king.
to China.
Yeah.
Or Formosa, rather.
Yeah, right?
on my way.
I'm going to China. Maybe I'll go to America with the rest of the Mormons.
I mean, Darius, like, your mom is hanging out with Alexander. Just surrender, dude.
yeah.
Just go surrender.
Yeah.
He is pretty great.
Yeah.
I hear that. I hear that.
Keep hearing how great he is.
Yeah.
So now Darius, the once king of kings, is a prisoner, and he is literally in golden chains. They did him the service of being king. He's in golden chains.
I mean, what do you expect from a Persian period?
Yeah. Well,
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him.
Yeah.
Can't bleed.
Gold is pretty, isn't that soft?
It's soft, but you're not going to break it if it's thick enough.
Also, it was probably like iron dipped in gold.
Yeah.
It was probably
plated,
flaking at one
plated,
point.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Plate that shit.
Yeah, plate. Don't give him real shit.
No.
Could you imagine he tries to get out and starts chipping off? I feel
You're more betrayed.
Yeah, kill me.
Pretty betrayed before, and now I am very betrayed.
This is worse.
Somebody get me bread.
So they take him captive. Now they're in charge of this army that's like kind of falling apart every day. And they will move east, heading for Bactria, which is present-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, all those istans up there.
I think you said that word once before, and it made me think of Backney.
Mm.
Yeah.
What?
You know, Backney?
Bactria? Yeah.
Backney.
Yeah. It's gross. Continue.
So after Alexander left Persepolis, he's heading to Ecbatana. He is unaware that Darius is in golden chains. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this in the last episode, there's also theories that Darius was taken prisoner at Gaugamela, like midway through the battle, that they just like threw him in chains and left. So that could have happened. I don't think so, just based off everything else that goes down. So Alexander gets to Ecbatana, hoping to find Darius. No one there, but the city opens the doors to him immediately. No one's trying to fight Alexander here.
Yeah, I'm saying at this point he's probably not fighting too many battles. It's just like, oh, hey, you're here now.
Yeah, it's more just like his scouts are like, there's an army running away from you. And he's like, yeah, good.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
It's like, we found the city. All right, where's the army? No, just the city.
Just
no,
the city.
No
Yeah.
army waiting.
Just a city there. If anyone gets in your faith, punch them in your faith. Use your fit. That's,
There's
like,
an army of butlers outside. They all are holding trays of caviar.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just like a type of person you don't fuck up with. You're just like, all right, there's no point in keeping what we have.
Yeah.
Just have the life.
You've already gotten your asses kicked.
Yeah.
Pretty badly.
Might as well start licking anus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just do it.
But here in Ecbatana, he takes a fateful step. He disbands the League of Corinth and sends all of the Hellenic troops who were with him at this point home. So remember, when he started this whole campaign way back when, it was the Macedonians and then the Hellenic cities sent like volunteers who were kind of prisoners at the same time, but they could fight with Alexander. Now he says, all of you go home, only the Macedonians are fighting with me.
Those were the Thebans, right?
The Thebans, the Athenians, the Corinthians, everyone except for the Spartans,
Right.
who were really not powerful at all, and Alexander's like, I'm not going to bother
Dude,
with you.
Spartans are bitch asses.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Shut
Yeah.
up, Gerard Butler.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
He does this by claiming that the crusade against the Persians is over and won, so there's no purpose for you. However, those of you who I'm saying to go home, if you swear personal fealty to me, Alexander, you can stay on and fight. And a lot of them do. Because
It's a long walk home.
it's a long walk
Yeah.
home, and you're just going to keep making more and more money if you keep following Alexander. You might die, but you're going to make a lot more money.
But you gotta,
It's fine.
whenever you're at a blackjack table or any type of gambling, you gotta know when to walk away from the table.
Know when to fold him?
Know when to
yeah,
fold.
there is a song. Thank you.
Yeah,
Connor.
know when to say,
Most
hey,
roundabout way.
might as well be walking to the bathroom right now with all my chips and stuff them in my pants. Cash them out later so no one steals them.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, lady. I gotta pull these out of my pants because I know this.
Yeah.
They're still warm just for you. That's the saying.
Yeah. This one is for you, honey.
This one's for you, baby. So, Alexander knew that Darius couldn't have gotten far from Ecbatana. He probably missed him by only like a couple of weeks. So he does as usual. This is going to become modus operandi going forward. Divide the army. Alexander will lead a strike force that will like push hard for Darius, so mostly cavalry and light infantry, whereas Parmenion's going to lead the whole big army slowly east to help. He finally gets wind that Darius has been imprisoned, and now he's doubling his pace to try and catch up before they can do anything with his quarry. Takes him about a week of really hard riding, and finally the first Macedonian scouts spot this meager Persian force, and this seems to scare the shit out of Bessus and all the Persians, because apparently they just stab Darius, leave him to die, and flee with the rest of the army.
Oh! And to
Yes.
him.
So we have a few different versions of Darius's last words. One was that a Macedonian soldier gets to him, and he sees that Darius is dying. He's like, tell Alexander to like be better than me or something like that, and then like hands hit this soldier his like ring that has his seal on it, so basically kind of adopting Alexander. There's other ones where he's like, I wish I could have met the guy or something like that. All of like endearing terms of respect that are all written by Alexander's personal PR.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm sure it was like, please get that crow off of me that's pecking the entrails out of my body.
Well, more likely it was a Macedonian's like hearing all this and goes, wow, would be real nice if I spoke Persian.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. What's that stupid gobbledygook you're talking out of your mouth, you dumb idiot?
What did he say? I don't know. Something about Alexander being great.
I don't know. Something about weird food.
He kept saying hookah.
Hookah.
So Alexander rides hard to try and reach the camp. And when he gets there, Darius has already died. We hear that he covered Darius's body in his own personal cloak and sends the body back to the slightly ruined Persepolis to be buried with all of Darius's ancestors, because they didn't burn down the tombs, which I guess is a nice thing.
So when they came through with the archaeologists, they find him?
Yeah.
And be like, hey, look at this boy.
No, I don't think they ever found his tomb. They found the tomb of Cyrus the Great. They've known it's been there forever.
Right.
And so that one's still up, and you can go visit that if you want to go to Iran.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll see you over there.
We'll record from inside the tomb.
Yeah. Live from Tehran, it's Roast Mortem Cast.
Yeah. What a bunch of nice people.
They're all great. Lovely.
Like, it would work for them because we would just talk so highly of Iran.
Yeah.
Iran, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
But they could be shooting us with guns.
Yeah.
And no one would see.
No one would know.
No one would see. Silent guns.
Silent guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love this place.
Best.
Only a half hour more.
Yeah. So Alexander, he swears, I will punish Darius's killers. I will find those responsible and have them destroyed. Because, he's claiming to be Darius's true successor to the throne, so it's only his right to avenge the killers of the king that came before him. That's all the story we know. It's very possible Alexander just caught up to the camp and killed Darius.
Yeah.
It's just as likely that that's what happened.
All right.
I mean, he'd been pursuing him hard, and like this whole time he's sending out notes that are like, I will find Darius and I will destroy him. And then he finds Darius dead and is like, I will protect you, my brother. I will avenge your death. It's like,
Yeah.
come on.
I think it's probably like when we found like Osama bin Laden, and then he's like in a shitty little house, and then he mysteriously disappeared into the ocean.
Yeah.
Like that was probably the situation.
Yeah.
Alex found him, ganked him.
Also,
Yeah.
there is this thing we keep forgetting how like crazy Alexander can be because we're surrounded by all these characters. We know he's doing all this shit, but like you mentioned before that, with Philip and stuff, when his dad died, it was like totally polarizing thing. It was like, fuck that guy while he's alive. And as soon as he died, I gotta avenge that guy.
I gotta avenge him. And then 10 years later, he's not my dad. Zeus is my dad.
Dude, I got a fucking Egyptian man and my dad now.
Yeah, I got a new hot Egyptian dad.
Turns out I had two dads. They came at the same time.
Yeah.
Really weird how semen works like that. Still needs an egg, but you can, what I'm saying.
This egg has a tail.
My mom's womb got struck by lightning as Philip was plowing into her. So technically, they're both my dad.
Yeah.
And by lightning, I'm in Lexington.
No, but I feel like
Steel.
I feel like you're right, Tom. This guy has like a weird switch going on. You know what I mean? He's definitely
he's very
like,
PR savvy.
Yeah.
He knows which way
well,
the
I'm
winds
like
are going.
almost bipolar though. I think. Like I feel like he's on the drop of a hat. He can.
Right. And we
Switch.
haven't really brought that up the last episode. The last episode seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, remember, he's crazy.
He's insane. Yeah, he still thinks he might be the son of a god.
Yeah.
He's great.
Great.
Exactly.
Well, it's a good thing you brought that up because we're about to see more of the megalomaniac that he is going to become.
Awesome.
Because now that Darius is dead, and he is no longer trying to take down the dynasty, now he is taking on the trappings of the dynasty. So he's wearing Persian clothing now. He's using Darius'
cool.
signet ring as his own personal seal.
That's so
Like
sick.
he replaced his old one. He adopts the royal Persian custom of having a harem of 365 women, one for each day.
That's pretty cool.
He probably never visited one of them. The
I
whole
mean,
time.
how could you? How could you?
Yeah.
The day of anime, how could you?
It's like, oh, hey, you're February 6th, right? All right, I'll see you in a month.
Yeah. I don't need to know your name. I don't even know what date it is. I don't know if you're the right girl. Y'all kind of look the same. I'm from a different area of the world. You know how that is.
I don't think this happens now. I didn't really go into it because it's very like technical, but he also has this whole new thing of like how you have to approach him and kiss him. So like used to be with the Macedonians, like if you were a king and like someone was viewed as like your equal, even though you're a king, they could like come up to you, kiss you on both cheeks, and now it's like kiss him on the feet.
Oh.
Like, get on the ground and kiss him on the feet, and only if he says, then you can come up and kiss them.
I wish the
So
French.
you start with the feet.
Yeah. Feet
And then you
up.
come up?
Yeah, you gotta go.
That's
up.
weird. That's weird.
Yeah.
You know, the harem people were probably like, hi, how are you today? And he was all like, your accent is disgusting. You're a disgusting, filthy, hairy person. Kiss my feet, and maybe you could touch my
Maybe
neck
then
after.
you can get up. there.
Maybe.
Yeah, which
Maybe.
one or two maybe did.
I think we need to install. You know, the French do and the Italians do the kiss on the cheek, and the Greeks and shit. Like nowadays, just got to convert them to feet kissing.
Feet kissing. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, nice to meet you. We'd like to transact some business.
Yeah.
That's a nice ingrown you have there.
I'm just imagining Tony in The Sopranos like kissing
Yeah.
Sylvia on the feet.
Gabagool, gabagool.
Ooh, a little salty, Sylvia.
I don't know.
So all this kissing rules and the harem is pissing off all the old generation Macedonians. They fear he's quote going Persian and becoming a barbarian. So
Best.
yeah, so to help,
He drives a Lexus. Awesome.
he's lost touch with the real people. Get a Ford F-150, Alex.
Raptor. Hell yeah.
So to help with the growing discontent of his generals, he turns the camp life into more of home life. So previously, soldiers weren't allowed to bring their families. Now he says they're all welcome, and more the merrier. He creates a weird sort of welfare system where the sons of the soldiers that are at the camp, they can do like menial camp tasks and be paid both in money or in just training to become a soldier when they're old enough.
Paid for training.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's very popular with the rank and file, even if the grumbling from the nobles never really went away. Now, in August of 330 BC, he's still moving east trying to find Bessus. A slave comes to Alexander and tells him that a small number of your generals are planning your assassination. He's terrified, Alexander. He gathers his men, gathers some of the slaves who claim to know about the plot, and what emerges is that one Philotas, who is the son of Parmenion, Alexander's chief aide, basically, has been plotting this assassination.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
What was his beef?
Mostly the going Persian stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd be pretty mad about that.
Going
too.
Persian, and remember, this is Macedonia. Like before they conquered a world empire, they've like called it like rule by assassination. Like it was very common. So it's
Right.
like he got a little uppity. Maybe he insulted you at a feast, so you feel like you got to right those wrongs and kill him.
Right, you're talking about that with Philip, how it's like capos and shit like that.
So it's kind of like that mafia justice coming back. So they do a trial where Alexander acts as both judge and prosecutor, but the army is the jury. So it's like a public trial where he just like drags Philotas onto a stage and with the whole army there watching. and then is like prosecuting him.
Yeah, well, let me think how many people probably went pro FLOTUS or whatever the hell his name is.
How many people are working for the defense?
Yeah.
Not doing good.
Yeah.
Not doing good.
Yeah, so it doesn't go well. Philotas eventually admits to the plot after 2 days of the trial. The whole time he is being severely tortured.
Oh, well, put me under 2 days of torture. I'll
And
come up with
I'll
a
admit
plot.
to anything.
I'll make up the plot.
Yeah.
I'll make up more details.
Yeah, I'll start naming every name.
Yeah.
And so Alexander, after the jury it says that he's guilty, Alexander orders that Philotas be stoned to death in the traditional Macedonian execution style.
Cool.
Yeah.
Dude, he got like mad high, dude. Snoopy
Well,
dog.
they're getting close to the Hindu Kush Valley. So
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he smoked enough weed to go to death.
He just bought enough CBD to put his house into bankruptcy.
Philotas is the first and only weed OD that historians know about.
Yeah.
Now, Parmenion, for his part, is not with the army right now. He is back in Ecbatana because as they're moving east, Alexander at one point sends him back to just kind of do some administrative work. And he learns about his son's treason and death when a group of soldiers arrive in Ecbatana to let him know and then stab him through the heart because they claim that he was part of this assassination.
Oh. Your son done did it.
Bam! Your son's in hell forever. Bam! Now, we don't know much specifics about the plot. I think he was going to try and be a poisoning, but we're not super sure. Most modern scholars actually say that this is entirely invented by Alexander as a way to get Parmenion out of the picture.
Okay.
Because Parmenion was like the strongest of the Philip generation left.
Right.
Probably had the most support.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's a slave gave him a tip.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like,
Some sweaty guy in the desert walked up to him and goes, "They trying to get you.
they're trying to get you, Alex.
Fuck, I got to take care of this."
How the fuck do you know my name? Like,
Well, you're just so great.
yeah.
How can I not?
Wait, are you one of them great guys?
Are you the great? So yeah, that's we don't really know. There's also this whole fallout from Gaugamela where like you know how Alexander was going to pursue Darius, but then he wheeled back to help Parmenion. So people are grumbling that Parmenion actually lost the battle almost, and now it's like the reason that they're out here. So more and more just looks like Alexander, this was a convenient way of getting rid of Parmenion.
You got to consolidate power. You can't have powerful boys around you.
Yeah.
Get rid of them then.
Yeah, so he continues the pursuit of Bessus. He's heading further east. His first stop is the northern province of Hyrcania, which means the land of wolves in modern Turkmenistan. Here, he's still being received as like the rightful ruler. Everyone's just throwing open their gates to him, giving him money.
Is this where a System of the Down was formed?
No, we're
They're
not in
in
Armenia.
Armenia.
Oh.
No, they're back west.
Oh. okay.
Turkmenistan is like the biggest joke of a country.
Don't they have like a weird like North Korean dictatorship going on right now?
Yeah.
They do, but it's very weird because it feels incomplete almost.
It feels incomplete because I think it's like he's doing this dictator cosplay in the capital, which is like the only city, and then everyone else is like, whatever. We're still just gonna shepherd our goats around.
Yeah, isn't it just like agrarian ass shit? Like, and everyone, yeah. What a loser that guy
Oh,
is.
weirdo.
He probably doesn't even have the internet. You can't even hear this if you want to.
Yeah.
You dumb
Yeah.
idiot.
Fuck
I
you,
forgot your
leader
name.
of Turkmenistan.
I forgot because it's not important. How's that?
Yeah.
You know, you're Alexander the Dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where he is now. And here in Hyrcania, a tragedy befalls Alexander. So this is this area at this time, very nomadic horse lord people type.
Horse Lord.
Horse lords.
Nice.
You know, Scythians, Mongolians, the Rohirrim from Lord of the Rings. Those types.
Men that want to be what are they? Centaurs.
Yeah.
Centaur men.
Centaur men.
Centaur man.
It's hot.
Alexander's beloved Bucephalus was kidnapped
Oh,
by a
no.
local tribe of these horsemen. Alexander flies into a rage, sends an emissary that says, quote, basically, give me back my horse or I will slaughter every man, woman, and child I find.
Oh, he means it.
I want my horsey.
He
Give
should
me my
have
horsey.
said
I want my useless horse that
Yeah,
I had to
he's
show.
old as fuck.
I had to tell it to look at the sun, so it couldn't see its shadow.
You should have also said, and I will kill your horses.
And I'll
Yeah.
kill your horses too. Because you're talking to me, the horse lover boy. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the tribesmen realize kind of who they're dealing with. They immediately send back Bucephalus with a bunch of other gifts too, as like a token of apology.
Like
hey,
chocolate-
sorry,
Chocolates
sorry
on
about
his
that.
saddle.
Probably a few extra horses too.
It was a surprise.
Yeah,
It was just a
joke.
way
It was
for
a
us
joke.
to deliver.
It was a bit.
We were
That's
never,
all.
yeah, it's only a bit. We were just gonna put some Twizzlers in the saddle.
Yeah.
for ya,
Yeah.
and
We
that's
wanted to
it.
braid his hair in a funny way.
Yeah.
This is our traditional Turkmenistan Twizzler. It's made out of tar. You're gonna love it.
You could chew on it forever.
Yeah.
Literally.
So Alexander is thrilled to have his wonderful horsey boy back, and so thrilled he's feeling magnanimous. He takes back the horse, he says, keep all your gifts, and he actually pays the ransom that they initially demanded as like a token of friendship, to be like, we'll put this all behind us. Here's the
Awesome.
ransom for my horse.
That's a good deal for
Yeah,
everyone.
these horsemen probably like, we're going to flee to the north because this is a crazy man that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And he's going to change his mind in a minute.
He's gonna come back and get that ransom.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming.
Bucephalus is going to tell him what happened.
Oh God.
Oh no, this is Dogecoin.
Yeah. Shit. So Alexander knows that the era of the giant set piece battle with the big Persian forces is over. He's starting to run into a little bit more resistance now, and he's quick to adapt to this change in the rules of engagement, let's say. He's building dozens of cities, all named Alexandria something. So it's like Alexandria and then a different Greek or Latin word that means like, not even. It's like Alexandria by the low mountain.
Oh,
Alexandria by the green fields.
Gotcha.
Alexandria, one of them is like Alexandria furthest because it's the furthest north he went.
so lazy. This is as north as I go.
yeah. I'm turning around. That's going to be Main Street.
You think there was like guys who were, like the surveyors of the property? You know how he like helped build? He would plan them out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with his rice or whatever.
Yeah.
He'd lay out the stalks. Yeah.
Man, if I was him, I'd use the opportunity to like use like, let's say you're asking me, Connor. You know, how is the layout doing for you? What
Yeah.
about this location?
Mm-hmm.
Just take a minute there. Alexander walking over, seeing what the seashells are doing, going, it's great.
I love it.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great.
And
It's
you know,
perfect.
keep it
for
up.
Yeah,
it's great. And guess what? We're in the mountains.
Guys-
Alexandria of a mountain.
it's
Sick.
it's great.
I know you did it
Like me
40 more
and the
times.
mountain, yeah.
We did it 40 times before. We made a grid, but I think you made the right decision.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do another grid.
The way you did the grid,
Good.
Good.
great.
It's good.
Grid.
It's great. I was gonna say good,
It's
but on
good.
further inspection,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say great.
No, it's just good because nothing else is as good as great, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex.
So
great.
everything up to Alex is just good.
Yeah.
It's good. It's great.
So it's not just cities though; it's also like big forts and outposts, just like static structures that are going to allow him to consolidate all of this wild land. So now we're through the winter of 330 and 329 BC. Alexander feels comfortable enough in this area of the world to continue searching for Bessus. So now they're marching 300 miles to the northeast into the Hindu Kush mountain range.
Now, is Bessus, are they in their own, is that still Persia? Like,
Yes,
are
so
they
all this
going,
is still Persia, but very loosely Persia.
Oh, okay.
Like these people pre-Alexander would send taxes, but like a small amount to the Persians.
or like a rice to them?
yeah, like horses. Honestly,
Yeah.
like here's 200 horses for the
Right.
year. That's our payment.
So Bessus probably has no fucking clue where he is either.
I think Bessus is from these areas.
Oh, okay.
So he
Alright.
has a little bit more support than Darius would have, but these aren't people that like feel a close kinship to the Persian Empire.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
And this is now fully like modern day Afghanistan. So like I think at one point his Kabul is his main base for a long time.
Mm.
Now this journey is brutal. It's during the winter, as we said. Lots of snow, lots of mountain passes. At one point they're running low on food, and we hear that they're just eating herbs and snow melt as their water
In the Hindu Kush.
in the Hindu Kush. So they're burning a little bush maybe.
Yeah.
There had to have been Doritos if they were going to be smoking that.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
This is where AK-47 was invented.
Oh shit! I got that bubblegum KK-47 school shooter.
It's great.
Let's go eat some sand chips.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is mix this sand and MSG together. You make gray, beautiful chip.
That's true. It's all in the salt, really. You ever wonder why something tastes good? It's the salt. Every other ingredient is just stupid.
It's just salt.
Yep.
So this journey is real tough. But the army emerges from the mountains, and Bessus looks around. He's already still bleeding support. He didn't expect Alexander to make it this far, so he flees once again. He heads north from Afghanistan. Yeah, it's probably Bactria these days. Into what is called Sogdiana, which is modern day Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. So that gives you a perspective of how far north we're getting. We're almost into Russia.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Had to do it. I had to.
That's fine. You can
Alexander's
do it.
not married yet, so we can't do the my wife. So, yeah.
Hey, but he buys out a baby boy, though, right?
He's got a baby boy.
Okay.
Yeah. So Alexander does his usual thing when he's in Bactria, appoints his satraps, builds a bunch more Alexandrias. And so after that brutal winter march, now they're heading north to track down Bessus. The weather has changed. It's like early June now, and his men are suffering from heat stroke as they're pursuing Bessus. That's just how hard these guys are going, trying to get after it.
It's heavy duty.
I'm cold. I'm hot.
Yeah.
I'm cold. What, whiny bitches.
Man, it's a scorcher out there.
Cool.
Yeah,
Great.
It's like modern Phoenix.
Yeah.
So Bessus, not going great for him at all. It's not good for him. It's terrible. Two of his advisors kind of pull a reverse on him. Just pull out that reverse card from Uno. Those two bound Bessus, but they don't kill him on the side of the road. They just leave him on the side of the road to be found by Alexander's forces.
That is pretty funny,
That
actually.
is good. Yeah.
Yes. And then those guys who did it just kind of melt away. They're like, we're not going to try and...
That's what I would do.
We're just
Yeah.
leaving. Like, we're just going to leave it.
If I was on Team Bessus and I knew I had a great guy like Alex on my trail, man, I'd be tying up Bessus
I'd be
immediately.
tying him up right away.
This all makes sense.
I'm also Besson. I'm guessing that Besson. I guess he didn't have the gold chains. It was
I
probably
don't
more
think
like
so.
just rope.
I think it was
Yeah.
rope. Maybe like goat innards.
Yeah. Yeah, some kind of stock.
Yeah.
It was probably those fuzzy handcuffs you can get on Amazon.
He is actually found by Ptolemy, the future Ptolemaic king, who brings him back to Alexander. Alexander treats Bessus, Alexander has the role of Darius' heir, treats him the way he would treat any assassin of a king. He strips Bessus naked, chains him to a post, and then the entire Macedonian army marches by while insulting him the entire time.
Oh, at least he wasn't raped.
That was a face.
So after being declared a murderer in a quick trial, he then has his ears and nose cut off before he was executed by impaling.
So he was raped.
So it was raped.
That's what you call roast mortem.
Yeah.
He's got roasted by the entire army.
Yeah.
And then
mortemed.
mortemed without ears and nose.
Wow.
Yeah.
He
So-
was disrespected.
Yeah, Darius got a nice state funeral. Bessus got a stake up the ass. So the extra brutality of this execution kind of shocks a bunch of the Hellenes who are like, why wouldn't we just cut his head off? Like that's what we
No,
civilized
fine.
people do.
Something with tradition.
No, it's like let's do something nice like these Persians do.
You know you got like roasting at least.
Now things have been
You're
kind
fat.
of going.
I haven't eaten
You
in
suck.
7 days.
You know, I got a lot of things to say to you.
But I'm already marching by.
He already said some of the things.
Yeah.
So what those guys are saying.
This is the one guy in front of him. Fuck, he stole my thing. God damn it.
I got this sick one-liner. I'm gonna make fun of his name and his body figure in one go. And the guy just steals the line. Fuck. Or someone doesn't say it loud enough.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you.
Do you think he heard me? His ears are missing, but do you think he heard me?
That joke I said was really good.
Yeah.
No one heard it, and he definitely didn't hear it. He was dying.
Alex
and
would have laughed way harder if he
Yeah.
heard.
that
so-
was a great joke.
Good job, Chad.
So far, things amongst the citizens and population of Bactria had been pretty hunky-dory because they thought Alexander was just going to be like any other Persian king. He'll come through maybe once every couple of years, ask for some taxes, maybe send a few soldiers his way, and then they can go back to doing their own thing. now they're kind of realizing that this Alexander fella means to rule with a much stronger fist than the Persians did before.
Oof.
So while Alex is up north tracking down and then impaling Bessus, and also dealing with some horse nomads, the provinces around Bactria openly revolt. Alexander sends a pretty sizable detachment south to deal with this, probably about 20,000 men. And for the first time in, I think it was like 43 years, the Macedonian military force loses a battle.
Whoa.
Yes.
Big old L.
Big old L here. Obviously not led by Alexander. These are also more inexperienced troops and definitely inexperienced commanders because Alexander thought it would be an easy thing to deal with. And they kind of just got trapped in a swamp and slaughtered.
Okay. Now, when he rolls through these places, is he like taking more soldiers from the
Yeah.
Could that be like part of it?
Slowly
too?
like building up more soldiers and like volunteers will just flock to him because like, you know, soldiers of fortune are pretty common at this time.
Right, but you got like Goat Boy Jared, and he's like, I'm gonna join the great. And like, is that what he's sending out? Is all these Goat Boys?
Probably, but I think there were still like hardcore Macedonian infantry
okay.
that loses, and you'll see why, because it's going to cause some problems here. So yeah, as I said, Macedonians slaughtered almost to a man. Alexander's pace had slowed greatly from his initial meteoric rise. He's been putzing around in this area of the world for like a year and a half, after it took him about a year and a half to march from Macedonia to Egypt, just to give you a perspective. So he's needs some help. So he appoints his longtime lieutenant, Cletus the Black, to be governor of Bactria.
It's our boy.
Yeah.
I like this guy a lot.
Yeah, Cletus was the guy, for those who don't remember, who had saved Alex's life long ago at the Battle of the Granicus. He had sliced the sword arm off of a Persian who was trying to swing at Alexander.
Yeah. Hey, you don't need that no more, boy.
It's
Get
just
out there an arm.
as if someone was writing a movie, but maybe a book about Alexander the Great.
Some
And
sort
was
of
like,
biography.
as the sword arm was lifted, hence it was quickly slitted off there like a slicing joint by yonder Cletus.
Yeah.
And he let out his war cry.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet!
Yeah, so Cletus, he's one of the old breed. He's Philip's generation. He's one of these guys that doesn't really like the way the winds are turning in the Macedonian court. He thinks Alexander's kind of going Persian.
Why can't it be like the good old days?
Yeah.
Why can't it be like the good old days? Cletus said. Come on.
Look at all
Come
these.
on now.
Look, Macedonians, we had it figured out a long time ago.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Alexander comes up there and comes back down here with his pants all down.
I just want
So we
I just
had
wanna be sliding
tradition.
in between some thighs.
I'm
I'm finding all these eunuch boys.
these good Macedonian values. Olive oil on the thighs. We're not using no clarified ghee butter.
And don't castrate them. I want deep voices.
Yeah, I want to be able to tap the sack with my dickhead.
Great.
Yeah. So a big feast is held to celebrate Cletus's appointment. They're back in Bactria at this point. They still have some rebellions to deal with, but it's a little calm. Alexander, doing his thing, just like all the other Macedonians, he is shit-faced, and he is boasting about his great accomplishments, kind of just showing off. He's also kind of taking some pot shots at Philip, basically claiming that, like, oh, I did it, you know, Philip couldn't have done what I did. You know, he may have given me this army, but without me, he would have gotten no further than Granicus. Like,
He's talking shit about his dad, his dead
he's talking
dad.
shit about his dead dad.
All right. I have more eyes than you, Dad. You stupid idiot.
Yeah.
Maybe you could see better.
Yeah. And at one point, he implies that the Macedonians recently killed in that battle were cowards, and then that's why they were all slaughtered. Cletus, equally drunk probably, we can only assume, is outraged upon hearing this. And he pipes up and yells, quote, "It was my cowardice that saved your life at the Granicus." And he continues to bring up the fact that Alex was disowning his father for a god, that he keeps going Persian, and basically just really shit-talking Alex. Now, in the old Macedonian court, this is fine. This is just the nature of the court. You let your capos air their grievances, and then you hug it out, bitch.
Yeah.
At one point, Cletus goes even further, saying, quote, "We have to beg Persians for an audience with our own king." I think this is where the whole kissing thing really got in the way, because it used to be the Macedonians could just walk right up to the king, but now they have to like talk to Persian like butler guy, and then like talk to a herald who will like announce that Alexander is ready to listen to you. All the trappings of dumb royal courts.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Persia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alexander just used to be a good old boy.
Yeah. I could go talk to him, have him sit on my lap. He'd listen real well.
We'd watch football, eat pretzels together. I'd give him the Heimlich.
Now I gotta go talk to someone who works at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
So this is not going well. Others in the room, or I think it's a tent, notice and are trying to calm down Cletus. He's fighting back against them. He's saying, I'm a freeborn Macedonian. It's my right to speak, and I can speak my mind to the king. He is but one among equals. He is not a god or anything like that. And finally, he goes one step too far by praising Parmenion and long-dead Attalus, saying that they were true Macedonians.
Whoa.
yeah.
That is deep.
Yeah. Attalus, he was the one who might have had a hand in Philip's assassination. He also he was the one who insulted Alexander for not being Philip's son way back when Alex still wanted to be Philip's son.
So I'm saying Cletus is probably not going to be in good...
Yeah, and remember, this is a feast being held in his honor of becoming governor.
Yeah.
Not going great. When Cletus says this, Alexander calls for his dagger. He says, "Now give me my sword." All of his friends and even his close bodyguards defied him and would not give him a knife, basically trying to calm the situation. They recognize how dangerous this moment is. Cletus is about to be removed from the tent, but then he fires off one final insult. Quote, "There is a bad custom which now obtains in Hellas." Now that doesn't sound like anything to us. Right?
No.
Yeah,
Nah.
it doesn't. It just sounds like nothing, but every Macedonian and Hellenic person in the room knew exactly what Cletus was implying, because this was a famous line from the play Andromache by Euripides. And the full passage is, quote, "There is a bad custom which now obtains in Hellas. When an army wins a victory over the enemy, no one gives credit to the men who sweat and fight. The general reaps the glory, yet he, after all, wields only one sword." So basically he's implying that Alexander is stealing all the glory from the Macedonians who truly won this empire.
Not so great.
Not so great.
No.
Think
Alexander the Bad, more like it.
Yeah.
Alexander happened to be there.
Alexander, you got to remember the vets, dog.
Yeah.
You got to remember the
Don't
vets.
forget the vets.
Yeah, so that Euripides play quote right there, I mean, that's true as hell.
Yeah.
That's
yeah. Oh,
not-
absolutely.
That's not a
It's still true today.
Hellenic problem. That is,
Yeah.
No, it's a great
That's-
quote, great burn from Cletus, too, to just quote a play as he was getting escorted out of the club, basically.
I mean, I usually try to do very nice whenever I go to court from one of the best plays of all, Borat
Right.
of Kazakhstan.
It'd be like quoting, like, "Come at the king, best not miss," if like, as you're being escorted out of a bar.
It'd be like working at the ATF and saying, Janet Reno has no friends.
So everyone knows the implication of what Cletus is saying, and basically everyone's like, "We're out of here. Shit's about to go down." They're still trying to keep Alexander and Cletus away from each other because they want both of these men to live. Alexander kind of sneaks away from his guards, and Cletus, who's among the last to file out, is confronted by Alexander at the exit.
Oh no!
And he says, "Here I am. Here is your Cletus," with his arms open, basically saying, "What are you going to do? I've been with you all along. I'm still one of your supporters. What are you going to do to me?" As he's speaking, Alexander takes out the short spear, plunges it into Cletus's ribs, and screams, "Now go and join Philip, Parmenion, and Attalus."
Oh,
Yeah.
a bitch ass, idiot ass.
Yep. Everyone is stunned. Even Alexander himself. This outburst kind of is said to instantly sober him, and apparently his guards have to prevent him from killing himself with the spear that he just used to kill Cletus.
What have I done?
Cletus, my brother.
Oh no!
It was you.
Yeah, I thought it was someone else.
What is this? My blood? No.
I thought it was Cletus the White that was insulting me.
Well, let's get some Taco Bell.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're out of here. So for 3 days and nights, Alexander refuses food and drink. He's basically sulking in his tent.
He was
going into
sneaking that
deep
sand
depression.
Dorito though.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, but he had a Hephaestion sneak him in the Doritos.
Just give me a little Doritos, right?
Just a little.
Do you have a purple bag? Purple bag?
Yeah, it's extra spicy.
Run down to the 7-Eleven.
Baba Ganoush flavored Dorito.
So
Doesn't count as a meal.
So when he finally breaks out of this funk, it is said that he is a completely changed man and king. So he'd been kind of towing the line between like the Macedonian court style and the Persian court style. From here on out, it's fully Persian supreme ruler style. He is no longer going to do any of the Macedonian trappings. It's all ruling like a Persian king of kings.
All right.
Yeah.
But he's like king of kings and a god.
Yeah.
He still kept that part, right?
Oh, yeah. That part he does get rid of. Yeah.
Because I remember you said in one of those, like, the Persian ruler didn't see himself as God. It was like the first of men, right?
Yeah. It was like the liaison between God and
Alex
men.
is
and Alex is like,
God.
no, I'm also God.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also said that now his longtime friends are following him more out of fear than the respect that they once had for him after he just killed Cletus.
Right. Well, that's a turning point, really.
Oh, yeah. This is a big turning point.
Right. I mean, like, say if we're out in the middle of the woods, right? And, like, I led you into the woods, Tom. And then I just kicked you as hard as I can in the shin.
Yeah.
You're going to be a little afraid of me.
Yeah.
You're not going to know where you are, dude.
Like, I don't know if we're that friendly anymore.
I don't want to follow you out of these woods.
Yeah, but I know the only way back, or else you're going to get bitten by Yogi Bears.
And I can't follow you.
Well,
But
you must follow out of fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shins hurt a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
That's true.
Maybe I'm going to give you a slap on the funny bone.
Oof.
Yeah.
In the woods?
In the woods.
Damn.
You're going to drop your walking stick.
That's not good at all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great analogy.
Oh, yeah. Really
A
nailed it.
plus.
So
Great.
Alexander's still having trouble in these provinces. After the whole affair with Cletus, he finds himself camped outside of a fortress called the Sogdian Rock. It's a gigantic fortress built on top of a kind of a plateau surrounded by sheer cliffs.
Is there a guy always out front doing like that, like Arabic, like singing, like, ah?
I like the picture that there is now.
It's like always kind of in the background,
Yeah.
trying to fall asleep, and you just hear.
Wait, so this is where System of a Down was founded?
It's all the music sounds. This area of the world, all the music
roughly
sounds the same.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
From India to about Greece, all the music sounds the
Yeah.
same.
Yes,
I'm pretty
all-
sure it's because of this.
It's all when angels deserve to die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there's no way up this onto the Sogdian Rock. There's just like one narrow pass that if he tried to march his army up, they would just get slaughtered by the defenders. So he comes up with an idea. He looks for some volunteers, and he says, I will give 12 talents to any man who can scale the cliffs and bring me the banners that hang from the highest keep.
All right.
12 talents, a lot of money back then. He gets 300 volunteers. All of them were experienced climbers. I don't know. I guess they just had to do a lot of rock climbing around that
And
area.
back then, it's like they hadn't invented steps until like a few years later. So.
John's staircase still hadn't been born.
John's staircase. We're gonna roast him soon.
But that's cool that he invented MXC as well.
So these 300 volunteers in the dead of night start climbing. All but 30 of them reach the top. Those 30 reach the bottom very rapidly.
yeah.
At one
Quick
point.
turnaround. They
You mean they were free climbing? They weren't using little things you put in the wall?
No, Edward Cables had not been around either.
Oh, for cables, right. Duh.
Yeah, they made a whole documentary about the guy who free climbed that rock in Yosemite. Meanwhile, he got a bunch of fucking wild Macedonian boys.
Amateurs, really,
Yeah.
if you think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
At least the guy in Yosemite had a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he also had that weird tent that he could set up on the side of the cliff.
So many
Sleep.
photo ops.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get an e-girl up there. You'll see the shortcomings. You'll see them, guys.
Yep.
You'll see.
So the next morning, the defenders of the fortress wake up and they look up and see that there are 270 Macedonians standing on their roof, basically. Now, even though these guys could not have done anything to actually hurt the defenders just surrender. They're like, oh God, like, if you can do that, who knows what else you can do?
Right.
You know, because like, there's nothing else I can
Dude,
do. This
they're gonna send
was it. This was my only gambit.
They're really tired.
You don't want to see the Macedonian diggers that can dig really slow holes. They can go up and they can go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll tip this rock over,
Yeah,
bitch.
Dude, we're gonna reach a place called China. You never even heard of it before. You ain't never
Careful.
heard of China.
Do you have an order you want to put in while we're going there?
Yeah.
All right.
We're like, we can dig the deepest you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know the Earth has a magma core.
Even though it's flat.
What? It's cylindrical at this time.
Oh, right.
It's the macaroni model.
Right.
That's what they believed back then.
The Macedonian macaroni model.
So, once these defenders surrender, Alex realizes, I have to leave a good garrison here, but I need someone I can trust. He didn't want to just appoint satraps because that was not working in Bactria the way it had in Persia. So our young boy finally ties the knot. Among the captives of the Sogdian Rock was the daughter of the local baron. Her name was Roxanne. Alexander immediately takes a liking to her, and they're married quickly afterwards.
Cool.
So our boys are tied the knot.
Ooh, Roxanne, put on red light.
Sting. He wasn't around yet either.
Dude, he was around Mr. Sting. That's when the bees first got stingers.
Oh, right.
Mr. Sting. See how I could do the joke, too?
We don't really know much about Roxanne. I think she has a baby at one point.
That's cool.
Really, they're just like, yeah, Roxanne. Yeah, that she got married.
Well, this is the thing we run into history a lot. Like, you've covered, some pretty strong women, but a lot of them, they're just a woman.
They're a woman.
And that's what history was.
Yep.
His story.
His
just
story.
Like anal history.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
My mom loves saying that. She goes, it's always his story. I mean, it's pronounced history. It's not pronounced break fast, Mom. I get it.
Yeah, so we don't have much herstory in this one. But after the marriage, another plot is revealed. Remember Pausanias and the royal pages?
Yeah.
Who were like the little bait boys for the nobles?
Right, Philip let everyone, like the entire army, rape him or something, right?
Yeah. Well, the royal Pausanias was a royal page, and these are guys who are, a lot of them are sons of noblemen, but like lesser noblemen, and they always kind of blur the lines between being like servants, wards, or like a knight's like what's the word? Squire.
Bitch boy.
Like a squire.
Yeah, bitch boy.
And bitch boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they kind of blur the line of like doing all of these jobs. They're like, it's like training the next rank of leaders, basically. One of these pages, a man named Hermolaus? I don't know.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Hermolaus is flogged for poor behavior, and he says,
and a bad name.
I'm going to kill Alexander as my revenge.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. This one, very dangerous because all of the royal pages had access to Alexander in ways that others didn't. They could kind of come and go as they pleased through the royal tent. They were his cupbearers. They were the ones giving him arming him before battle. So this one could have been real dangerous. One of the pages gets cold feet on like the eve of when they're supposed to enact the assassination and reveals it to Alexander. So Alexander rounds up all of the royal pages, sorts out which ones knew about it and which ones didn't, and he finds Hermolaus as the leader, and he says, Why would you want to kill me? I'm your king. And Hermolaus responds, You ask as if you didn't know. We plotted to kill you because you have started to behave not as a king but with his freeborn subjects, but as a slave owner. So then all of them are stoned to death as a result.
Wow. Well, you just speak the truth, and all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, seen a trend here, dude. Ever since they went to the Kush land, now they're getting stoned.
They love stoning.
Too many heads.
It used to be crucifixion, like the good old Christian way. Now they're just getting stoned.
They're working their way up to it. Yeah. You have to remember, in this point in time, God wasn't invented yet.
They knew how to crucify, though.
So now that Alexander's married and has built all these Alexandrias in the Hindu Kush, he feels secure in his position in Bactria. It's time to go what he'd been wanting to see this whole time. It's time to go to India.
Yeah.
I
love that
Dollar
song.
Mendy.
Yeah.
Premium Mendy.
Alexander had been conquering for 8 years now, and now he's reaching the end of the known world. The Hellenes believed that India was a very small, very narrow peninsula divided by many rivers, and that beyond it lay the great river Ocean, the river that encircled the entire world.
Right. Which we all know is a little further out.
Yeah, a little bit further.
And you failed to mention the ice wall, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, failed
It
mentioning ice
it
wall.
took us till about Admiral Byrd to get an idea of that one.
Yeah.
This is the land of the true unknown. The Hellenic people had never really had any contact with them, and even if they did, it was like 5th degree type
What
of
are you
trades.
saying?
Yeah. They believed, so like the Persians had claimed the Indus River as their border. But again, they probably weren't really directly ruling any of it. They were probably just getting small like tributes, basically.
Mhm.
The Hellenes believed that India was filled with cannibals, that they rode giant ants into war, and some of them believed that they shot black cum.
Oh,
Black cum, eh?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Back to that giant ant thing. Probably just really small guys.
Or baby elephants.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, imagine if they did have giant ants though.
They would have conquered the world long before
Yeah,
Alexander.
right?
Yep, absolutely.
Is that a big ant, dude? No way. I'm joining you. I want to ride a big ant.
Yeah.
Man, I don't care what you smell like. I'm coming over there.
Yeah. So Alexander always had claimed that he wanted to see the river ocean for himself, so he leaves his base in modern-day Kabul and heads into what is now northern Pakistan. He continues his policy of fort building and garrisons, this time preventing the guerrilla warfare that had been plaguing him. Now he's just going to cut it off from the jump. He has another similar siege to the Sogdian Rock, but this time at a place called Aornos. It's a solitary mountain, kind of off the main mountain range, with 2 peaks separated by a small gulch at the top. If it was left alone, it would have just threatened his supply lines. The defenders there could have just kept raiding and he would cut him off from the source. So Alexander has to take it. He seizes the smaller, less defended peak, but has no other way of getting across that little gulch to get to the other peak where all the defenders are.
Okay, I pause you for that. You mentioned supply lines. Did he have people like running back from like Babylon, like supplying them?
No, these
or-
ones are like to Kabul.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So he's already
Because
established.
he's
in
got the supply
right.
lines from Babylon to Kabul are already going, so now it's just from
Oh, okay.
Kabul south.
Okay.
And I don't know if they didn't call it Kabul then, I don't think, but
Right.
it is modern day Kabul. So they're on this other peak trying to get across, and he kind of takes a page out of his playbook from Tyre and from Sogdia. He uses his expert climbers to begin construction on a bridge that's just going to go right across.
Love it.
Smart.
This time, unlike in Tyre where they let them finish building the bridge, these guys immediately are like, oh shit, we're going to try and run away.
All right.
Alexander kind of knew that they would probably run away, so he leaves them an escape route that he like wants to entice them to go down. So as they're escaping down this one path, he falls upon them and slaughters them to the man. And that's all done in Aornos.
Now he's got a big castle on a hill.
Now he's got a sweet castle.
Nice.
Now, something a little weird happens after this. We don't really know what, but apparently Alexander in the Hindu Kush Mountains finds a small little town with residents that claimed they were speaking like a weird form of Greek, so he was already kind of intrigued by them. And they also claimed to be worshippers of Dionysus, who they said founded their great city centuries before. Now, his mother being a devout worshiper of Dionysus, Alexander's like, all right, we got to hang out here, pay some tribute, give some sacrifices, and for 10 days, the whole army and all the camp followers basically just had a vacation in this lush tropical valley.
So what are
That's
the?
nice.
How did they get there? Do you think it was aliens?
I don't know.
That's really weird though, because was there I wonder if there was like another Alexander the Great that we just don't even know about.
It's possible. Some
Yeah.
historians said that like it might have been Greek mercenaries who fought for the Persians being resettled there, like from like 300 years previously, but who knows? But basically, all they do is just spend their days drinking, smoking weed, and fucking all day long because they're just in this beautiful island like lush paradise.
Dude, probably hanging out with like, isn't there tigers and shit there too?
Yeah.
Like probably riding tigers as giant ants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riding
Definitely
those
the
giant
giant ants.
Definitely
man.
giant ants.
That's why they thought they were ants. Is they're
Yeah.
just really stoned.
Yeah, right. They're partying with Dionysus riding ants.
How big is the army at this point?
Probably 40,000.
40,000. Okay, statistically, a couple of these guys probably died while there.
Oh yeah. Probably.
So that sucks.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are on vacation? Yeah. His head died.
He died.
He was having a good time. And
He fell down a rock.
He got stung by 1,000,000 bees. But now there's no more bees because they all stung Ted.
He wanted to ride the ants, so he just stood over the fire ants
Yeah.
hill and they all bit him to death.
He's
He had a
waiting
good
for the
time.
big one.
It happened on the first day. So he got none of the fun.
None of the fun.
It's as soon as he got in.
His
Yeah.
brother got hit in the face with hot sand when we were trying to invade Tyre.
It happened in the hotel lobby.
Yeah.
Basically, if any Indian king had gotten wind of what was happening, they could have just slaughtered all of these guys very easily.
Right. Well, India's not like it's developed, right? Like they have their own
they've
empire
got kingdoms,
and
they've got
kingdoms.
empire. So
Yeah.
have you ever
Developed.
heard of the figure? Have you ever heard of the figure Chandragupta?
Yeah.
So this is right before Chandragupta
Oh, okay. So
invents the Mauryan Empire.
right.
Yeah.
So they're like maybe more advanced than
than
the
than the
Macedonians.
Greeks or Macedonians.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
more advanced than Rome was
Yeah.
at the time.
I mean,
before.
like the Chinese too at the time too.
Yeah.
Like that whole area had more technology.
Yep. So yeah, because the Indus River, like that was being settled before Mesopotamia was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have this great party, and then it's all right. Time to keep going. So now it's 326 BC. Alexander's army at this point had seen it all. They've marched through harsh deserts, snow-covered mountain passes, lush jungle, and heavily wooded forests, and now they are going deep into the rainforest during monsoon season and the massive Indus River.
It's nor'easter there.
They had no idea what the monsoon season even was. They didn't know that was a thing. They had never heard the word monsoon.
Yeah.
What's a monsoon? Okay, no big deal. It sounds like a monkey.
By definition, what is a monsoon?
A hurricane.
I know it's just a hurricane, but only in
Different
that part.
names.
Yeah.
It's like tropical. It's a tropical cyclone, I
Okay.
think.
nor'easter.
Yeah. Now, they weren't even at the river, Indus. They are at a tributary of the Indus, what they called the Hydaspes. I forget what they actually call it now. I probably should remember that one. And this area is ruled by a guy named King Porus. Now, I have tried to find the name of his kingdom, cannot find it, so I'm just going to keep saying King Porus and because even historians are like, Porus's kingdom and King Porus. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what was the name of the kingdom? And no one knows.
Porus's dudes.
It was 746 milk crates glued together. A family of 12, and then some cousins.
Yeah.
That's a kingdom.
Mm-hmm. So he alone, of all the monarchs in the area, because there's a lot of like small kingdoms in this part of the world, he's the only one that refuses to submit to Alexander and basically throws down the gauntlet and is like, let's fight. Let's fucking do it. If you're going to come in here, come into my house, I want to fight for it. While everyone else is just surrendering immediately. Alexander and the army reach the Hydaspes. The river itself is swollen from all the summer monsoon rains and all the snow melt. But it's what lay beyond the army lay beyond the river that strikes fear into the army.
Ooh, the Labion.
Yeah.
Maybe on the fear.
I
Swollen River.
Yeah.
Too much creatine.
Big swollen river.
Yeah, Fleshlight's
Real
selling
veiny.
that new Labion model. Labion 4.0.
Now, Porus
I'll
had
take one.
assembled a massive host to face off against Alexander. Not quite as big as Darius' old stuff, but way bigger than he'd seen in the last few years. 130 war elephants, 4,000 cavalry, 300 chariots, and 30,000 heavy infantry. As well
Still
as
got
a
the
shit ton of
elephants.
skirmishers. These are better war elephants, though. 'Cause
Okay.
North African war elephants, useless, because African elephants aren't tame. Indian war elephants, smaller, more tamed, and more manageable. Still not super useful,
Right.
but more useful compared to their African counterparts.
these are like the elephants nowadays that are bitch asses and they're making paintings and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, those ones with feelings.
Yeah.
It's been 5 years at this point since Gaugamela, and this would be the last major set-piece battle of Alexander's life. He does what he's been doing all along, divides his army, scouring the countryside both for supplies as well as seeking a better river crossing. So basically, they're just on camps on opposite sides of the river, like staring across each other every day, but this is a huge, raging river, so there's no way to cross it right there. So it's like, where can we find a fordable place?
All right, so hold on. He's been looking for this gaped hole the entire time, and a labia stops him.
Yeah.
I get it. I see what's
Nice.
happening here.
Yeah.
Big gushing river.
Yeah.
Slowing him down.
Yeah.
Now, Alexander, he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve. Once again, deploys some deception. He uses a body double that every morning would wake up, put on Alexander's armor, and hang around the camp and make it seem like the Macedonians are ready to try their forced crossing, even though it would be real dangerous right there. So that kind of locks Porus's attention on the camp right in front of him. Meanwhile, Alexander is sneaking out the back and inland and then looking for a place where he can cross the river.
You couldn't just send someone to do that?
No, he's got to have his hand in everything.
Gotta do it.
Yeah.
Take a picture. Send it to my iPhone. I'm watching Keenan and Kel. Do not bother me.
Actually, Alexander's famous quote, I think you missed it in your research, just do it.
No, it's actually, where are my drones?
Where are my drones?
So Alexander learns from his scouts that Porus is... The reason he's just kind of sitting back and watching this is he's expecting a large number of reinforcements coming from deeper within India. Kings that had heard about what was going on and wanted to send some troops to help Porus. Once he feels that he'd kind of lulled Porus into complacency with all of this action at the camp and moving around and the body double, that's when Alexander makes his move. He leads a detachment of about 11,000 men, mostly cavalry and infantry, away from his camp to a safe crossing to the north. The main camp is continuing this fake Alexander ploy, and Alexander starts to cross the river. A huge storm blows in, might throw it off, doesn't actually do it that badly. However, now they've lost the chance at surprise. So he really wanted to have Porus wake up one morning and be surrounded. Instead, Porus can tell that someone is leading an army across the river.
It's got to be someone's army, yeah.
Well, he knows that it's Alexander. What he doesn't know is how big is this force? Is Alexander leading it, or is that guy Alexander right across the river, the one who looks like him and is wearing all his armor?
That's
Probably
a good
gotta be
gig,
that
by
guy.
the way.
Yeah, great
Really
gig to
good
be that
gig.
guy. Hey,
Sweet.
get really drunk and boss people around all day.
Yeah. Oh, but everyone's going to be aiming their arrows at you, though.
And do it really loud so the people far away know that you're yelling.
Make a lot of hand gestures.
Yeah.
Constantly yell, "I'm the king." I'm
Yeah,
the
Does
king."
this cheese look grilled? It's not even melted.
He's just walking around, looking at that fern, just like, that fern's great.
Yeah.
Fern's great. I like your uniform. It's great.
So Porus is kind of stuck between what should he do. Should I commit a lot of my forces to this detachment that's crossed the river? But if I do that, the main if they're small and the main army is still across the river, they'll just come right across and overrun us. Or should I send not a lot of troops to this detachment and hope that it's a smaller detachment not led by Alexander? So what he does is kind of splits the difference. He sends lots of cavalry and chariots to head off this group crossing, but it fails. Mainly because all the chariots get stuck in the mud, because literally they get stuck in the mud.
Damn.
Didn't invent tank tracks yet.
No tank tracks
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Alexander smashes through this force easily. Because of this, Porus now knows that, okay, it's Alexander, and that's the main army, so it's time to go find him and fight him. The two armies will meet at a wide field near the river, a slightly elevated one, which was a little drier than the surrounding area, which helps out the chariots and also helps out Alexander's cavalry. So now the stage is set for the Battle of the Hydaspes. Porus places his elephants in the center, ahead of his infantry. He's got cavalry on the wings. That's kind of the standard ancient army way. Alexander does the exact same thing, heavy infantry in the middle, cavalry wings on each side, Alex and the companions on the right, with the light skirmishers acting as like the linchpin, Alex's favorite little twist on it. And like he had for each battle up to this point, he adds a new wrinkle that the enemies are not prepared for. This time, he tells the left-wing cavalry, under the command of Coenus, now that Parmenian's been long dead, he says, "You guys hide. Make it seem like you're not even here. As we advance on Porus, sneak away around this tree, group of copse of trees, basically, so that you can't be seen. And waiting for the moment to engage." That was his whole plan for this one. Nor is this the same army that Alexander had used in all those other battles. Again, it's been 5 years since Gaugamela, so now he's leading an army of Persians, Scythians, Bactrians, Sogdians, and many other ethnic tribes of the Persian Empire. He has a new weapon up his sleeve because of this. Mounted archers, mostly Scythians, that could be used as a screening force for the companions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mounted archers.
Mounted archers are sick.
So he's got it's like a melting pot. It's like New York.
Yeah.
He's the army of New York.
It's like the Schoolhouse Rock song.
Yeah.
The great Persian melting pot.
Yeah.
We all came to Queens because the bread water was so good. My father's Italian and Persian. My mother's Jewish, Mexican, and Italian and Persian.
And she knows how to ride a horse and shoot a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We stayed because the water was so good for bread.
and that's why we're never leaving. So the mounted archers do really well for Alexander. They're basically, I can't imagine what he would have done if he had mounted archers from the beginning. Like, he might have actually conquered all of India.
He would have been Alex the Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex the best.
Yeah, the best one.
The best.
So the mounted archers screen his usual cavalry charge because once they start to pull back, that's when the companions plow into Porus's left wing. Porus, he is riding atop the tallest elephant.
Of course.
In chainmail.
All right.
Smart. Awesome.
This is smart.
Yeah.
He's watching his left wing, seeing that they're under intense pressure. Now the Macedonian infantry is advancing on his center, and he looks to his right and sees no Macedonian cavalry. So believing that this force that Alexander had led across the river was smaller, so he's like, oh, maybe he can only afford to put cavalry on one wing. He orders his cavalry on the right to go reinforce his left, and then Coenus sees his moment. All the cavalry in front of him is dispersed, and then he just smashes straight into the flank of the enemy infantry.
So not very smart. He's like, they could not be in those trees over there.
Yeah.
Well, he got tricked, man. He got tricked.
From here, the battle kind of dissolves into a general melee. The elephants in the center that had initially been causing the Macedonians a lot of trouble are now stampeding across both lines. No one really knows which. There's no more lines anymore. It's just fighting, just like a general hand-to-hand combat. And the battle only turns when the forces that Alexander had left at that main camp are able to cross the river and join in the fray. At the end of the day, 25,000 Indian soldiers are dead. Alexander has lost over 1,000 men of his own, and while that is wildly disproportionate between the two sides, it's a significant loss for being the victor in an ancient battle. I think we talked about that last time. You don't die when you're victorious. So the fact that 1,000 guys are dead in a battle you won is insane.
Well,
Right.
yeah, we've covered this before. A lot of the deaths come from the
Running away.
retreating
Yeah.
of sorts. Yeah.
And so the fact that he has 1,000 dead from a battle he wins kind of like shocks Alexander in the army.
Well, I mean, he's fighting, like you said, we talked about a couple episodes, he like stepped onto a new planet going into Persia. This is like completely different, right?
Yeah,
He's like
giant
fighting in
ants
mud. Yeah.
got ants.
Yeah, fighting in mud and
They're shooting black cum on you.
yeah, black cum, elephants painting pictures of trees and shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Hard, dude. It's hard to fight there.
Mm-hmm.
It is, yeah.
And there's probably some tigers coming out of the woods too. These are giant cats, dog.
Gravity's probably a little different. I don't know about how Earth's work.
Yeah.
Might be.
You ever had a Vindaloo? Makes your poop go up. It comes back out and then it comes back up and burns you.
It's the splash.
Yeah, the splash.
Hot water.
Hot water.
That's why there's not much water in the toilets there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yep. It's a bad splash. It's the worst type. That's just someone else's shit on my ass.
Now I didn't go into what like the whole way Alexander got pulled into the Porus battle. There's like a rivalry with another kingdom. So Porus has survived the battle. He's still atop his elephant, and Alexander sends the king that Porus had been fighting with before Alexander even showed up to demand Porus' surrender, and Porus like throws a spear at this guy.
I got one.
Yeah.
Fuck you, dude.
And Alexander, who's been watching Porus during the whole battle, basically is like, this guy rocks.
Yeah.
I want to be friends with this guy.
All right, cool.
So Porus demands, like, I'm not going to surrender to anyone but Alexander himself. So Alexander goes up to him. Porus says to him, quote, treat me as a king would treat another king. Alexander loves this line. He's like, we got a kindred spirit, buddy. So he lets Porus retain all of his titles. He appoints him satrap of the whole area, and he invites Porus to join Alexander as he makes his way deeper into India. Porus, for his part, would remain steadfastly loyal to Alexander until his death. So all it took was about 30,000 people dying to find your best friend.
Yeah, and just showing up hard on an elephant in chainmail.
Yeah, and throwing spears at your enemies. Yeah.
It's not bad, really. Sometimes it takes a while to find yourself.
Yeah.
Tom, I would think that you would know this combination. You have a Jeep and you own pit vipers. You wear those two together? It's
You're
kind of
gonna
the
be all right.
modern day equivalent.
Yes. That's
So-
correct.
Despite this victory and gaining a new best buddy, Hydaspes will also be remembered as a tragedy for Alexander. His longtime companion, one of his oldest and longest friends, Bucephalus, passes away shortly after the battle.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Yeah.
He was tight, though.
He was probably in his 30s, which is incredible for a horse.
Yeah, how old do those boys get?
I looked it up. Most horses 25 to 30 years average lifespan, but the longest ever recorded is like 62.
Whoa.
Some can live to be their 40s. So
That
it's
was
not
just two
unheard
midgets in
of.
one of those suits.
And they only live till about like 50.
Yeah.
Well, you combined them. One of them, the back one was dead.
Yeah.
It's just dragging around the
Kept
other one.
going. Yeah.
It's a father-son duo. Really strange.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Alexander loses Bucephalus. The reason, Tom, I think when we first brought up Bucephalus, and I said that you're like, oh, must be made up. It has to be a made up horse, or that like they said lived longer. Well, no, he builds a city for Bucephalus here on the Hydaspes, named Alexandria Bucephalaus.
He couldn't even take his name out of that one?
Yeah.
He could have been like, oh, all right, maybe we don't need to name this one Alexandria. We just name it after my horse.
Wait a second. There's room in this. We could put my name as well as my horse's name.
Can you make that granite block a little bigger?
Yeah.
Include the Alexandria?
One day they are going to have street signs, and we need to make the longest signs ever.
It's very long.
And there's going to be a place in Wales, and we need to beat them.
Do you think one of the Masons was like, can we just do like ANDRIA?
Kill that
Like, do we
man.
have to? Oh, okay.
You are dead. It's going to be really rough when we name some streets around here, especially the ones that are going to be named after me, because they're already named after me.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Alexandria. It's
Alexandria Bucephalus,
Boulevard.
Alexandria
Yeah.
Boulevard, Main Street.
fun. And I hate any kind of shortening. So we're going spell out Boulevard.
Yeah, so however, this city does not stand the test of time. Most of the Alexandrias actually don't, because he builds two cities on this site, and both of these have been lost to time, mostly because like the river has changed course so often that the cities have to move basically. And we've never been able to find Alexandria Bucephalus, but
There's
it was
probably
there.
people looking.
Probably people looking. So after the Hydaspes, Alexander is like, all right, time to keep going east, boys. We got more rivers to conquer until we get to ocean. But it's becoming apparent to everybody just how big India actually is. This is not the narrow peninsula they thought they were invading.
So if you're looking at India, are they crossing it like going down? Because there's the
They're-
Himalayas all up
they're
there, right?
south of the Himalayas. So they're
Right.
in Pakistan marching southeast.
Okay, so like they're heading towards like what's that country? Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Kinda.
They're
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
like going across to Bangladesh. But like they don't really get out of Pakistan.
Okay.
Because the
really?
the Indus is in the center of Pakistan,
Mhm.
and they only get like a little bit further past the Indus.
So
Before
they really
turn
didn't
back.
get even into India.
Well, I mean, until the British came along, India was Pakistan.
Well, I just found that out.
Yeah. So there are reports coming in from the locals, and they're asking, like, hey, where does the world end? They're like, well, not nearby.
Yeah, not here.
Not
I lived
here.
here my whole life. and
Maybe-
I've seen people come from that direction.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you should talk to this guy named Christopher Columbus, but he's not born yet. You gotta
Yeah.
wait.
There's a guy named Marco, but he's coming a little later, too.
Well, I got a guy who's pretty timeless. His name's Chris Angel. He knows a lot of stuff.
Dude, he can disappear and shit and like do emo magic.
Emotional
He's
magic.
he's got sick eye makeup.
Yeah. He's an explorer of realities.
Of your mind.
Yeah.
So they're hearing reports that they're coming upon deserts that are going to take 10 days to cross, that there are kingdoms where the kings command armies of over 200,000 men, that there are impassable mountain ranges in their way, and dozens of other horrors that are waiting to be discovered in this land.
Did you say horrors or whores? Because I'm sure there were
Yes.
horrors too.
Yes, both probably.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But scary horrors.
Scary ones.
Yeah.
Not good ones.
6 arms. Look like ants.
Bra size. None.
Yeah. So the army reaches a different tributary of the Indus. This is the Hyphasis. It's the largest river any of them have ever seen. And they know that there is an enemy army somewhere across it because they've just been hearing reports that someone's building an army to stop Alexander again. And also I wonder what's going on through these Indian kings. Like, they're like, hey, there's a white guy invading. And he's like, there's no white people around.
Yeah.
What do you mean? They're so far away.
Are you telling me they shoot like white cum?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? They got blonde hair.
Yeah.
That's insane.
This is dumb. What you're saying is dumb.
Yeah.
Let's look, I'm gonna go find the end of the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here, thousands and thousands of miles from home, almost 10 years after they have left Macedonia, his soldiers basically scream out, enough. We will go no further. Conus tells Alexander the state of the army's morale, and basically that, like, hey, if you cross the river, you're crossing alone. No one's following you. It's at that much of a breaking point.
So how long? It's been, what, 5 years?
No, like 9 or 10 years.
9 or
since
10
they
years?
left Greece,
They left?
basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a long
Oh,
time.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Alexander, again, is only like 30. Just to keep
Damn.
reminding how crazy this is. Alexander does his usual. He bitches and moans for 3 days and refuses to come out of his tent or eat any food and water. When he finally emerges, he tries to shame the army into going further. They don't buy it. They're like, you can't king shame us anymore, my king.
Hey, what happened to Hephaestion?
He's still around.
He's still there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
So
we'll
he's
finish Hephaestion up in the next episode. But
He's got a penis to cry on.
the whole time he's been crying on Hephaestion's thighs, but
Yeah.
they've been, best buds.
I
Okay.
thought I cry.
No. Finally, it becomes obvious to Alexander himself that if he does go further, no one's going to follow him. So he claims that the gods gave him signs to turn back, and the order was given. The Macedonian army would be returning home.
We're going back, and it has nothing to do with how you feel.
Yes. Now, we have no idea if that's true. We have absolutely no idea if it's true that Alexander reached this point and the army mutinied. There are two schools of thought. One is that story of, yep, they got there, and then the army said no further, and Alexander had to cry his way back to Babylon. However, the other story, the one that I think is more plausible, is that Alexander had been crowning himself the king of kings, and the Indus River was the border of Persia. He went to the border of Persia and said, that's my kingdom. Cool. Time to head back. Because all of the histories that we have that talk about this army mutiny are written during the early Roman Empire, when Augustus, the first Roman emperor, is basically saying no one should ever push the boundaries of Rome further than they already are now. We should stay where they are and lock them in. And I want all my historians to write stories about Alexander, about how he did that too.
Right. So it's like a lesson.
It's like a morality play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who knows?
I think there should be a third theory. Everyone remembers their first time they go to an Indian restaurant and you order something that's way too spicy.
Yeah.
Right? You make that mistake. You do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Make it as spicy as possible,
Yeah,
bro.
3 peppers.
Three peppers. And then
you're just saying Alexander went and got some local cuisine and was like, "We're gonna go home. Are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. We're
I haven't
just gonna
been
go
able
home.
to enjoy Hephaestion's thighs in a long time because they're
this
a
is
little
long
raw.
before Preparation H, dude. That's all I'm saying.
My mom used to make food like this, just like this. This is fine. Let's go home.
I think that's probably a good point. Yeah, he's like, you can bring that bread home. That was tasty, but
Yeah. If he stayed a while, maybe he would have.
This shag isn't going to stay.
yeah.
Don't bag it for me.
So whatever the reason, whether it was the army mutinying or Alexander just taking a tour of his newly won empire, he will go no further. They return back to the Indus River, pack themselves into a gigantic armada that they had been building, and they begin to sail downriver, heading home. And we'll pick up that tale next time.
Right.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Alex 5.
Damn.
Don't worry, guys. We're almost done with this fucker.
No, I'm having fun.
Yeah, I love it.
Man, this is a good way to wrap a wedding.
Yeah.
Really, is just coming out of this into the story so deep.
Yeah, so deep. Is he still? So he's got Roxanne still, right?
He's got Roxanne. He's
bringing him home to meet.
Bringing her home to meet Mommy.
Zeus, Dada.
Meet Daddy in the oasis in Egypt.
Okay, all right.
Meet the Oracle.
Yeah, you're gonna love this hippie chick I met one time. It's actually a new one because now she's too old.
She's not really a chick anymore.
Yeah.
She's an old bag.
Yeah, now it's a crone.
Yeah.
She's 22.
Ugh.
Now it's bad that she doesn't shave her armpits. Before it was cute.
Yeah.
Now it's bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So the journey home is not going to be great. Spoiler alert.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, this has been a great trip so far.
So great.
I'm waiting for the great end.
Yeah,
you said
that's
that won't
coming.
happen.
One more straight end. And then we have other stuff. I don't know if I can compare. I'm doing research for the next one, Connor, and God, just skipping over 10 years at a clip.
Well, that's because Alexander was great.
That's true.
And whoever you're doing, they don't have that honorific.
Hey, they're okay, but man, not great.
Not Great.
So and so the okay.
Yeah. Well, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, thanks again. Do you want to say anything to me in person, Travis? Maybe like sorry or something?
Why would I say sorry?
I don't know. I forget, but
Well, I love being here with you guys. It's the best.
Yeah.
I'm sad that I have to ride my giant ant back to Portland.
Back to the land where they shoot cum.
Yeah.
That's black.
Oh, God.
Or it's more like a brownish thing.
Yeah, more like a brownish, reddish.
it's
But-
short-lived.
Yeah, but yeah, it's been fun doing it in person. I wish I was
Yeah.
closer to do more, but you know, that's the way it is. The way the world is. Communication, dude. Without Salamander the Great, we would not have any of these
We
communications.
wouldn't be able to podcast.
I
Even the
wish
first
Chris
podcast.
Angel had just taught Alexander teleportation for the rest of us.
Yeah, that would have gone a long way.
Yeah.
Sha.
All right, speaking of long ways, you can head over to online on the device you're listening to this on. Go to patreon.com, make an account, give us your money. That's it.
That's all.
If you're from Ohio, please let me know if you're actually listening to the show.
Yeah, something weird's going on, but
If you're
that's for
from
us to
Ohio,
know.
Blink twice if you're a bot.
Yeah. Bye-bye.